7, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Blast off.
Good evening. Episode 184 of the longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. Very exciting.
It is what it is.
It is.
It is whatever it is.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So make sure we had this up and running.
Yeah.
And look who decided to show up. Stabby McStabberson himself.
All right.
Are we live or backstage?
We are live right now, so make sure that you keep your incriminating statements to a minimum. If you want to admit to stabbing locals, you may want to name names, places, times, so that the local authorities can find you.
Is stabbing name up? Is that on the table?
Yes.
That's completely up to you. It's like, Eric, listen, we all came. Look, Bobby came there ready. Bobby came there ready. He's like, I came here ready for you. Let's go. It's like Stabby McStabberson time. Like, this is what we're here for.
This is what I carried today. This is what was in my pocket today.
Oh, you wiped the blood off. That's nice of you.
Yeah.
Good.
That's what I carried all day today.
It's a fingerprint.
Carry something else.
Knife handle.
Oh God! I just ran into the house. So
you're working hard at the office.
Yeah, the office. We had our weekly Friday Christmas party after work. So
every
weekly
Christmas
Friday Christmas party is those the words that keep on
Today's Christmas there, man.
Yeah, it's a weekly Friday Christmas party.
It's not like
at least that is a thing that has happened apparently.
They just go, hey, we got this thing. You want to buy it? Okay, buy it.
But big, huge. I mean, enormous collection today of signed baseballs from all eras. Big, huge names. One of the things that people thought were really interesting today was a Willie Mays autoed, but with. No, I think I'm getting it right. I because I don't care, so I don't pay that much attention. But a Willie Mays autographed baseball, game used, and he put his Hall of Fame on it. And if I'm remembering correctly, hearing the guys, that's not common. And I'm saying to myself, what
for Mays?
What sport athlete that's in the Hall of Fame of their sport doesn't write HOF on stuff like instinctively?
They used to until they started getting
the ones who charge extra.
That's right.
So
instinctively, no. For money, yes.
Yeah,
About 5 years ago, they started adding the inscription fee, and then the signers obviously they got a little wise to it and said, "Hey, it's not. Yeah, it's $25 plus."
Yari Curry last week was signing HOF on everything, even for and
he's the hot.
I'm not a money gouger, right? So people would buy tickets and pay the fee to get an autograph, and then pay for an inscription. And we don't do photos. Phil and I both agree we're not paying for photos, right? So no one has to pay to get a picture taken.
But you have to buy a puck or a ball.
Well, or bring your own, but yeah, we have all those. So, so people would come, give me the ticket, and I was standing next to Yari, so they'd give me the ticket, and I'd look, and it would say, autograph and for whatever we charged, and then an inscription for whatever we charged, and then he would do it. But for the people that would just paid for an autograph, he still did it. That's how he does it, and it's like, I wasn't going to stop him, and I wasn't going to ruin anybody's day, and we made plenty of money, but and it wasn't like the customers were trying to, con anybody or sneak something. I would, tell him, all right, just an autograph, and he'd put HOF on it, and I'm like, good for you, whatever you want to do.
There's a reason for that. Trust me.
Yeah, it's like he's got to remind people. Otherwise, they're like, "Oh, you're the janitor." No, I played hockey.
Yeah, Hall of Fame. Yeah, me.
But yeah,
that was me.
I don't think any hockey fan doubts Yari Curry's eligibility in the Hall.
He's one of those guys, though.
No, but you look at him, it's like, hey, it's like, dude, it's like, listen, I want a double espresso. So can you go? That'd be great.
Yeah.
So they walk in, give him drink orders. Like, it's rough, man. It's rough out of these streets.
It's like when you do
Real
that
quick,
guessing
I'll
game
get a
with your
couple.
friends. You know, do that guessing game with your friends where you go, is that guy alive or dead? You know, it's like Hall of Fame or not. I don't know.
So here, I'll get caught up on a couple comments here. So Justin was the first comment of the night. I covered that. Michael Ham is here. Good evening, Ham. We've got that going on here. Justin asking the valid questions. Does a weekly Christmas party come with the drunk Santa Claus? Maybe it should. Maybe it should.
A little. There's usually some drunk people on Friday nights.
Shocking.
That's
Jeff,
why they call it Christmas all the time. They get away with it that way.
Yep.
Hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and it's Christmas every week, apparently.
Every
So
Friday.
Jeff here says hello. Hello to you. Ham says he signs Hall of Fame and everything as well, as you should.
And, well, you should.
That's right. Carlisle here. Good evening, Carlisle. It's like, I never make people pay up for an inscription or autograph for them. That is why you are a man of the people.
Yeah.
When people ask me to
Boy,
sign the
what's his name?
book, I don't put anything else.
It could have been, you could have had a little bit of fun though. It's like, depending on the situation. Eric is talking about like the inscription and everything. It's like, what I was like, Bobby is always generous with his time. He always signs everything. It's like, oh man, I got my Bobby Burrell book. Stephen King.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Bonus. HOF.
Yes.
Lapper here. Good evening to you. Yep, that's right. He's the Hoff. Good evening, Lapper. It's like, this might have been what just Eric does. There you go. And he has an emoji, but it doesn't show up on that one, so that's fine. Good evening, Orlando. Perfect. Got it. Going to get caught up. But yes, it is interesting when they do those signings that a lot of them have really got into the whole thing about charging extra for inscriptions, and I'm like, nah, it's okay. Nah, it's okay. I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for sharing, though. Appreciate it.
An HOF on an autograph, I really like, and I haven't always paid for them because I think sometimes these prices are completely outrageous.
It's hard to equate the value of time versus the time it takes to do that and what they charge extra. Is he worth, if you divide it out, it's probably like $20 a second, so times 60, so you're looking at, wow, they're making some good money.
Yeah. I mean, I sent stuff in for a Bobby Orr signing 6 months ago, and we talked about it, and I showed stuff then, but he's not even putting number 4 on stuff. It's just Bobby Orr, not even his number.
4 will cost you. 7 will cost you more.
Yeah, 7 definitely will.
There you go.
It's like, how do you? It's like, come on, Bobby, you got to put number 4.
Do you really?
Does he though?
He's actually one of the guys you really don't have to. So
I was gonna say, does he though? Does he?
He's number 4, Bobby Orr. It's like you have it.
It just rhymes.
Yes, it does. That's what that's called. Yes.
Paul says, evening all, and Eric. That's right.
Freaking Paul.
See, if I was gonna have Bobby Orr sign something, Bobby, I would probably get something, something a little more unique, something a little bit more fun, something like, say, along these lines. And by the way, I'll explain how this comes into play here in a second. See, something like this. This is a wonderful AI generated image of Hal effing Gill showing Bobby Orr what for. We'll show you what for. Go flying through the air, Bobby Orr.
You got to be kidding me.
Our AI overlords. So let me quickly give a story. I'm actually going to show a couple of pictures. Because what happened was Dakota in the Discord. Basically, in the course of a conversation, I think somebody, I want to say it was Lapper, who actually recommended an AI site, and it's called Ideogram. It's called ideogram.ai. That's the name of it. So there's a bunch of those now where you can create AI generated images. You type in a prompt and you can do all kinds of stuff, right? And some of them are pretty good, and some of them are like, whatever. I got to be honest. We started playing with it, and as we all started playing with it, we started coming up with a whole bunch of stuff, and you could come up with some elaborate things, and some of it was actually really good. And I was sitting there like, oh. And so then I started punching in stuff, and it became increasingly absurd. But my favorite part of the whole deal is it was like 5 or 6 of us all coming up with random shit, and we were just punching in stuff and trying different things. And that was one that I came up with. I just decided that Hal Gill should body check Bobby Orr, and that's what it came up with. And I'm like, it's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty darn good. I was pretty impressed.
I see me getting the raw end of this deal in the future.
Oh yes.
I foresee trouble brewing coming my way, and I'm not looking forward to you having this technology.
Well, that's maybe next time you should be a lot nicer to our AI overlords. Maybe you should have been a lot nicer and they'd be nicer to you. Now, the thing with a lot of these is obviously for copyright purposes and things. Some of the folks are not going to be photorealistic and all that. They're going to create effectively renderings of people. But Eric, I got to be honest with you. I tried a couple of different prompts, different stuff. And this was one of my personal favorites.
Oh, what did you do?
Oh, I did a wonderful thing.
No, you didn't. You did something bad.
It is Mike Trout fighting the Black Knight from Monty Python.
Okay, that's
awesome. But a scratch.
That I like. That's good.
This is goddamn art, Eric. This is the shit that I would have Mike Trout sign. I don't care if it even looks like Mike Trout. The point is, it says Mike Trout. He's playing baseball. He's fighting the Black fucking Knight.
I was just being forced to watch him play the Red Sox at the bar I was just at. I was not. I wasn't impressed by any of the baseballs. And by the way, the Red Sox suck. I mean,
I bet you watch Mike Trout have fought the Black Knight.
The Red Sox suck.
Yeah, they're terrible.
The errors are insane. It looks like the Bad News Bears out there.
The Bad News Bears.
Listen, I know I hate baseball. I know I'm anti-baseball. I know I rag on baseball. It was horrible to watch. Horrible. The product on the field in Fenway is horrible.
Average Joe Car Collector. Okay, guys, and whatever's on the bottom of the stream. Fair. Philly Joe, good evening, Carlson gang. Appreciate you, Philly Joe.
I don't have to take this. I don't have to be here.
And yet you do.
Yeah.
Counterpoint, you do.
Well,
Josh says, good evening, gentlemen, and Eric.
Shut up, Josh.
David Versa says, good evening. Philly Joe says, I love Mike Trout. Thanks. You're welcome. Josh says, are you anti-baseball or pro-hockey? Look at that.
I am anti-baseball. God, I hate it. But I took my I hate baseball hat off and tried to watch that game at the bar, and the product on the field is horrible.
By the way, this is Hobby Thunderdome. If you look at it a little closer, you got like slabs and a couple of cards on them. They're all fighting each other. Okay. It's like an AI rendered up. You just punch in prompts and you let the thing go and just to see what happens. And I was sitting there like, not bad. I actually like it. Looks kind of interesting.
That is pretty good, man.
I kind of dig it. I'm not gonna lie, Eric. We may have had way too much fun with this thing. Is all I'm saying to you.
Yeah, and again,
way too much fun.
I'm not looking forward to how this is going to affect me in the future.
Listen, if Mike Trout battling for his life against the Black Knight has taught you anything, no good can come from this. No good can come from Carlos having access to this type of technology. None.
Oh my God.
David says, I like 70-30 Eric better. He did enjoy his 70-30 Eric.
You watch that crap? Oh, man. And then you're back for more on Friday? Yep. Maybe we'll do a little 70-30 later if we get to that topic again.
There you go. We are going to talk about a couple. Well, we're kind of getting warmed up a little bit here as we start off, but we're going to get into a couple of topics.
Yeah,
Michael Ham says, Trout's MVP year.
I'll do that again.
Yeah. Is this the year Trout stays healthy? Come on now. That's like saying that. Yeah. Tell you what, Mike Trout stays healthy.
Shot.
I've got him on my fantasy baseball league. I'm actually trying to jinx the man, and look, if he stays healthy, great. But he's on the fantasy team. We agreed to draft him in that interminable draft, so we did that. But my preference is I like to think that Mike Trout stays healthy the same way that I stay nice.
Oh, so not at all?
No, not even gonna happen. No, not even close.
I wasn't sure exactly where you were going with that.
Yeah, Dustin says the hobby drama is ramping up according to SCR. I guess so. I got to be honest. Like, I don't consider anything that's going on right now hobby drama, but I guess maybe it's a stretch, but I guess so. Eric,
yeah,
is that you second from the left in the Hobby Thunderdome one? Maybe it is.
Yeah,
I think you needed more knives, more stabby McStabbersons.
more stabby McStabbersons. Yeah, that's what you need.
Yeah. In the second picture, is that the Mike Trout fighting Black Knight? Because that was a pretty good one. I enjoyed though. Like I said, I was playing around with this thing. Some of the guys came up with some amazing stuff, though. I'm not gonna lie, like they were messing around with it. I think Bobbles was really good. at coming up because it depends on what you punch in. If you give a more detailed prompt, it's going to be more specific. And you can even pick art styles and stuff like that. Some are like photorealistic, some of them are more cartoony. It depends on what you're trying to do. But you have to actually play around with it to find the right combination of whatever you're going to phrase it so that it'll show up the way that you want it to. Otherwise, it won't work.
Where is that nut tonight? Baubles.
Oh, who knows, man? Who knows? Let me see here. Actually, I'll show you one here. Let me see if I can copy this, and I'll see if I can show you a different one. This is actually a good one that somebody came up with. My definition of drama is an economical level net comment. Oh, yeah. Deals in the hobby, yes. The rest of it, not so much. Who is perpetuating drama on a metaphysical level, though? Bob Boozle asking the deep questions. I like it. I like it. I think it's a valid point and a valid question indeed. It is tough to court the proper drama in a metaphysical level. Doesn't mean we can't try. We'll do our best. See what we can do. Worst case scenario, Eric will stab somebody, allegedly.
Listen, for the sake of the show, for entertainment purposes only, I am willing to stab name.
You are all heart.
Live, on air, for the sake of the show, for the betterment of all humankind, I am willing to stab him live on this show.
Wow. Truly a man of the people. Truly a man of the people. So 2 things I'm going to do. We'll do one thing more set up with, and then I'll kind of start getting into the first topic. And I'll actually ping a few folks because there are a few folks that I would love to get their take on it because I think it would make it a little bit more interesting. So one thing that happened, and this will be my segue into AMG Collectibles. I had a couple discussions with them, and I picked up some more boxes of the AEW Allure. You know, the AEW stuff I've talked about. I actually opened 2 boxes of them and put it on the Wrasslin card channel already. I took care of that today. Went and got the boxes.
I don't mean to interrupt, but if you're going to talk about that product and that in the sport entertainment that is, please say it correctly.
Yes, the Wrasslin.
There you go.
But for other items, aside from the Wrasslin,
much better.
AMGcollectibles.ca, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. Talk about the various things and stuff related to what's going on in the store. And this weekend, as we speak, this week is the trade night and then the card show tomorrow. So that's happening this weekend because we're going to have the Spring Expo coming up. So they bumped up the schedule on that one a little bit. So maybe we'll get a little bit of a report from the field. That might be part of the reason that a couple of the folks are delayed a little bit. It wouldn't surprise me because obviously you got the trade night inside the store and then tomorrow will be the card show. But nonetheless, AMGcollectibles.ca, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel, check out the podcast. We thank them for supporting the channel and the live stream. And I'm actually going to open up this box while we're hanging out on the stream and see if I pull anything good. But I can tell you, I opened 2 boxes already on video, and I actually pulled a couple pretty interesting things, including things that were pertinent to this WrestleMania weekend.
Yes, the WrestleMania weekend, very exciting. Yeah, very exciting. We talked quite a bit about that on Monday.
Well, some people were excited, Eric, but you know what excites? You know what's exciting, at least for you, if nothing else?
What's that?
At least in order to open the box, I've got to start with the knife. So
yeah, you need the knife, okay?
We need the knife
because it is a tool, and one should be carried on every male adult in the universe.
Yes, so you can stab people in the eye. A tool for stabbing in the eye.
You know what we could do? We could auction off body parts that people want me to stab name in.
Wow.
It would all be for charity. Hey, it'll all be for charity and likes. And
I look forward to the podcast episode that he records after that. So Eric tried a thing and then I kicked his ass. That'll be the title. And then he'll just describe it at length. Oh, by the way, actually, one more Wrasslin thing since I'm talking about it. This was actually included in the box because it was separate from it. I'd shown it to you guys before, but I did get it back. Got the Macho Man.
Oh, yeah.
87 Stewart. Got that going on. This one came back into 6. But you know what this is? This is a Pop 2 with none higher because I've got the one with the tab. They got the regular version, the one with the tab. And this is ridiculous. Look at the size of the holder in order to accommodate that.
Yeah, that is just obnoxious.
It's not Beckett bad, but it's pretty hilarious. But I do appreciate that it is one that has with the tab. So that's pretty good. I'll share it on a video with better lighting and everything, so it'll be easier to see. But I've got that here as well. So I was able to have that, and I want to thank them for packing that up along with the boxes. So it was a good time. A very Wrasslin themed box that I got in the mail this time around. Bubbles says, I'm afraid to put a knife in my pocket because I don't want to be John Wayne Bobbitt. Eric, how many times have you stabbed yourself with your own knife?
Once that I can remember. I've been carrying it my whole life as an adult, and I think I had one incident. And it wasn't even a big deal. It wasn't like I didn't need stitches. I didn't lose a leg. I had a little gangrene, but that probably would have happened anyway.
I just felt like you needed to try harder. I feel like you needed more commitment to the bid, and that would have worked.
Yeah.
Bubbles says, Carlos going to keep that macho man for a cup of coffee. A cup of coffee in the big time. That's right. You get it, Bubbles. You get it. Double D Vintage Baseball Cards. Happy Friday, card people. Love listening. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you for popping in and leaving a comment. We should make a sports card for dummies book. Facts. We can touch on that actually briefly. Let me actually. So Eric, I haven't read the book. I figure it's a for dummies book, but I did see that P Ryan Collection or the P Ryan Collection, whatever the handle is, did actually look it over and give like a mini book review in Instagram stories. The funny thing is that what he said is basically what I would expect sight unseen. For all the flack that Jeff Wilson gets, I don't think he would have too much difficulty with a couple of folks on his staff putting up a for dummies book is basically like a 101.
Right.
You don't have to have a glossary of terms, some basic background or history on whatever, cover these are box breaks, this is whatever, this is that, real high level basic stuff. Pretty much any Chat GPT could probably write it for me at this point.
Maybe that's how it was written.
Perhaps. I'm just saying.
You never know.
That's all that would happen. If he's going to write all the corrections for the book, that could be its own book. Sports Card for Dummies by Dummies. Orlando's appreciating it already. Mr. Heartland, good evening. How are you?
Wonderful. How are you?
Jesus.
I'm doing well. Were you at the trade night? How'd that go?
Yeah, you know what? I worked there, and then we're setting up because we're sponsoring the card show as well with PSA, and it's been a busy day. Let's just say that.
It is.
So, yeah,
I don't know if you caught it. I did show off that I got the macho. And I actually opened. I didn't want to spoil. I'm not spoiling anything. I did open the first two boxes on. I recorded it, put it on the other YouTube channel already, and I did pull some thematically appropriate. I pulled an autograph and I pulled a low number thematically appropriate to stuff controversial things in the Wrasslin world that happened this past week. Very appropriate. Okay, and that video has been only up for about an hour and a half, so it's fresh off the. I had to open the box, and I started opening a couple of boxes. Carlos Sr. wants in on it too. Apparently, he wants to open a box, so I might have to hold one back for him.
I like it. So what's wrong with Eric today? Anyways, why are you being so grumpy? What's wrong? Having a bad day?
It's a day that ends with Y.
Yeah, I was gonna say Brad. Imagine for a moment, you're a relatively positive, can-do attitude kind of guy. You have a positive, but imagine for you woke up one day, went and looked at yourself in the mirror and realized, oh fuck, I'm Eric. Like that's the first thing that happens to you. You're like, you know what? Fuck life. I hate everything. Automatically.
Not so funny.
Brad,
then, huh?
Mystery solved. Enough said. What more do I need to explain to you?
You see this in the mirror every morning. Yeah, your day's not going to start well.
You were smiling with Mr. Curry the other day, awful good, though.
I was smiling a little bit. That was the first time I've been happy in a long time. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, I remember I met him back. The World Championships were here 10 years ago or so.
It's not about you, Brad. You fucking asshole. It's
no,
about
but he was just. I can't believe he liked you, but he was a nice guy. He was a very, very nice guy.
No, I enjoyed hanging out with him. He was very, very nice. What I was hoping, because I mean, you guys have all met athletes and famous people and stuff. The best part about meeting them is sitting next to them, keeping your mouth shut, and listening to the stories. Yari is not a storyteller. He is in the moment. He's funny. He's personable. He is, very, very friendly. He's fantastic with the customers. I can't say enough nice things about him. He is not a storyteller. He is not sitting there and telling you Well, there was this one time in the Stanley Cup Finals that, me, Wayne, and Paul Coffey were sitting there in between the periods, and we, someone did. There's none of that. He's just in the moment, very, very friendly, personable, and it was great. But he is not a storyteller.
Well, what would you be expecting though? Like, honestly, could you imagine Yari Curry's just sitting there, unassuming, mild mannered, very calm, and going, Eric, I remember that time in the '84 Stanley Cup Finals. Wayne and I were looking at each other, and I looked at him, I was like, "Fuck, Wayne. Do you know how hard it's going to be to bury that body? Why did you have to stab him 14 times? 14 times, man.
Yeah,
seriously. Messi is going to be pissed. Messi is going to be real pissed
because Gretzky's an overachiever. That's why.
I guess so, man. I guess so.
But he's going to be an underachiever after Ovechkin.
Yeah. I was going to say, yeah. He tried harder.
But yeah, that's a lot of these guys will tell stories just on their own. Sometimes the customers will come up and do the old Chris Farley and episode he did with Paul McCartney. Yeah. You remember when you scored that goal and the '84 Stanley Cup? Yeah, that was great. They'll do that. So, yeah, and that sometimes will start a conversation, especially after the customer leaves. Maybe like, when he brought that up, I hadn't thought about that in a while. And I remember I went and you just sit there and shut up and listen. And
fuck those fans if they're going to get a story out of me. Yeah.
That's what I look forward to when I get to meet these people, is just hearing stuff that you're never going to get a chance to hear like anywhere else. I've had the pleasure of going out to dinner with some people and hanging out with people personally and stuff, as you guys all have too.
Christmas party. So
and those are the best. They feel safe. They know they're not out in public. They feel safe. Maybe they got a couple of drinks in them, and the stuff that they will tell you, just sit there in amazement. And it's like, how did you get away with that?
Fascinating. He provides safe spaces.
Eric's all about the safe spaces.
Yeah, I'm all about the safe space. Yeah.
Well, you seem like you're in a better mood now anyways. Like, you get your smile back.
Yeah. Well, you brought up a nice memory from last week.
You let him talk about his stories. It's like listening to the old ladies that talk about the soap operas. The Coronation Street. Eric likes the fictional stories. Yeah. Man, that time with the Hockeys. Yeah. That was crazy.
Now I'm here with you, and I'm just starting to frown again. And I know there was, Carlos said something about there being a trade night. I had a $50 bet that Sherry was going to trade you for someone better. How did that go? Did
someone younger, maybe?
Did she trade you, or did she stick with you for a while longer, or how's that going for you?
Listen, she knows what she has.
No, I know. That's why she wants to trade you.
Yeah, like, I know the cards I have.
The volume down.
She was dealt a bad hand. She wants to trade them in.
She wants to open a new pack.
Yeah,
exactly.
So did you see anything interesting at the trade night though? Or was it just kind of the standard fare, or kind of usual?
I got there at like 7:30, 7:45, and Lloyd was working late in the vault. So I went in and helped him for the last hour packaging up some orders to get them out so he could take off as well. So yeah, so I did not experience anything at trade night. I know it was busy, and they said everything went well, but I went right into the vault and just started packaging orders. So much fun.
So what you're saying is that in order to get the proper trade night stories, people are going to have to tune in to the AMG podcast on the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel.
100%.
That's what I'm here.
100%.
That's what I'm here. Now, by the way, this is not a particularly exciting card. It's a nice shiny card. Low number. This one's actually numbered to 50. But I can tell you one specific thing about this person, though, that actually does also play into this WrestleMania weekend. So there is actually a theme to this. So this is Anthony Ogogo. Anthony Ogogo is actually a former, that's his name, but he was actually an Olympian boxer. And what happened was he actually has been part of AEW for a bit, but the only real feud of any note he ever had was against Cody Rhodes. But being that they were lazy, all they could come up with, and I blame Cody Rhodes for this, because he was Mr. Homelander. He's got his Homelander all U.S. getup. Basically, what it was is that the evil British man is against America, and Cody defended us against America. Well, defended you, Eric, against America. He saved America from a British boxer who I think is partially blind out of one eye.
Thank God for Cody Rhodes.
I know.
Where would we be without him?
Obviously,
the
Brits would have reconquered you. That's what would have happened.
Thank God we had him.
That's what would have happened, man. That's what would have happened. He would have conquered you.
Well, you guys are still flying the British flag and caring about who's king. So, I mean, I don't want to live like that.
Who's flying the British flag?
You people. You're still under their realm.
Where?
Listen, don't deny it.
Oh, he's stumped. He just got tongue.
So in other words, Eric couldn't come up with a single place. I was like, go ahead. Where's the British flag?
God save the Queen, but that didn't work.
You could use a queen at this point. And right now, it's like Freddie Mercury's gone. You need a new queen.
Oh, I do know AMG next Friday night. I won't say who it is, but I've got a WWE Hall of Fame superstar coming to sign autographs next Friday night.
And why?
Right, you can tell him that the gobbledygooker is coming in. It's fine.
Why?
Tell him the gobbledygooker is coming. It's awesome.
I'm glad that the Brooklyn Brawler is coming to your shop, but why won't you announce something that would attract people to your store and make you more money?
That's not my place.
Okay.
Maybe we'll have to put that on AMG Collectibles.
Absolutely.
We'll put that one on the YouTube channel.
Okay. So that was a tease.
Exactly. I gave you a tip. I'm exclusive. I'm exclusive now. So
okay.
So we have sources.
We're excited to announce that next week the Brooklyn Brawler will be signing autographs at AMG Collectibles. They will be $1 each. Your second auto is free.
They are free. I can tell you that. It will be a free auto for everyone that comes in. And Eric, you will know who this guy is.
I know the Brooklyn Brawler. Who doesn't?
There you go.
Fancy.
He was an 80s, 90s mainstay.
What'd you say over there? Sherry said she's not telling you anything.
Wow.
Hey, I was just defending her
There you go.
2 minutes ago about trying to trade her husband in and get rid of
So Eric, that's what they call in the business a heel turn.
Yeah.
That's where Sherry turned.
Sherry.
That's what happened there.
Sherry would never turn. She's too sweet.
Already done, Eric. Listen. We've had conversations. It's like, so should I be nice to Eric? No. Twist the knife. I was like, oh, Sherry, geez. Okay. Twist the knife. Okay. Say so. Fine. I get you. Look, you didn't have to ask me twice. I understand.
All right.
I know what to do.
Brooklyn Brawler, AMG Collectibles.
All right. So I'll tell you what. We've had a nice little preamble. I even got to open a hobby box of AEW Allure. Not bad. I would say the first 2 boxes were better, but that was decent. And at least I was able to give a story on one of those cards that explained a little in context with this past weekend. So there you go. So Brad, since we got you here, let's.
I seen that. I like that. Those are cool.
Yeah, you got these. That was the series of photographs, right? A lot of it was 80s era photographs. Yes.
Yeah, it was late 80s. I think that everybody determined whoever looked at them. So.
Yeah, I think it worked out, and we got a chance to look through a couple of those, and I think very good collection.
That's my favorite one, though.
What the hell is that?
That's Hogan.
Oh, okay, yeah. I can kind of. I'm actually surprised that he has like the little singlet thing.
Well, that's the.
I wonder exactly what he's doing during that one. Yeah, it's like a Hulkster. It's like a holster, helmet kind of spray painted on. It's like, okay,
sort of like a Roman kind of helmet there or something.
Yeah, he did a lot of stuff that had Hulkster on it, and a lot of it was incredibly lame. Like all of it was really lame.
I only got a few Hulksters, but they're unique and different and good.
Yeah, because I think those were like specific photographs that somebody took.
Yeah, I only got. Yeah, the guy must have.
I want to say that's Bad News Brown. I think that's Bad News Brown. He's fighting there. That's what I think. That's who it is.
Bad News.
Could be mistaken. Yeah. The thing about wrestling is that I obviously I've watched it for a long time, but a lot of the 80s stuff was technically before my time because literally I started watching right at the end of the 80s. But I know some of those guys from the 80s because I watched old tapes. So I was watching the early WrestleManias and stuff. So if I recognize them from a lot of the early WrestleManias and SummerSlam's tape, then I still know who it is. It doesn't matter that they weren't around in the early 90s.
It's hard to believe that Hacksaw Jim Duggan went against Andre the Giant.
Andre fought almost everybody at that time. Like the thing is, on TV is a different conversation. At house shows, they would come up with all kinds of combinations that you'd have to be at the show to see it. It'd be like, oh man, Andre the Giant. It's like, yeah, if you had gone to the show, you could have seen Andre the Giant against this person or Andre the Giant against this person, and they were trying different combinations.
There, I don't know that guy.
It's Rick Rude.
Oh, that's Ravishing Rick.
That's Ravishing Rick Rude in the background. Yeah.
Did he pass away? I feel like he did he?
Years ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
Years
Oh,
ago.
really?
Yeah.
I got a lot. It seems like this guy was a fan of him because I got like 25 of him.
I would say Ravishing Rick Rude was probably one of the more underrated guys for that period because he was really, really good. Like in terms of what he understood his gimmick, he understood how to sell that gimmick.
Yeah.
And a lot of the guy, and in an era where a lot of these guys were like, jacked up giants, there's no doubt he used stuff, but at the same time, like he basically was ripped. That was his whole deal was like, he wasn't like Ultimate Warrior swollen to the almost cartoonish proportions. So that's why when they feuded, it was kind of interesting because Warrior was bigger than him because of all those steroids. But Ravishing Rick Rude was as cut as anybody. So like he still looked like a legit guy against basically most people. But then you stick him in there.
Who this is? I just no idea. Anybody?
That's our boy.
Oh,
Everybody's favorite.
Before.
Come on, Eric. I think you can figure it out. Here we go.
I don't never seen him before.
Hold that picture there, Bobby.
Doesn't ring a bell. Doesn't ring a bell.
We'll figure it out. The Google machine will tell us all. The Google machine will tell us all. All right. So since we've had a chance to go through a couple of different things here, let's start off with one of these. Brad. So obviously one of the big ones I was able to make a video for it. I was able to make a video for it because obviously it was worthy. It's the worst kept secret in the world that Goldin was being acquired. However, I like the fact that it effectively became a swap. So the big story was Goldin acquired by eBay. Effectively, again, I speculate and other people speculate, adding a higher end version to their platform. So eBay has all this, basically from 1 cent, 99 cents, whatever, all the way up to a certain point where most people would use it. And then Goldin's available for that. But then on the other side of the equation, Collectors acquires the vault and then has a partnership with eBay. So now you're creating a situation where, like, I showed off that Macho card, but let's say, and the Macho card this one is a pop 2 with none higher right now because it's got the tab or whatever. But if I wanted to sell the thing under that idea, potentially once they got it up and running fully, you could get it graded. But instead of me taking possession of it the way that I did and then having to take the picture, list it, and do the whole thing, you could potentially just be like, it's there, send it into an auction, get her sold. And you just go seamlessly from one to the other, because if your goal was just to sell in the first place, that's why you were grading it, then there's no point in getting it back just to have to send it back out. You may as well just go straight from one to the other. PWCC has done this with some of the graders that they're working with. So ComC has this option available. So other people are trying it already. So now you've got multiple options in the space to go send it in, get it graded, and then get it sold. ComC has an eBay integration. PWCC has its own platform, but it's the same idea. Everybody's using the same concept. So I kind of like that swap of the two, and then the partnership part of it. So the Goldin thing, we all kind of knew, but then add in the partnership and then add in the swap with the vault part. It's a little bit of a bigger deal.
Yeah, no, I agree. I love the entire process. I love every move that was made. I think it's great. I think it's great for business. I think it's great for the hobby as well. I think you can do a deep dive into it, and there's lots of. I was going to have a little chart with all my little highlight points.
That'd have been good.
Yeah, I've been working on it just to say, because there's so many benefits to the hobby from this happening. Where eBay is the Goliath, it's the biggest, most used marketplace, as we all know. I mean, it's where I have bought 95% and sold 95% of my cards in my lifetime. It's been on eBay. I'm sure you guys are similar with that.
Mm-hmm. The big usually finds it in the back of an alley under a dumpster, but outside of that platform, yes, eBay. Yeah. eBay is used a fair bit.
But I think what it's really going to help for and is the low end cards. There's lots of cards at times that I would like to buy, and I kind of look, hey, should I pick that up for $10 or $15? And then sometimes it's $15 shipping. I got to worry about getting across the border. Now on eBay, you buy it, you send it to the vault, and then when you can grade cards, you send them to the vault, you sell them, and then you can get it all shipped back with one shipping charge. I don't know what that charge
Can
is.
you pick it up when you're there? If
you pick it up at the vault? I'm not sure. That's a good question. I've got to. That's why I was doing my chart with all these
you went down
questions.
to the States and you picked it up, like that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be something along those lines. Everything to make it easier.
Or just ship to a friend and just kind of thing it up, right?
I think Bobby, what you're playing to is, and I'm not going to put words in their mouth because I don't know what the final result would be. But the point is, if you add that feature in there, you could do that. And if you did do that, it adds more options and it also gives you more flexibility. Because I think I watched some videos where folks are like, I still don't get the vaulting thing. And I default back to my original stance. A lot of things in the hobby are not for everyone. They don't need to be for you. You could be a collector and never use a vault. You could be a collector and never need to use certain marketplaces, certain platforms, certain types of transaction, never open a box, never open a pack, never be in a break. You don't need to do any of that stuff at all. And you could be very happy as a collector for a long time. Other folks will use all or some of those things. So it's figuring out the mix that makes the most sense for you. I do see some benefits to a vault sometimes. There are moments in time where it makes sense. And other times, nah. ComC in his own way is a vault sometimes in some of the ways it does its stuff. It allows you to consolidate things and do one shipment. PWCC obviously has a vault, but if you buy stuff on the platform, I've done it. And we've talked about it here before. I bought stuff on the platform. It's not worth it for me to ship one item. The shipping cost for one item doesn't make any damn sense. And maybe I only find one or two things per auction that's even worth me doing. So instead of me doing that, why don't I just buy it over a couple of months? I grab a couple of items. And once I have a small stack of items, okay, here's the shipping fee for 10 items. Okay, that's fine. That's worth more my time than it is to ship one thing and pay basically the same amount.
Yeah. Like I started to buy some Alexis Lafreniere's PSA 9s just because of the price point on them. And I went to ComC and I bought each one that was in the price point that I wanted to pay in my ComC. And then I went on eBay and there was probably 15 or 20 that were in my price range. But when you add, if you're going to pay $30 for them and you add 15, $20 shipping, it just didn't make sense. So I chose not to buy that. I would have done 30 or 40 transactions if I could buy those on eBay and ship them to the vault, which generates more liquidity, more transactions, more everything. So that's what I really like. And plus, if you're submitting cards, Carlos, you submit different cards and maybe you want to have an auto graded on this one. You have an oversized like you had a. So now if you ship them all in, those would have to be returned before to you, and you'd have to pay a shipping charge for each service if you submitted your cards direct to PSA. Yeah. Now you could send all those different services to the vault and then have one shipping charge come back. Like that's a massive saving for people all over the world.
Yeah. And also the more realistic scenario that would be a real one is maybe I have, in this case, it was one oversized card because I wanted it for my collection. That made sense.
Yeah.
But other times I may have a small stack of cards. Some of them are for my collection. Some of them were going to wind up on eBay anyway. So if they get to the point that it's seamless enough, it might make, I send 10 cards. 6 of them are for my collection. 4 of them are going on eBay.
Yeah.
Send me the 6 and then send off the other 4 to eBay. And that makes more sense for certain scenarios than the other way around. My job isn't to sell it to you, but I'm just saying, if you make that easy for people, there are people who specifically are doing that today, and you just made their lives a little bit easier because they can push a button instead.
Yeah, you nailed it. And then think about it from that. And when you're funding your collection, which so many of us do, one thing you said, you send a 10-card order in, all of a sudden you sell those. Maybe you keep 5 for your collection. That pays for the order. The other 5 are sold on eBay, which pays, so you have no money coming out of your pocket again. There's not one downside of any of these transactions that I personally didn't like. Obviously now that's the other thing that we talked about. I mentioned it to Bobby. I mentioned it to Carlos. So we are going to be hiring, and I'm helping out with that, authenticators to work out of downtown Toronto in the eBay office. So now if anybody knows anybody that's looking for a position, we're going to start the interview and hiring process over the next week to 2 weeks. There'll be full-time, some part-time. If anybody has a resume or anyone knows somebody that might be looking for a position, please spread the word. This is just the start of all the plans we have in Canada, but this is a nice little get-go.
Cool.
Nice. Well, I volunteer as tribute to walk by occasionally on my lunch hour and tell you all the Boston Bruins are fake. I can come in. I come and say, fake. Booby Orr, trash. Gone. Reggie, nope. Nope. Nope.
It's hard. Like I mean, you think today, I know at AMG, one of our employees bought a fake PSA slab, Pokemon card in a fake PSA slab.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah. And
they've learned how to replicate a lot of those slabs. But like in all seriousness, we've made fun of Beckett for a lot of things. To be clear, every single one of the third-party graders, a slab can be faked. A slab can be faked. But the thing is that Beckett, we know they have had this. They have acknowledged and admitted that there was a rash of them a couple of years ago, and they have literally changed nothing about the slab. Like add anything, a hologram, anything. I don't care. Something.
Well, it's like if a tree falls in the forest. If we don't recognize it, will it go away?
Yeah, just wait years and hope that everybody forgets. It's like we haven't forgotten. Yeah, I don't care what you change. Just change something about it just to make it different. Anything. I like Paul's comment though. This was for you, Brad.
I know it's good.
I don't get it. Explain it with Alex Manoah.
I've always been a fan of Lafreniere, but I'm just picking up some more PSA.
Are you still a fan of Alex Manoah?
No. I honestly no.
No,
I'm not. I can't.
Yes, you are.
I have to be honest. It sucks because I don't like him. I don't like what he did last year. I don't like anything about the guy.
Money out of your pocket is why you don't like
him.
him.
No, I just don't. Yeah, what he did as a player, it's just. Yeah, that money was spent. It's considered. It's long gone. I got excited this year. He looked like he was Jack. I sent pictures to you guys. My boy, he's back. Trying to hype myself up, and then he gets rocked, and then he goes in. He just got rocked again in single A or double A, wherever he's at. I don't know. But you look at Lafreniere. I mean, he's when I went to the game in what was that about a month ago? I was in New York and I watched the Rangers play the Devils, and in my opinion, Lafreniere was the best player on the ice that night for the Rangers by a long shot. Playing both ends of he's learned how to play both ends of the ice. Now his offensive skills are going to start to come into play. He's big. He was hitting. He was. I just was really, really impressed. And I do have a nice little Lafreniere collection, but I'm not buying PSA 10s. I'm buying PSA 9s. So
the smart.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, real quick, I want to continue. I want to talk through a couple more things on the PSA one, and then we'll move on. But I want to read a couple of comments here, and then I got a question for you actually, since you got me thinking about one thing as well. So Average Joe Car Collector says, "Do we in Canada even have the vault option right now?" I don't think that's been available to it. Is that an option? Like, if somebody submits something, is there any way to incorporate the vault as it stands today?
Yes. So you could have before. It was still the PSA vault, but it was the only avenue you had to sell your cards was through Goldin.
Okay, so even submitting through PSA Canada, though, you could have attached it to the vault as part of what you were doing.
Yeah, if you submit direct, so we're still working on it. It's going to happen, but
okay.
If you submit direct, like if you were to send your order into PSA directly, you can have it sent automatically to the vault. And when it was stored in the vault, your only option to sell was on Goldin's platform.
Okay, yes. But previously, though, PSA Canada didn't have that feature turned on, so to speak. You had to go directly to them.
Yeah, because like if I sent an order through PSA Canada, I can send it to PSA Canada's vault.
Mm-hmm.
So we're working on the feature. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's going to come into play that we're going to be able to do seamlessly. So
okay, no, that's good. I appreciate the question from Average Joe Car Collector. I thought it was a worthwhile question since we're talking about the specifics. Sean says, "Can you work from home?" Listen, I can reject Boston Bruin cards from space. It's true.
Yeah, not for this position, but there is potentially some positions coming in the future that would be work from home.
Nice. Justin says eBay honestly needs to figure it out fee tax wise. Yep, that's always the hang up whenever you're talking about e-commerce. They've had to make some adjustments, so it's important. So we gave Brad a hard time about the Alec Manoah, deservedly so, because it's been as soon as he did. But Brad, I was on this train right at the beginning. As soon as you said you had those, the first day you said you had those guys, I was like, nope.
Yeah. where did I put those? Oh, I picked up two Blue Jay pitcher cards though. Huge investment.
Huge.
Massive.
More pitchers. More
This
pitchers.
This is me learning my lesson.
Okay, hold on. What's he got here? Oh, you got Dave Steve and Jimmy Key. There you go.
Dave Steve,
yeah, go with the retired guys.
On card auto, beautiful looking cards.
And probably very reasonably priced. Probably very reasonably priced.
$5 each.
That's fine.
Oh,
fine.
wow.
That'll be fine.
I was
Steve is not expensive at all, Bobby. Steve was a great pitcher. Really great pitcher.
And look, can you see how nice those are? What I mean here, let me bring it up. They're 99 tops.
Uh-huh.
But they're black and they got beautiful autos. They're just gorgeous looking cards.
Yep. As far as value for money, if you're a fan of the team, that's a more reasonable play. That's perfectly fine. You're not going to go too far wrong on that one. Yeah, that one works very well. So I know Ham's got a good question. That's one of the other topics I wanted to touch on. But just before I do, we got the Masters on. So this weekend we got the Masters on. So let me play it into two parts here, okay? Let Brad. I'm serving this one up for you on a platter. I'm literally going to put this on a tee for you. I'm going to help you. So we had our fun with Alec Manoah. We're going to let you off the hook now for that for now. Okay. But the next time he sucks, we'll bring it up again. But for now, we're going to let you off the hook. I'm going to give you this one. So Tiger made the cut. I think this is his 24th cut in the Masters, which I think is a record. So good on him for that. So he's done. I think he's tied for 22nd here. I'm looking right now, which is not bad. That's not terrible. At least he's in striking distance. We'll see what happens. I'm not counting on it, but good on him for at least being competitive, especially with all the injuries and the back problems and everything. Two things, though. First one, what is the Brad Harlan level of excitement that Tiger will be playing on the weekend? He's just got to stay upright, but as long as he's upright, he's got to, the Brad Harlan level of excitement. Second, are we going to be picking up any cards from the new PGA product? Because there's going to be Tiger in there. You got to have more new Tiger. Come on.
Yeah, I am beyond excited. As I have said multiple times, Tiger Woods is my favorite athlete of all time. I absolutely love everything, the story, him, his life, the ups and downs, the battles. I think it's fascinating and interesting on so many levels. He's got me through a lot of Sundays being hungover in my lifetime, and you see him with that red shirt. It just kind of lifts you up off the couch. I grew up with them. We're the same age. I think the world of Tiger Woods. So my excitement is off the charts. This morning, very nervous, got up. He bogeyed the first hole. He looks stiff as a rock. He's got one leg. It's insane. And he battled through all day. Played how many holes? 26 holes today. And
it was 23, I think.
23, yeah. 23 holes today. And yeah. So anyways, thank you for asking about that. It's absolutely fantastic. Can't wait to see him tomorrow. And regardless of what happens from this point on, he made me proud.
It's just like Jack from golfing.
He basically shattered. So here's what's interesting. I've obviously, historically in the annals of live stream history, one of my favorite moments, and one of the ones that Brad has brought up before, was where I systematically dismantled the Fogo Tom Brady and explained to you in intricate detail how he actually sucks. But the point is, I did that with intricacy. I don't do the same thing with Tiger, and I was a Tiger hater. And the thing is, as time has gone on, I think at this point, you just kind of it was more fun when he was there. It was fun to root against him. He was a good villain to root against. So I was a guy that would root for the field against him. So he served actually an excellent narrative purpose because you would watch at least to root against him. And if you were a fan of him, you'd root for him. So it gave you a reason to tune in. Golf just hasn't been as much fun, even though there are still some very good players, excellent players, to be honest, excellent players. It's just not as enjoyable without having somebody that is the focus in that degree. When somebody is playing that well and winning that often, they can create that narrative. Then the rest of the field's like, all right. And by the way, the field was stacked when he was doing a lot of that stuff.
Oh yeah. I
loved a lot of those other golfers. They were great. And some of them did win majors, and it stood out when they were able to successfully win during that era because they're playing, the whole thing with Jordan. Part of the reason, the mystique of Jordan is that he was 6-0 in the NBA finals and 6 MVPs. But imagine if Jordan had gone instead to 11 NBA finals, but if he had lost 4 of them. Still tremendous record, obviously. But if a couple of the other guys could have beat him, then that would only elevate their stock. It makes them more legendary because this guy is seen as the best by everybody, but other people were able to beat him. And so obviously the competition level rose to that. And I think during that era when Tiger was at his apex, there were so many good golfers who were in the mix constantly. And I think that's what made it interesting. Today, there's a ton of golfers that are in the mix, but they kind of fall into like this kind of flat.
It's Fuzzy Zoller. That's the kind of place it falls into.
Oh, a Fuzzy Zeller reference. I wasn't expecting that one today, Bobby. Look at you. Look at you. So, the second question, Heartland, though. What about the new Upper Deck? Are we chasing after any of the Tigers in the set? Are you looking for anything in there?
Not really. I mean, the thing with Tiger, it's kind of like Gretzky, and I'm sure like Bobby Orr for Eric.
No,
for Booby Orr, sorry. There comes a like everything's just so expensive. You know, I like my Tiger collection. If I were to buy a box and pull something, I'd keep it. But I like what I have right now. Same as Gretzky. Like a Gretzky auto now, starts at $500 to get one. Like I used to enjoy picking them up for $100, and yeah. So I'm kind of at peace with that. So yeah, nope. But the answer would be no, unless I pull it.
This autoed.
Oh yeah,
there you go.
I'm bringing that.
Going Marcel.
Oh, I picked up a whole bunch of cards.
We'll be hanging out with him in May when he comes down to visit.
Yep.
Nice.
Look at all these on.
And remember, folks, the restraining order is only in Canada. He's helpless down here in the States.
Oh, I know.
He will be mine.
Not creepy at all.
Even
a little bit.
Bossy and Billy Smith and more Bossies and Nystrom, and you got it. I got a whole crap load of pictures from everything vintage stuff.
Are they just pictures? Like they're just like are they some like if someone took the picture?
Yeah, someone on close to the ice must have took the pictures because we have some pretty good zoom ins, you know, on players and what have you. They're very clear and what have you.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You know, so yeah, there's some great goalie shots too. It's the Kings. Yeah, I don't know who it is. Oh, look at this. These shots are like great. Like honestly.
Who's that? Lessard?
Yep, it's Lassard for freak's sake.
Wow.
I wanted to correct him, but I just wanted to let him sit there for a second.
All right. I'm sorry.
I'm appreciating a Gargamel reference. Bobby, I've been happy with the references early here. The references early have been strong. Very strong references in the first hour. And thank you to Carlisle for sharing some stories about Masters as well. I appreciate Carlisle making some references for the Masters. Appreciate that. So thank you for that as well. And I am going to get back to Ham's question about the Fanatics event because I do want to talk about that a little bit. But I want to quickly touch on. I wanted to give Heartland his layup here. We gave him one. We put one right in his area there. And Scotty Scheffler is right now leading, and Bryson DeChambeau. So there's some good names on the leaderboard. Like I said, it's not that there's a lack of talent in the current game. It's just tough. I probably watch a little bit of the Masters on Sunday though. Masters Sunday is kind of fun. It's its own beast, especially as you get down to the nitty gritty at the end to see who's in contention.
It really is. I hope it's like regardless, whatever. I just hope there's a bunch of guys in the mix. That's what makes it exciting. And if the wind picks up or it gets right, like who knows what's going to happen. I know Carlisle. I will hopefully get the opportunity to do it, but I just like to walk Augusta. Like I've never been there. It's on my list. I think it'd be so cool. I think what we see on TV, Carl, I mean, I know he'd be able to tell he's done it, but I think it's completely different than what I vision. Like I think the hills and the slopes and everything when you see it in person would be crazy.
You got to play there. You can't just walk it. You got to play it.
I was going to say, it'd be tough to get in there to do it. And I will say, I think part of the reason the Masters works is it's one of the more picturesque courses that they can throw on there because they do have it at the same course every single year. And now that, and then the Jim Nance, the tradition, unlike any other, he does the thing in Butler Cabin. And there's a whole procession of different things that they got to do. They got to do it a certain way. And they present it in this way, the presentation. And going to the presentation, the Butler Cabin, separate from the other one. So they've got their whole ceremonies. They've got them down to a science. These are the ceremonies. The ceremony will tee off right from there. The Masters Champions Dinner. They've got all the different traditions associated to it. It does add a little something extra to that major out of the other ones. The other ones all have their own different. I like the fact that the golfing majors all have their own kind of charms, though. They've all got their own different thing. The Open Championship is called the Open Championship. It's its own deal. The Masters is the Masters. It's its own deal. The U.S. Open is basically known for having really treacherous rough because that's the thing they like to do, basically to mess with people. So they like to do that. The PGA Championship is the only one that's a little bit non-distinct, but the trophy is unique. compared to the other ones. So all of them have something that helps them stand out.
Isn't it
I used to watch the golf
for a lot of those things. Geographical.
What's that?
Isn't it geographical for a lot of those things because of the roughs and the different areas of play and what have you?
It is, but because the other three majors do travel around, it can create different conditions.
Oh,
whereas
true.
the Masters is the same location every year.
Yeah.
So if that's where it favors a Tiger, where even if he's not on his game and he's not healthy and all this stuff. So the Tiger narrative was that he had this whole arc where he was winning everything. He was on top of the world. He was everything. And then it all fell apart for him in terms of public perception because it was one scandal after another and all that. But then it got so bad and then injuries piled up so much that it looked like he was done. And then he was able to have a little career resurgence there and win a couple of tournaments and actually win that last major to the point that he had gone all the way to the other side of it. He became a villain, and then people kind of felt bad for him. And then he was able to have that big last hurrah. And all of a sudden, people tuned in. They enjoyed that last major because they're like, we have no reason to believe it'll ever happen again. The timing came right because his one leg basically was, I want to say it was the US Open. I think it was his second last major where he won it, where his leg was completely screwed up. He basically fought through it, won. And then after that, all of a sudden he one problem after another because he had literally destroyed his leg in the one time. Had to have surgeries and then back surgeries. And Eric can attest, if your back's jacked up, doing anything sucks. Doesn't matter what it is. Now do something where you're doing a golf swing where like, oh, golf, your back, the rotation, it's critical to the entire process. And he swings so hard, there's so much torque going on. That's why the ligaments in the back is all jacked up.
Uh-huh.
It's not going to work. And you can't do that. His style of a power game doesn't work. If the back is no good, legs no good, it's all broken.
That's a Hogan thing. See him walk now. It's like, but he's going to be at Fanatics, which we're going to talk about anyway.
Yes, we will. So I'll read a couple of these and we'll get here. So Bob Jackson says, Eric's name. Moving on. Thank you, Bob. It's getting dark in Missouri. I've got close to blinds before people think I'm crazy. Do it. Do your thing. Zach here. Good evening. Visit the Masters before you get too old. I know a guy that's been a few times. It's not an easy walk at all. Lots of hills. Good to know, Zach. Bob also said Tiger's son will be the one spoken about in ancient golf prophecy. That'd be amazing.
Uh-huh.
That'd be a fun turn. Leave Eric out of this. We'll try.
What did I do?
You deserve many things. 540 Flips is back with an emoji.
Christ.
Cubert reference. Bobby, we're getting all the things.
Hubert. Wow.
Haven't heard that in a while.
Haven't played that.
Wow. It's like that is a name I have not heard in a long time.
Uh-huh.
By the way, Brad, did you see my AI generated images earlier, by the way?
I did. I was scrolling through them.
Mike Trout fighting the Black Knight. It's gold, Brad. Gold.
It was very good.
We should not let Carlos have access to this technology. That's all I'm saying.
I like when the group texts go. Like I'll look at my phone. I'll have like 10 different emails since the last time I looked at it. Then I'll see text messages. I'm like, how do I have 88 text messages? And I know why. Because once the group chat gets rolling,
Once it goes,
going.
Yeah.
Once somebody sees one thing and all of a sudden it starts taking off, it's happening. It's happening, everybody.
It's all branded.
Not good. Not good. So I want to see if I can find it here.
Got nothing to do all day. Kind of like SGCs are going out.
Yep. We've been barreling through these topics like Donkey Kong. Facts.
Oh, here we go.
Sorry, Brad. I like to talk. There you go. That's right. That's right. And he's allegedly, we don't know who 540 Flips is, but if we did, allegedly, he's been taking some, there are folks catching some strays from this individual.
Uh-huh.
Indeed. I'm trying to find I'm actually trying to find, here we go. Fanatics Fest. This is what I was trying to actually find the link to the thing if I could open up the site here. So I think I have found it. And now here we go. Now I can show it. So yes, Michael Ham, thank you for bringing up the topic. I needed to get through a couple of these other ones here, but now we can get here. All right. Fanatics Fest. We're here. Okay. So this is part of the Fanatics Overlords continuation of trying to go to all these things. Neo actually did a pretty good video about it, talking about it from the perspective of somebody who's been at the location. So gave a little bit of insight from that perspective. And I actually agree with his assessment, even not knowing exactly what they're going to do with it, but the way they've described it, it does sound like a Comic-Con. It does sound like a lot of these other types of events. The other analogy I would actually use, and this would be one that we would be more familiar with on this side of things, I think like the All-Star Game Fan Fest would be one that I would look at as kind of this. So the example that I used was back at the 2000 All-Star Game in Toronto, the infamous one that I've talked about before. Well, they had this. They had a fan fest where you had different kinds of things going on. You had merchants, but you also had a card show within it. So yes, there's a card show, but there's other stuff around it as well. There's the radio section. There's all this other thing. This is more than 20 years ago, but the concept's the same. You've got games. You've got all these things going on, all these interactive exhibits, all these appearances, autograph signings, and a card show. So the card show is a component of a larger whole.
93, wasn't it? Was that 1993?
Well, the one I was talking about was the 2000. There was one. There was a 2000.
The first one was 93. Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that was the earlier one. Yeah. In 2000, though, by that point, they had expanded it a little bit more to add those other pieces. That's why I was able to add a little bit of context. Obviously, you could go and participate in all kinds of events. And they had autograph signings that I got. Johnny Bauer pocket signed at that time. And there was another couple of signings, but they had signings on a regular basis, a rotation of different folks that would come by. That's where I got the Mahavlich after he did his radio spot, that story that I talked about in the past. But there were signings all throughout, and you could visit those, or you could visit an exhibit, or you could do this. And then there was a card show element as well. And they had dealers that were set up for that. So I could see this being all those things. And because especially with the type of center they have it, and the cost is going to be higher, but that's because it's not just a card show. If it was just a card show, it'd be a different story. But because they're doing other stuff, it's more of a fan fest. They literally call it Fanatics Fest. I don't think that's a mistake. I think that's very specific branding.
Because their name starts with F.
So let me read here. A couple of comments here. Watch Nicholas tee off as an honorary starter. He looked fragile. We already lost Palmer, discouraging. Well, Jack Nicklaus is not a spring chicken. He's getting older.
Yeah, but Gary Player looked incredible.
Well, Gary Player, though, kept himself in great shape forever. Like he's literally, that was his deal, is that he always kept himself in shape.
Awesome. I was happy to see how good he looked. But yeah, Jack showing his age, folks.
Yep. Fanatics Fester of the day, Michael Rubin, Freak Fest at night. Maybe. If you get the super VIP as a hobby member, I'll take it. There you go. I wonder if he promises no lines during the day, but plenty of lines after dark. Maybe.
Don't encourage him. You don't even have to read his comments. You know that, right? It's not a law.
Listen, all I know is that I think they're hitting on an important key. If you get the right level of MVP, then you might be able to join in on the kegger with Tom Brady.
That'd be something.
I don't want to hang out with Tom Brady. He's a weirdo.
I know he's a weirdo.
Well, hey, if the shoe fits,
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like freaks unite. It's like you could hang out with Tom and be like, Tom, can we talk about something that I'm passionate about? Okay, what? Can we talk about knives?
And he probably pulled out 16 out of his jacket.
Yeah, I was gonna say he probably can out-knife you.
I bet his bodyguards have knives.
Yeah, probably. Just saying.
Maybe.
Puffy might make a guest appearance, maybe. All right, so let me click on things. So it's a 3-day Javits Center in New York City. So you've got them. They talk about here. Shared passions come to life with icons like Tom Brady and Derek Jeter, adding star power at every moment. So I'm going to click on here and see if I can do some of the show features. So let me scan through here. I'll take a look. Here we go. So we got our guests. You got Jeter. He can tell you about Arena Club. You got Eric's boy, Tom Brady. They can start talking about knives. You got Kevin Durant, Sabrina Ionescu. We got our brother. We got Hogan, we got Peyton, we got Eli, and we got Gary V.
Oh,
God. How that guy ever hangs out with the...
It's basically a murderer's row, Eric. Like, I don't know what to tell you more. Like, I don't know what to tell you, man.
I mean, the Mannings are cool, I mean, that's, something wrong with them.
Is that it?
I would think that Fanatics Fest, you're going to get even more people, but I'm saying this respectfully. I'm not being a wise ass. Who is that young lady that they're having? I don't know her.
Sabrina Ionescu. She's the one. She's one of the WNBA ladies.
Oh, so she plays in the WNBA. Okay.
Yeah.
She's tall.
Yeah. So right now this past women's NCAA was Caitlin Clark. Well,
Sure.
Sabrina was Caitlin Clark before Caitlin Clark.
Okay. Well,
so she was the last version of that. And she's basically one of the current stars of the WNBA. That's basically what it is. So that's basically the idea. Is they're trying to cover all the angles on those ones to have all different ones. Yeah, here we go. And she's the one who did the 3-point contest versus Steph Curry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she was in that one. So that's basically it. Other than that, it's going to be, I guarantee there's like the site right now is a little bit light. I was trying to see if I could find some specifics on some of the stuff. It's going to be different panels. It's going to be guests. It's going to be different types. There's going to be a lot of branding all over the place. And they say here, live card breaks, trading pit, athlete meet and greets, and then main stage where they do different presentations and stuff. It is a more of a trade show. Think trade show that will have a card show element in it.
Yeah.
And that's like Comic-Con. I remember I went to Comic-Con in San Diego. That was, I don't know, 10 years, a long time ago. And day one, being kind of naive, the area and section I was in, I never seen a comic book.
No, it's really, it's kind of funny.
And then I was like, I don't understand what's going on. We were there for another reason, but you think going to Comic-Con, you go to a card show, I feel like this is going to be, similar in that aspect. You're going to see cards in areas, but it's going to be more for the party, excitement, merchandise, meets, panels.
Have they put out prices yet for the autos? Because Brady's like $2,000.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's going to be expensive. Like, just to be clear, there is nothing about this that's cheap. Even the tickets are expensive, but they're expensive if you think about them in the card show context. If you think about it in a Comic-Con context, it's actually on par or cheap. That's the problem, is you have to depend. If they're doing more, the Comic-Con is the better comp for the type of event they're doing here. That's why I use the All-Star Game. That's why I use all that other stuff. It was a fan fest that had a card show in it. The card show is not the thing that you're paying the full amount for.
What was the one we had here in Toronto? Was it the Fan Fest with the hockey?
It was a fan fest. Yeah, it was a fan fest. And then
what year was that? 2012 or something?
You're talking about the All-Star Game one?
No, it was the one with where it had the hockey at the front before you went in the doors. It was the one time they did that, where they
so you're talking about Fan Expo, where they did Fan Expo. Yeah, that was Fan Expo, where they tried it one time with the sports section, and they had Hogan and Bischoff and a bunch of other folks.
I set up for that. I was there.
Yeah, and they leaned in
Hogan
on the
walking by every time, and he was slow back then. Wow.
100%. Yeah, they leaned in. They leaned in on the celebrity appearances for that one, because that was really the focus of it.
Bobby Orr.
They had Bobby Orr. That's right.
Private,
but that was the focus on it. But then you go look at what the prices were on the autograph signers, and the autograph signer prices were in line with. But what's funny is Menzies was around during that time, and he was getting ideas. And then the expos of today, the autograph lineup and how it's set up.
Menzies was actually working with him. He was the second man in. I forget the guy's name who ran it, but he was doing all the stuff then. So him taking over the expo was a natural.
That's right. That's what I say. Like it all makes sense. It all flowed from one place to another.
Sure
but if anybody who was around during those, imagine that concept, and I think you're going to get that, but bigger. It's going to be supersized with the stuff they're going in, the folks they're bringing in. But I think some folks are going to be there just for the celebrity sightings, or to be during some of those panels and things and visit that. That's what they're paying for. They're paying for the experiences of being involved in some of that stuff.
Yeah, and like Brad said, we didn't see many comics there, and there's a lot of comic guys who were set up. But honestly, it was just like the people that were walking there was just people dressed up for the most part, and it was just a hangout. It wasn't a lot of business. Even my friends who did set up in the inside part of it, they said they didn't do very well. If it wasn't for a couple major sales, it wasn't that great. But the amount of people that went through the place was phenomenal, and what they were charging to get in was, I think it was $20-something, $25 at that time. I think it was 2015, somewhere in there. I think even before that, I can't remember. It's been a blur.
I want to say 13, 12, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. But anyways, it was interesting setting up there.
It's like going to a concert or going to an event. You get a group of friends together. You stay in a hotel. You dress up one day. You go to this. You go out the night. You go to dinner. It's a big party, really, which is great for what it is. I'm sure it's going to be off the charts if that's your thing.
Yeah. Well, it's most everybody's thing who's that age group. In that age group. Yeah, they all like dressing up. They all come from that, that world of, I don't know, be your favorite superhero, be your favorite, I don't know. I can't even think of whatever it is, the new shows that it's on right now. I guess I'm thinking maybe Sailor Moon kind of ish things, stuff like that.
No, that's usually what Eric does. That's different.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
That's kind of his deal. It's cosplaying. It's the other one
I
thing.
look good in that costume. I make that costume work.
No one says those words. No,
Yeah.
no one says those words.
And I don't
See,
think-
Eric, you know your physical reaction that you have to mayonnaise. That's the reaction that other people have when they see you in the costume.
Pretty much, yeah.
Just
Now that you mention it,
mhm.
I just
There's a lot of wrenching.
I just figured that maybe there was some bad sausage or something being sold at the Comic-Con, and they just had food poisoning.
Not so
But
much.
you-
It is a
you think
mystery
Tom
solved.
Brady, do you think Tom Brady will be signing there? I would bet there's no chance that he's going to be signing autographs.
He hardly
I doubt
shows
it.
up anyways.
But do you think if you're Tom Brady and you're worth I don't know $250 million? I have no idea what his net worth is.
But sometimes people
And
get
his
ego.
auto is, like Eric said, it's $1,500 US or something like that for his autograph.
Yep.
How good and you can sign all that stuff backstage and people sell it on Fanatics, Upper Deck. Totally get it. Totally makes sense. But if you're Tom Brady and you've got a lineup of 1,000 people in line or whatever it is, and you're charging $1,500, and that person comes up, and you know they just paid $1,500 because they want to meet their idol. Eric, I know you talked about it before. To me, that's a major disconnect, and it's almost disrespectful for the athlete to do that to their. It's not almost. It is disrespectful for an athlete to do that to a fan, face to face. I never understood it. I can't wrap my head around it.
There's nobody on this planet I paid $2,000 to meet.
Bobby Orr.
Yeah.
No.
Eric, you've already
telling
paid
them.
like $57,000 just in meeting the bro.
Collectively, yeah.
Oh, just buying his books. I had to
That's what I
sell.
mean.
Yeah.
Like $2,000 is a pittance.
Wait till
It's
that
not-
act comes out.
What are you even talking about? Now, Brad, would you feel differently though if, again, Michael Rubin is trying to make this big, trying to make it grandiose? What if one of the presentations, what if instead of just doing the regular thing, they've got this gigantic life-size diorama, and as part of it, you get to hang out at the party, and as part of the diorama is you chug beer with Tom Brady to the point that you both do a Super Bowl Lombardi trophy toss from one yacht to another, and they've already got it on the stage, and you get to try it. It's a game. And if you win, if you get it in there without knocking it in the ocean, you win a sweet cash prize. Come on, Brad.
I'm in for $5,000.
Or you get Tiger Woods waking you up in the morning with a hangover.
Yeah.
It's the experience, Brad. It's the experience. And then Ric Flair just walks through for no reason. Woo! There's not even an explanation.
Blood
He's
coming
just
out of his face.
He's just there. Brad, I've already sold this shit better than they'll ever sell it.
Yeah.
None of what I said is probably true, but the point is I've done a better job selling it than they'll ever sell it. Just saying. There you go. You gotta give some respect to Brady for showing up. No, he's getting paid.
Yeah. No respect for Sean. Listen, hold on. I'll tell you a little something. For years, and this was like the first Brady scandal, right? Because the guy was clean cut and all that, right? He was doing the Best Buddies charity with the Kennedys for many, many years. Early on in his career, through his entire time here in New England, that he was a part of the Best Buddies Foundation. Towards the end of his time here, documents got leaked that he was not being charitable himself, and he was getting paid to be the face of Best Buddies. Okay, which for those who don't know, it's a program that helps with kids with developmental disabilities. And everyone kind of thought that this was like his big thing, something he believed in, that he was doing for, the kindness of his heart, for, charitable. And then they find out, no, he was collecting a check every year. And there was one year that I did participate. I rode 100 miles from Boston to Hyannisport and on Cape Cod, all 100 miles in one day on the bike.
I thought you were going to say you went 100 miles and gave somebody a piggyback ride.
No, he went to the wrong event. It was called
piggyback ride for 100 miles.
Oh,
whatever he needs. So we get down there, and Brady's there, and actually Belichick was there also, and they were really great with the kids and everything. They weren't spending any time with anybody that wasn't in the program. They weren't signing autographs. They weren't talking to people, taking pictures, unless you were, in that program. And we all thought this was absolutely fantastic. You have Belichick, you have Brady, you had some other Patriots there, all supporting these kids that deserve the support. And what a great guy doing this charitable stuff, because he's so desired and wanted, and he could be doing other things on a Saturday. And then we found out that he was getting a pretty big check to do this, and he took a huge hit here in New England, a huge hit. When they found out that he was not doing that out of the kindness of his heart. So that was like the first bump he took here, I think.
So you're saying, bordering on some not so fellowdom.
He had everybody believing he was doing this out of the kindness of his heart for a long time, and then come to find out he was just doing it for a paycheck.
Wow.
And you shouldn't. I'm sorry, if you have that kind of money and that kind of fame, you don't take money from an organization that's supporting this clientele and these kids. I'm sorry. That's my soapbox. I'm not talking here telling me what I've done. I've participated in certain things. I've done certain things in regards to that clientele. I am a huge supporter of Special Olympics, Best Buddies, and working with these kids my whole life. And I just never looked at him the same way.
All I got out of that, Brad, was a lot of Eric has a lot of sorry in him. That's what I felt came off of that.
Why
a lot of sorry.
I'm not sorry.
You were sorry. There was a lot of sorry. I heard much sorry coming out of you.
I'm just
not
I'm just not a huge fan of Tom Brady.
Who is really? What kind of a person of questionable research? Imagine liking Tom Brady and purchasing Alec Manoah cards. That'd be awful. That'd be awful. John here has a question. We only say it because we love, Brad. We only say it because we love.
I know. I like it.
With Eric, we say it because we hate. But otherwise, it's love. Otherwise, it's love. Sean here says, does UD purposely hold back? I've noticed over the last few years, Series 1 and 2 hockey would come out, the shops would run out of their allotment, and magically Xmas rolls around and boom, stock everywhere. Remember, don't forget the middle of the equation, distribution. So does Upper Deck purposely hold back? Upper Deck doesn't gain anything by holding back because they're getting X price. So when they're actually doing the regular product, they're charging X price. The distributor buys the boxes at X price, and then they determine Y price, which is higher than X price. How much higher? It depends. When it comes to a product like what's going on right now, well, that's why I kind of alluded to it before. Do you think that it costs fundamentally different any amount to print Series 1 and Series 2 this year? Did it even cost $1 extra? It's the same inserts, the same variety, the same set configuration. A lot of it is the same. In reality, there was no difference. But why was the price double? A little thing called the secondary market. And the distributors took a chunk of that. And then on the other end of it, then if the shop expects to stay solvent, they have to put something on top of it. But if the price already got bumped up this much, that's the name of the game. So the multiple waves, can Upper Deck be producing things in waves? Then yes. But are they intentionally holding back of it? I don't think so, because it doesn't actually help them. If they were charging more, if they're doing direct and they're getting to charge more for each additional wave, then sure, yeah, why not? But because they've got somebody in the middle, then they're not getting the full benefit of it. The distributor is getting a bigger chunk of that pie than everybody else in the chain. The distributor is the one who's getting the bigger piece. Distributors can and may have allegedly held stuff back. But, that's word around the grapevine. Such stories have been uttered out there in different times. Allegedly. Bubbles, this is Eric, international man of misery. I went there. The infamous grading notes one. So we did have, I think it was Sean, maybe it was somebody else, but it might have been Sean. talking about the grading notes thing. So, Brad, when are you going to start jotting down grading notes in the back of slabs? Let's go.
Yeah, exactly. I only do that for Eric.
Handwritten.
But it was brought up by Ryan Hogue that for certain service levels, they're working on ways to make this happen. And I haven't heard anything since that last comment that he publicly made about it. So I do think it's coming for higher service levels. I don't know when. I have no idea.
Yeah, on the AMG show, I threw out my theory, and this is not based on any. Brad would know more than I, so he's closer connected to it than I am. I'm just guessing as somebody who's observed the company from a distance and at least knows some of how it works over there. If you wanted to do that, probably the easiest way for you to do it would be to link it and associate it to the QR code and thing related, the information that you're getting in the app. So when you do your scan, you can load more data in there. In theory, if you really wanted to, you could update the app and load more data. And if you did that, that'd be a really easy way for you to provide that so that somebody could scan it and get additional information. But it's up to you to do. It's number one, up to you to want to do it. Number two, have a spot to do it. Number three, update the app so that you can do that. And then have somebody punch it in. As long as somebody punches it in, associates it to that specific record, when you pull it up on the app, you could do it. I don't see any reason why not, other than either cost or a desire to do it. It's really up to them if they wish to go that route.
Mm-hmm.
CC says, good evening, gents. Brad is making me hungry. Appreciate you, CC.
I was starving. I didn't have supper, and I normally don't, but Sherry made me some nachos, and they're absolutely delicious, and I couldn't stop eating them. So I do apologize if I had some crackles in there without going on mute.
There you go. Bob Bozo says it's a good soapbox to stand on, much better than saving whales. That was you, Eric. Justin says, at least he shows up, Eric. I respect him, money or not. I don't.
Okay, listen, and Justin, we don't have to agree, and I'm not coming at you, all right? But I see that the next comment is Brady doesn't need to show up, but the guy does respect. Okay, listen, he does need to show up. He signed a contract. He's getting paid to be there. He does need to show up. When you get your paycheck at the end of every week and your boss hands you your paycheck, does he thank you for showing up and give you respect because you showed up for work? No, it's your job. You're getting paid. You have a contract. It isn't like you're coming in and working for your job for free. And at the end of the week, they go, hey, thank you so much for coming in. I really respect you. You didn't have to be here. No, you do have to be there. He's paying you. Everything you're saying is wrong.
And I would think specifically also that given that Ruben has a really good relationship with some of those guys, they probably have like certain business deals they do together. And they actually go like, hey, do me a favor, help me promote this, come down and hang out at this thing. It'll help it be bigger. And then we'll do some other deals on the other stuff. So Brady's, even if it's not a specific paycheck for that specific appearance, it's part of a bigger package of things he's doing with Fanatics and them, where he's getting a cut of all these other elements. There's so many pieces to this pie, and he's getting a lot of those slices. So it's just a matter of like, you do this for me, and we'll give you a sweetheart deal on this other thing. Because when they did
with him getting paid,
the autographs, he got a cut of that.
I got no problem with him getting paid working for Fanatics. It's a moneymaker for him. Good for him. I'm talking about his charity work that you come to find out he did not show any type of charity. And that is where he got the heat from New England fans, and that's why a lot of people started having issues with him. Because his charitable contributions to the community were not charitable. He was getting paid.
Let me finish reading a couple of these comments and we'll bring Bob back into it here. Bob also says distributors should distribute the damn product. What? Outrageous.
He said damn.
I'm shocked by your suggestion. So quickly scroll through here. When will Upper Deck release the box with the Bedard 1/1? After I have gotten the one with the X marked on it, Ham.
Yeah,
we have a spring expo. Look, Brad and I have a whole plan. He's getting the chopper so that we can fly down to David Adams to collect, and I get the big old novelty check. Brad has to get the chopper ready. We got to get fireworks. We're gonna have pyro. Like, you think WrestleMania 40 had pyro? Oh no, we're gonna have fucking pyro.
Get the chopper.
Gonna be crazy. That takes planning, man. You can't just make that happen. Come on.
Yeah, StreamYard just gave me the boot. I was like,
just in general, the mood.
that happened last time. Gone.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I sent you
Zach,
something via text. Check that
Yes,
out.
I've got it here. That's why I wanted to. I'm going to come back to it. I've got it
take your
right
time.
here, right beside me. So Zach here says, Eric, sorry about getting paid by the charity. Was that Brady or Belichick? I think that was speaking of Brady, I believe.
Tom Brady.
What if it's his hobby?
No,
Might have
just
missed
you
the
don't have to read his comments. Just
Maybe
go
I did.
over them.
Look, he pays for the like button too.
Mhm.
Everybody pays for the like button, Eric. Everyone pays.
Boys, I
Michael.
gotta take off.
Don't go yet, Brad. Don't go yet.
No.
All right. I'll finish reading. Give me 1 second. Let me finish reading these. And there's one thing here that we want to touch on.
Interesting.
Both houses are not cool. They're arrogant since everybody kisses their ass all the time. Yep. Doesn't need the money. Brady needs the money. He's getting a piece of the line. Yes. This man won you how many championships? According to me, none.
He got paid
moving
to
forward.
do that. That's his fucking job.
This contract job talk coming from Eric, the person who gets to work the least. I know. When it comes to distributors, it comes to buying power. Too many small shops. No Walmart. Yes, that's right. Paul here. Evening, gents. And DeSalvo. Right on. Moses says, I wonder if half these charities or companies approaching athletes to be the face. Mostly yes.
Yeah.
All right. I'm glad I found this channel. You guys are great. Thank you, Sean. Green Cardboard. Good evening to you. Either an ambush or intervention is coming. Yes. Here. Good evening, friends. And Eric, can we inform Eric that we all get paid to be your friends? Facts.
And my mother's
I'm caught up.
so I don't know what's going to happen in 3 months when she's broke. I don't know if you guys are still going to be charitable and hang out with me, or you're going to be like, sorry,
God, no.
Paid anymore.
Absolutely
So,
not. Absolutely not. We have standards.
She says I got 3 months left, and that's it. And then you guys aren't going to play with me anymore.
Yeah, and then that's it. No Bobby in the garage of knowledge. No Brad Hartland letting you have Leafs tickets for your real favorite team. No more getting to be the face of the like button on Friday nights. This is the highest level you've ever achieved in your life, being the face of the like button on Friday nights.
Basically.
And worst of all, Marcel disowns you.
Yep.
Not only that, he disowns you in French. You're not even going to understand that he disowned you, but you're just going to know it's vicious and you're going to be devastated.
And it won't be Quebec French; it'll be Parisian French.
Dang.
You know.
I better really enjoy the next 3 months then. Before
I was going to say you better really milk every last ounce out of it. All right, I'm muting you because I want to read this comment out.
Did you see the breaking news that just came through too?
That's what he's reading.
Okay, is it the one about the Gretzky case? Is that what we're talking about?
Nope, the Arizona.
So is it official?
Oh, it just popped up from Sportsnet. Officially, the players.
I'll touch on that in half a second. Before we do, we talked about previously in a previous episode. That's the advantage of being episodic. We have talked about this before.
You got another chance, Brad.
We have talked about the 7980 OPC case. 7980 OPC case. But according to CBC.ca, and I don't have the full article. Bobby gave me a snippet of this. I'll see if I can find the full article, and we'll include it in the link in the description. But apparently, in the snippet we got here, the man who bought the highly sought-after multi-million-dollar hockey case of hockey cards now says he doesn't want them anymore. Well, they're hockey cards. Who wants those things anyway? CBC confirmed that Ontario-based real estate agent Jack Oshowski won the auction for a case containing thousands of unopened 7980 OPC brand hockey cards. The set that contains the Wayne Gretzky rookie card for $3.72 million USD. However, Oshowski says he has not paid the full amount for the cards yet, so they remain in the auction house's vault. Scandalous!
Oh.
Scandalous!
Oh. Hey, this is breaking. I don't think anybody on the internet has got this. We better get live. Go on.
Scandalous.
Yeah, he realized that he overpaid and it was stupid.
it was all of a sudden, all you see is something that says, wait, that was in US dollars? And you see Eric, you see Pat because like, oh. It's just distance, the planet. Oh.
And I have to pay 13% on that?
Dang.
Again, how
like
many times
$7.8 million Canadian.
And how
That's
many
about
times
$5 million.
discussed that he could have had 25 PSA 7 Gretzky's for 215,000 or something we came up with, right? We had that whole discussion. And he went, oh, wait a minute. Every other card in there is completely worthless. And I could have just got out and spent 215,000 and got exactly the same thing.
Though. He's in there.
It's so stupid. The whole thing was stupid. We concluded it from day one. Stupid.
Okay.
Last Gordie Howe card.
So what I'm going to do here is I went to CBC's website. I found the actual article itself, the full article. So I will make sure to include that in the description. if you want to read it yourself. The headline is actually, "I'm not so passionate about it," which is always a good place to start. Winner of multi-million-dollar Gretzky card case says he changed his mind. Heading. Buyer says he wants to find a better home for cards. Floats Wayne Gretzky, Drake, and True Soulmate. I'm excited. Brad, scandal. Why do you think, Brad, we couldn't let you go first? We needed to get to this. Brad, scandalous.
But did you see he paid? He's paid $3 million of it. He only owes $720,000.
It just seems silly to hold back. Brad, you're gonna like this. I'm reading further in the article, and it actually makes it better. Online bidding for the cards went into extended bidding time, dragging into the early morning. He said he chugged 4 Red Bull energy drinks to keep him focused and sharp in order to continue bidding competitively. This only gets better. This is getting better.
That's
I'll read the rest of this article later, but I wanted to give you. I will put a link to it in the description for you. I do recommend reading it because as soon as I see the Red Bull thing, I'm like, oh my god.
So he ended up chugging 4 cans of liquid booger sugar.
Mm-hmm.
And then started making bad decisions. Okay, that makes sense.
He's getting $700K from the endorsement of Red Bull. So,
oh my god,
and it's fake.
Well, we poo-pooed this from day one, and now it's all coming.
Now it's cockeyed. Yeah.
Oh my god.
So, Brad, you got another chance.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's a shot.
The chalet or this.
There you go. And I'm scrolling ahead. Like, this is actually a full-length article. I'm not going to read the whole article to you. I'll read one more thing here. Ryan Haney, owner of the owner of Queen City Sports Cars in Regina, said it sounds like a Shosky bit off more than he can chew.
Oh, you think?
Quote quote unquote. I like it.
Or do you think it's a flip? Do you think it's a flip? Because remember, always the second time something sells gets more than the first time out, right? That's typical for hockey cards, collectibles, display boxes, wrappers, stuff like that. Those things, the second time out publicly, large things, they always go for a little bit more the second time. So he's probably going to reconsign it and then probably sell it from there.
Mm-hmm. Pablo says, if Carlos is the leader and Eric is the face, does that mean Bobby Burrell is Mr. C? He pities the fool.
He does pity the fool.
Tom Brady was suspended for 4 games for cheating deflated footballs. What can you expect from a person that does that? Guy has no integrity. Listen, Brad knows I am 100% here for Tom Brady slander. I mean, not here. No, I mean here. I'm here for Tom Brady slander, allegedly. Eric beat me to the overpaid comment. I petitioned the Realtor Association to remove his realtor license on account of ethics. He's like, you reneged, sir. You reneged. Bobby licking his chops. That's right. These are like the weak excuses people send about winning eBay auctions. Facts. I just thought that was worth it. When Bobby sent it and I was scanning through it, I was like, oh yes, we have to talk about this for a moment. Okay, so we talked about the PSA, the Goldin angle. We'll come back to that later, but we wanted to do the high level thing. I want to have a little more fun with Kenny though. We'll do that later. Later, before the end of the episode, we'll come back to Kenny. But Brad, any other thoughts or anything related? This bit though, I kind of enjoyed this.
I'm very excited to read the whole thing. I'm definitely gonna do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
This is worthwhile. I like this. I like this twist the story has taken. This is taking quite the twist.
Coming back strong. Wow.
As always, praise the content gods.
Yeah.
Do it for Eric. Do it for the content. Look, Neo said in the Discord correctly that Carlos complained that the content game has been weak. I had to troll people about WrestleMania and piss off the Wrasslin fans just to entertain myself.
Yeah.
And then the content guys were like, our bad. We're back from vacation. We're going to fix it. All the things.
We're good.
Thank you, content gods. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, bros. As always. As always.
That's awesome.
So any thoughts before you head out there, Brad? Are you just going to go Tiger? You got anything else for us?
No, it's going to be a great weekend. Lots happening in the world. And I've hit a wall. 5 a.m. wake up. I'm exhausted right now. So I know I got to get back up at 5 a.m. tomorrow, so I'm just going to hit the sack. But It's always fun, Bobby, Carlos, and even you, Eric. I thoroughly enjoyed my time with you this evening.
You can sleep well tonight.
You don't have to lie. No one believes you.
You will sleep well.
We'll talk later, Brad. We've got some things that are going to be coming up here, and we're also, like I said, heading into the Spring Expo. So in the next couple of weeks here, we're going to start ramping up our Spring Expo discussion as we lead into it. And there'll be more discussions about that. We'll have Brad back in. We'll talk about PSA Canada's plans. We'll talk about burning Eric in effigy. It's going to be very exciting. We're all going to love it.
Are you going to the expo, Brad?
Oh, yeah.
Carlos, are you going to the expo?
Maybe.
Uh,
Maybe I will.
Eric? Yeah. He's a hockey
Mhm.
fan.
Yeah,
Sure.
fake hockey fan.
It is.
Brad, take it easy. Thanks for coming down. We'll catch you later.
Hey,
all right?
Brad.
Take it
Thanks,
easy.
guys. See you, boys.
Justin says, Eric, stop being such a hater of Brad. This man is your friend.
For at least for 3 more months.
Eric is like, you were never my friend. And then Brad's like, no one is your friend.
For 3
Valid
more months.
points.
Outside the contract, from what I understand.
Bob also says, was this a collect article? It was not. That was CBC.ca.
Hey, what's collect article? Hey, they're new on the block.
Yeah, man, I haven't checked to see if they've got it, but I've got the specific CBC one though that you're referencing. I've got that one. And by the way, those extra tidbits, the 4 Red Bull thing was just funny. the rest of it is like I gotta kick. I was like, wait, it's like, and I kept scrolling. I'm like, there's more. This is proper journalism. This is what I needed to know.
But why would collect CLESCT be actually referenced here? Like they just started.
Well,
So
because they actually have started posting articles. They do have some, and they do have auction coverage. So this would actually fit within their mandate of what they would like to cover. So, and to be honest, it would actually be a lot of people would be like, oh, well, why would you cover like a more negative topic? It's like, because if you want eyeballs, you need to cover news, and it would be worthy. Oh, you just had this record auction and the whole thing, and there's something going on and it hasn't been completed. That is worthwhile covering. That would be worth discussing.
Yes, for sure.
Talk about the Utah Yeti. Yes, we will. We will in a second. Now I'm going to get Eric. This is an opportunity. We're actually going to talk about the hockeys.
They can't. All right. I want to talk about this. I don't have any of the information. This is all news to me.
I'm gonna grab some information so we at least have a starting point. We will get to that here in a moment.
They can't call it a Yeti.
Why not?
So I heard Eric say sorry so often. I thought he wants to be on our Canadian. He's the Canadian. Anyway, Josh's comment was, I heard Eric say sorry so often tonight. I think he wants to be an American. He's in a Canadian protectorate state. He's in denial.
You know what I'm not sorry about? Shut up, Josh.
Is that what the shops on the secondary market for my product? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I like to make fun of them, as you should. More product. Shops on the secondary market for more product. You can. But I've never had a problem finding things at Expo. And by the way, this Expo, Bobby, I got to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
This Expo has been a little bit unique in that I have never been able to successfully have all my ducks in a row almost a month in advance.
What's going on with you?
Usually I'm scrambling for a couple of things. At the end. I just feel like a lot of the scheduling worked out for me in the sense that hotels paid for. Got a little stash, got a little cash already in the account. It's literally accruing interest as we speak. It's just waiting.
Wow.
It's waiting to be deployed. It's waiting to be deployed as we speak. So I'm ready. I'm waiting and I'm ready. The eBay sales have helped with this, so I've been able to kind of shuffle a couple of bucks.
I gotcha.
Yeah, and now that I got the other boxes, I mentioned it, but I opened one here tonight. I opened 2 on the video, but we got another inner case.
Here we go.
Inner case, so I'll be cracking open that thing.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be on the Wrasslin channel coming up here in the next couple of weeks.
You have an addiction.
I think so.
Maybe.
But you see how much more money he has now that he's been opening that stuff? Something's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Something. Don't know what. Just
Buy
saying.
low, sell high.
That's it. I knew
Buy
it.
low, sell high.
That's the secrets.
Uh-huh.
Who knew?
Eric will never discover my secrets because I utilize the maths.
I knew it was something. Had to be something.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm.
The maths. Eric fears the maths. It's a fact. Mm-hmm.
I prefer you don't even say the word again tonight. All right, twice is enough. Or you say that 3 times in a row, something's going to show up.
This is gonna be like the Monty Python bit where the knights to say knee, and then Erica starts running away.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. There's another reference. Cash is king. It is. Ripping wax is a problem, maybe. But if it's a problem, the solution to the fever is more wax.
It is. The fever's never
It's more
gone.
fun to open the wrestling stuff. It is. Like, so in all seriousness, we've talked about this. We've talked about this in the podcast. At the price point that I get these boxes at, it can actually work for you. If I paid retail, I would not have opened more than maybe 1 or 2 boxes. There'd be no inner cases. But at the price that I'm getting at the price that I've been able to get, and by the way, as I've been opening, I've been selling. And every single time as I've gone through the stack of them, I have been in the black on every single one of those because the price point and what I've pulled have actually allowed me to extract the value out of it. Unlike current modern product right now, where it's like, oh, it's a $500 box. How much you get out of it? Like $100? The maths do not work on that. No, can't do that.
You're a fanatics kind of
times
retailer now.
Mm-hmm.
You got that top tier status, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you're getting prices so low.
So the influencer privilege.
And a breaker. You turned into a breaker too. Holy.
Yeah, I turned a breaker for myself.
Yeah, well, it's still breaking, right?
Yeah, it is true. It is true. It is true. What's funny though is this is the first time I was actually chatting with Josh, and because I was able to grab a bunch of boxes, Josh will be acquiring some boxes from the stash of boxes. I've already set them aside for Josh.
Oh, jeez.
Just remember, Carlos, the first step in solving the problem is admitting that you have one.
Well, did you say more maths?
Come on.
It was there.
That's what I heard.
Because it's step 1, step 2, step 3. I don't know. Too many steps, too many numbers. Hard.
All I heard was step 1, crack the boxes. Step 2, step 3, profit.
Step 3, buy more boxes. Step 4, crack more packs.
Profit.
Yeah.
DCI in the market gets you basically everyone else. Yes. Oh, I've got beer, but we had too many actual good stories that we could talk about. So now I want to lay. So like I said, I was having my fun opening the boxes, and I think Carlos Sr. is actually going to get to open a box because as soon as he saw it, he goes, "Well, can I open one of those?" Says, yes, you can. I will make sure. I will make sure he loves opening the boxes though. He has fun with those ones. It's enjoyable for him to open the packs. I'm like, no problem. I will make sure one of them is set aside for these purposes.
Eric, if Carlos had a problem, he wouldn't share. How many drug dealers, how many alcoholics share? None. There you go.
Eric has a lot of problems that he shares all the time. All the time.
Here, have my last beer. No.
No, that doesn't happen. No.
That doesn't happen. So he's okay. Carlos, you're good to go.
Well, here's the thing. If you want to talk about addiction,
Yes.
It writes itself. Moving on.
Cut.
Mm-hmm. Sean says, might be neat to see Eric's PC. How many Regis and Hal Gills do you need? Hal F and Gill.
What I do like to do that if because I'm not just gonna start showing things off, but I do get a kick out of people kind of challenging me to see if I have something and how quickly I can get it on the screen.
That's an addiction too.
Yeah.
Oh, a hockey card from an actual good team.
That's a real addiction.
Eric is like, damn it! I'll be back in an hour.
Is that affliction or addiction? I can't remember. Okay, one of the two.
Well, Eric might have affliction shirts. Does that count?
Maybe. Aflac.
Maybe. Those don't smoke. I'm on beer. Live the dream, buddy. All right. So, just so Justin doesn't spontaneously combust, because he might, Carlos is going to go get his beer. But before he does, let's quickly pull this up here. I want to see if I can actually get it. So, I guess they call it Utah. It's supposed to be, I guess it's under Utah instead of Salt Lake City, but it is technically Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City,
let's see here.
Utah.
Yeah, but I want to know, like, apparently they're calling it Utah instead of Salt Lake City. So your Arizona Coyotes players told team is moving to Utah, which we've been hearing about for a couple of days, according to several sources. Okay, really? So I'm just going to read a couple of lines from this article, and then we'll talk some thoughts here. So according to several sources, again, this is still in progress as we speak, but it had been rumored for now a couple of weeks, and it's accelerated the last several days in particular. According to several sources, Arizona Coyotes players and staff were told before Friday's game in Edmonton, so I guess this is why it became a thing right now, that the team will be going to Utah, and there will be an opportunity to check out their new locale. With players and staff demanding answers at the reports of a potential move, Coyotes GM Bill Armstrong flew to Alberta after attending the Frozen Four semifinals in Thursday in Minnesota. He declined to comment, but those sources indicated he came clean about the move and told everyone there would be arrangements to visit Salt Lake City. So apparently they've been in the final stages of it. For anybody who hasn't been keeping tabs, obviously the Coyotes had become kind of a running joke, playing out of like a 4,000 seat like college arena, and having dressing rooms that were literally curtains, and all the amenities that they're in. So it's not a good look for the NHL, and they've been trying to figure out ways of getting an arena. But the problem is, even their one proposal to buy this piece of land and develop it, well, even if you do, it's going to take years. So you'd have to spend more years in this college rate or somewhere else in the meantime, and that ain't going to work. So I've heard multiple scenarios. I've heard scenarios with them moving, and then potentially, if the owners are able to develop the land either through expansion or relocation, Arizona getting another hockey team, which would be weird.
Well, the Salt Lake City Eagles, they were in the 70s, they were the American Hockey League. There was a huge following for them, but they only lasted about 6 years or something like that. So coming back, I think it's going to, kickstart the fans again. I think it's a good thing.
I have no issue with it because I know the owner in Utah really, really wanted it. They have an arena that can actually house a team.
Yes.
Now they've got a turnkey setup that they could do that. And again, the NHL under the right circumstances would go back to Arizona. It's just the current situation hasn't worked. And they need an actual, because they had all the issues, right? They were in Scottsdale. They were in this. They were in that. They were the Phoenix Coyotes. They were Arizona Coyotes. Like, it's ridiculous. The whole thing has been ridiculous pretty much from the get-go. I would rather you don't go back to Arizona, but I understand why you're trying to based on television size of market. I get the idea, but it's been stupid since 96.
Have lost money every single freaking year of their existence. It should not exist. And I really don't understand the stubbornness with the NHL. They went bankrupt.
And Bateman said he doesn't give up on teams. It's like, okay, so the rest of the teams are actually supporting them.
Yeah, the NHL had to buy it and manages it and everything because even Wayne Gretzky as an owner and coach couldn't save that.
So let me give you guys a couple of bullet points. Let me give you guys a couple of bullet points here, though. Obviously, we've got the Arizona, the Coyotes, the Phoenix angle, the history, and all this. So there's two things that I want to bring up that maybe will be worthwhile discussing while I get my beer. One of them is obviously the longstanding history, the issues of it. Second is, I think it might be like, I have no moral opposition to having a team in Utah. Whatever, they've got a capable arena. Knock yourselves out. That's fine. And in this case, Arizona would make sense because right now they need a place to live. So, and they've got a place for them to live, and an owner who wants it and really, really wants to get in and has money. So from that perspective, fair enough. But the other piece of the puzzle, and this would be the other angle of it, obviously the other place that has been angling for this for the longest time, and obviously the NHL never really gives a consideration, is our good buddies at Quebec City. And Yannick over there is like, Tabernacle! They're like, expansion, you're not looking at us. Relocation, you're not looking at us. Like, seriously, bros. So a couple of thoughts, a couple of things to show over Eric. That's an easy one. That right there is a low-hanging fruit. I might want to at least look at that one for a second. All right, I'm going to get my beer and I'll be right back.
Yeah, I think Hamilton's been a big problem too. A lot of people want Hamilton to be another city, but it's almost too close to Toronto, so that I think it would distract a lot of the high-priced Leaf fans for the tickets and stuff like that, and drive them for 40-minute drive to Hamilton. It'd almost be worth it if the tickets are a lot cheaper. So Hamilton, Quebec, there's a few other cities too. But
what I don't understand, Bobby, and maybe you can educate me and help me out, is the fans in the last 40 years have not shown up to these franchises.
Yep.
In Canada.
Yep.
Okay, we're not just talking about Arizona. We're not talking about Florida, who has two teams that do very well. We're talking about Quebec City, and we're talking about Winnipeg. The fans stopped coming. They took Winnipeg away, brought it back, and now they're complaining again that the fans aren't showing up.
Yeah.
How in the world is Hockey Crazy Canada not showing up to these games? Now, I understand Toronto, for an example, and Montreal, because the ticket prices are so ridiculous. Just like here in Boston, just like in New York. Okay, those are like the the 4 highest ticket prices in the league. All right, Boston, New York. I think the Rangers might actually be number 1, believe it or not. Right, and then you got Toronto, Montreal, Boston. Those 4. I understand why true fans aren't going, and because it's all corporate and rich people. Winnipeg has got to be a cheap ticket. Why aren't people going?
Population is pretty low.
It's Hockey Case Canada.
Yeah. You got Calgary 2 hours away. 2-3 hours away? So, having two teams so close together in a small population province, it's tough. So I think that's a major problem. Another problem, Quebec. Why Quebec doesn't, I don't really know. There's such a Montreal Canadian-based fan there. It's almost like, Toronto has. Well, who do we also have Ottawa, but Ottawa's another story that don't have a lot of fan followings.
So let's so just so we we're on the same page here. So let's go, Eric. What do you define as a cheap ticket?
A cheap ticket. The top row of the building is like $20 a seat.
Try 87
in Winnipeg.
Yep.
Yeah, that's too much. That's utterly ridiculous.
I agree, Eric. I agree. The thing is, Eric, there is no cheap ticket in Hockey Case Canada. So I watched where they did kind of a. Basically, they did a. I want to say it was CBC as well, maybe, but it was somebody else went over there and like tried to put it together, and they basically, because initially Winnipeg had a nice run of sellouts because they had just gotten the team back and everything, but what they discovered and what the problem was, and Winnipeg themselves sent out a bunch of feelers to folks. Go, okay, for you were season ticket holders before, what happened? And then they're getting some feedback back, and what they're getting is that a bunch of us went in on season tickets. It's not one person owning the season tickets. It's a bunch of us getting the season tickets and combining forces, but that's hard to do and organize and all that. And the majority of the season tickets were people pooling to get season tickets. They don't in Manitoba. They don't have the corporate. The Leafs would sell out regardless. They don't need to sell a single ticket. The corporate takes care of it all. Yeah. In reality, the building can be full while at the same time being empty. It's a sellout while a bunch of these seats are empty because they were paid for.
Right.
So that's a reality in Toronto, but in Winnipeg they don't have that. So it has to be people. But right now, if I go here on Ticketmaster right now, I've got it in front of me. The cheapest seat I can buy is $87 for section 323, row 12. $87 for one ticket. Well, 3 or 4 people. Eric, that's not cheap. That's a lot of money. That's the cheapest ticket.
I completely agree.
So I can't blame Eric, the people that are like, if you got a family of 4, we do the infamous family of 4, right? Okay, well that is $300,
right?
Without a drink, without food, without any to get in the building is $300.
Yeah, right. Not tire.
I can't blame Eric. I can't blame them. I'm sorry, they're not made of money.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's before taxes, by the way. That is before well, they say including taxes here, but
another issue is the oil market, the tar sands and all that stuff has been, obviously turned off. So that's actually taken a lot of money out of Western Canada. And, when it's booming out there, like people at Tim Hortons are making like $22 an hour when things were booming, but now they're, nothing now, obviously. So I think that took a lot of money out of the province, and I think they're struggling at this point. So out of all those provinces, even Vancouver, they have a tough time too. Well, depends on the team too. If you have a good team, it's okay. Like McDavid, sure, he helps keep Edmonton alive and stuff like that. But without him, how would they do? I'm not too sure.
I agree, but I think it's important though. I think it is important though to we talk about it, and we like to make fun of the peasants, and it's enjoyable. But the reality of it is that so you've got 41 games, and if you're a season ticket holder, whatever the case may be, and like I said, for Winnipeg, that is a smaller arena. That arena holds about 13,000. So they can only do. The good news is it's good sight lines. The good news is that you're not going to have a quote unquote bad seat. But again, at $87 at kind of the low end here, it's not cheap. That doesn't qualify as cheap to me. That's not a cheap night out to go visit this game. So you can only like suck money out of people for so long. And even if they're super passionate, enthusiastic about it, maybe they can do it for a couple of years. But eventually I got other expenses, man. I got other things going on. Like I only have so much money, and other things are pulling money out of my pocket. I don't have more.
Nope.
And you're bleeding me dry as it is. Like I don't have more money.
Yeah. These smaller market teams, even the ones in Canada, can't be charging $87 for the top of the building, I mean, here in Boston, I can't go to a game. I haven't been to a game in years because the worst seat in the house is $100 and something. And so $120 or whatever for like the worst seat in the house. And I bring my wife and daughter, and we're up in the nosebleeds in this massive stadium.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not doing this. No way.
No.
I remember paying $75 and sitting right behind the Bruins bench.
Yeah. I think that's that. So to me, whenever there's a criticism of attendance, I have to go look at what the prices are because I think that's critical. That's extremely important.
Sure.
Yeah.
And especially if there is a financial
and parking. That's true. You got to pay for parking too.
And if people, don't have the same amount of money in their pocket due to, recessions or lack of work or whatever the situation, the prices have to show that. Your prices can't go up when your fan base are losing money. So, if up north, they're depending on, oil production, and people are losing their jobs because that's changed. The ticket prices can't go up.
Yeah.
And expect the building to be full.
And who's going on a Tuesday night after driving 2 hours? Because it's not like it's concentrated like Toronto, or even Montreal. It's a different scenario out there. I was saying Calgary and Edmonton are 2-3 hours apart. Winnipeg's totally different. Yeah. So they're rural by themselves in the first place. And if you go back and if you look at collectibles, if you're collecting Winnipeg Jets from the previous, because they're another team that kind of came, and same thing with Quebec, another team that came out of the WHA. They just didn't have that solid footing when they came in. And that's really unfortunate. New Jersey survived, but that was a little later, a couple of years after. But most of those teams didn't really do so well. A couple did, obviously, but it's really tough go.
Yeah, I
don't know where they're going to go from here, though.
I mean, my first instinct, and obviously we just discussed why it's not as easy as I hoped, was that you just give Canada another team because the fan base is there. The fans love the sport, want to show up for it, but they've already lost 2 teams. They got one back, and that one's on the way out.
Yep.
I mean, they're talking about getting rid of the Winnipeg Jets again.
Yeah, and Hamilton's kind of got their hand in the air too, right? Like I was saying, Carlos, and Quebec, they have a long standing. Like there's a lot of history with Quebec. Quebec Aces, Bevel. You got, all through their history, they have a storied history. It's just that the Montreal Canadiens dominate. And another thing too, prior to the expansion and those teams coming in 1980, 79, 80, was that most of those teams back then in 79 that transferred, they just, most of them were Toronto Maple Leaf fans or Montreal Canadian fans, and they're for life kind of fans. So you didn't really have that, we don't have anybody, and we got them, but I'm still a Montreal fan, but I'm still a Toronto fan, or still Vancouver fan, so they're all, it's a sordid game out there. It's hard to go have season tickets and pay $250 when your team is Montreal Canadiens and you're going to a Winnipeg Jets game because you're like watching NHL games. But it is like my son has season tickets to the Leafs, but he sells, certain tickets to survive taking the brunt of everything. Playoffs come, well, hey, there you go. You do
that's when you can make some money.
Yeah. Or, just whatever. You can selectively choose the games and what have you. But everybody, everybody wants to see the big players. They want to see OV. They're going to want to see him, especially next year. Every time he's going to be at Maple Leaf Gardens, everybody wants to see OV get another goal, get closer to Gretzky. Or, or McDavid or whatever. It's the certain teams that really, and if you're in the wrong league and in the wrong division, then you're kind of screwed for the teams that come and play you, right?
And I hate, and I've always hated as a fan who's paying. I understand the business side of it, but I hate the fact that some games cost you this much and other games cost you this much. There should be a flat fee. First one who gets the ticket gets the ticket. And if it's a $10 seat against, Arizona, it should be a $10 seat against Montreal. And whoever gets that ticket first.
It doesn't work that way. You know how PSA does it. If you send in, you get a 10, you got to pay.
Yeah, I know. It's just so frustrating that, and especially like the Bruins have had the last couple of years, they've been really good, right? During the regular season.
Usually, yes. Yeah.
Well, ticket prices are up because they're good.
Uh-huh.
and it's like,
but I think though the important point though, Eric, is that when we were talking about that the reason why it was important to go through the prices and just let's look at the real numbers. Let's not guess. Let's just look at what the reality is. And the Winnipeg's real big problem is not the fan base. The big issue is that they don't have the corporate support level, because the problem is I think the people look at the NHL 10 as like, guys, I don't give a crap how many fans you have. For most of these teams, the question is how many corporations you will have that will buy up blocks of tickets.
Oh, yeah.
And what they do with them is their own business. Maybe they give them to clients, or they do giveaways or whatever. Like there's a lot of things that used to happen when the Jays were selling 50,000 a game in the late 80s, early 90s, and they were selling out and 4 million plus per year. Yes, people were buying. Some people had to buy tickets from scalpers because they were sold out. Why were they sold out? Because people were buying blocks of tickets, and corporations bought blocks of tickets. They were giving away Jays tickets as prizes, as buy this and you get some Jays tickets. And literally they were buying, but it was the corporation buying thousands of them. So when they're buying thousands of, well, then the ticket's sold. So when you're adding it up in your little calculation here, in Toronto, the rank and file person is not the one up against the glass.
No,
it's the people that have the corporate position that, oh yeah, we got tickets.
It was prior. Like
it was, yes. But today it's corporately purchased. All those sections are bought. And I made the joke about it a long time ago. I think I mentioned I've been in a luxury box at the formerly Air Canada Center, now Scotiabank Place, one time. And the only time I was there was when I was working at the bank. This is years ago. I was finishing some stuff in the office late. One of the directors was there. The senior director was there, and they had actually been given tickets to that. And because I was there, just talked to one of the directors, say, "Oh, well, Carlos enjoys sports." Literally just pinged me and go, "Hey," because I was there. The only reason is because I was happy to still have him be there. It was the Visa MasterCard box.
Mm-hmm.
Food covered, drinks covered, everything's covered.
Oh,
Great
nice.
experience. Mm-hmm. Great experience. And they had the dessert cart and the whole thing. We got to live the proper bougie life. That's why we can't go back. We can't go back, Eric. We're not going back with the commoners. We're not going back with the commoners.
I keep trying to get my buddy Glenn to get me up to the Bruins alumni suite, and he doesn't want to go. And I'm like, come on, man. He won't hook me up and bring me up there.
Yep.
You have to join the alumni group. Well, that's
you do.
Toronto.
Yeah.
But the point is that you got this luxury box and everything. It's like it wasn't a dollar out of my pocket. It was already paid for by a corporation, and they had their space. And in this situation, normally they use it for clients. In this situation, it was as a thank you for business done. That was basically what it was. It was like, yep, as hey, thanks. Here are some tickets. Bring whoever you want, and we'll let them have the box for the night.
Take clients. It's all
exactly.
It's all taxable write-offs.
It's not fans buying the box. It's not fans buying the nicer tickets. No way.
So an interesting story happened to me. When last Monday before last, I went to the NHL alumni luncheon. And actually, I met somebody. He was actually speaking for about a half an hour or something, and it was Subban.
Yep,
Carl Subban, which is
senior Dad Subban. Yep,
Dad Subban. Yes, and he was telling some great stories. He's an educator and what have you. But he had the great story. He has 2 books out, and I thought he was amazing. He was a great guest. He was well storied with his, talking a little bit about PK and his other sons and all the stuff that they moved from, I think it was Jamaica, and then came to where did he move to? I think it was Sudbury. And it's like, oh my God, you go from Sudbury, Jamaica to Sudbury or whatever. I can't remember if it was Africa or Sudbury, Africa or Jamaica, whichever it was. And I said, you went from the extreme heat to the extreme cold. Like, who wants to go up there minus whatever? But it's just amazing who you get to meet at these luncheons. And, I got to talk to him for about, 10, 15 minutes afterwards. And it was really fun. He was a very entertaining guy and quite an impressive guy. Someone, they said, oh, PK and his father's going to. I said, oh, okay, great. And then he talks. It's like, wow, it was amazing. It was lots of fun. So it was it's amazing who you meet that's indirectly related to somebody with hockey. Not a lot of great stories about PK, a few, but it was mostly about his life and what he did and what he had to do. So interesting.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think
Yeah.
I think it works out as a great story, and I saw some of the pictures that you were able to share on some of that stuff, and it was pretty good stuff. Pretty good.
Oh
stuff.
yeah, I showed. Yeah, I got my picture with him. He signed my autograph book, and he put a nice little thing in there. It was kind of cool. Anyways, it's
Nice.
This was
different
Papa
people.
Subban? This is PK Subban's dad you're talking about still?
Yeah, Carl Subban. Yeah.
Now, I'm just out of curiosity. I'm trying to follow through. Why would you get him to sign something? Has he done something prolific, or is he just PK?
Well, yeah, he's with his upbringing and what he's done with his life, and he's written a few books, and his stories were really quite amazing. And it's indirectly, so it is a vintage book, and Carl is vintage, so I got him to sign the inside of my book. Because he says, well, you're an educator too with your books that you write and stuff like that. And I said, well, I bought my autograph book. You might sign it. And he signed right in the front. And he just, hey, it was really kind of cool. And it doesn't really have to be a superstar or anything like that. It's just somebody you respect, and that's enough for me.
And I'll tell you this, and
it's not a superstar signing book. It's actually just a book of people that I've met, and I got Sandy Hawley in there. He was a kind of a Canadian renowned jockey.
Well, first, I will sign it for you next time I come to Canada.
I said I said it was for people who I respect. Oh,
I was going to say the setup was so good. Bobby, you did not disappoint.
I slowed down on that.
Honestly. My bad. I have said, and I have not heard anyone that has ever argued with me when I said it, is that PK Subban would have been an unbelievable Bruin. And now you know what I mean by that. Bruin, the mystique of a Bruin, the attitude of a Bruin, the history of a Bruin. He would have been an absolute hero here in Boston if he had come here. And the fact that he played on the hated Montreal Canadiens killed me, because every time I saw that guy play, I'm like, oh God, I wish he played in Boston. He would have been the consummate Bruin. He would have been incredible.
We say that about Toronto people too, because Toronto fans and Bruin fans are pretty close. Yeah, I don't think Toronto's any better than the Bruins. I think we're almost equal, with Bruins being a little behind the Leafs. But anyways, I'm just saying.
Subban would have been legendary.
Anywhere he went, he would have been pretty good, except Montreal for you. Yes.
Oh God.
So I'll read a couple of comments here. Stu here says my company has great Twins tickets. I've won the drawing a couple of times, which is honestly, that's the way a lot of these things happen. A lot of the nicer. So when you see a fan there's a good chance it was related to something like that. So that's why I have to kind of, so just to bring it around to where that topic went, I always have to look at it with a grain of salt, Eric, because a lot of times but the attendance is like, well, then don't charge somebody such an absorbent amount that no reasonable person would actually be able to buy individual tickets. That's stupid. Yeah. Because at a certain point, Eric, you could be the biggest super fan in the world. You're like, okay, so my choices are I can go to the game and be a super supportive fan, or I can eat dinner.
Yeah.
And watch it on my television.
Hey,
I'm watching every game on TV. Like, I'm watching every game, but I cannot afford to get in that building.
Yep. And most of the games that are on a Tuesday, half the people got free tickets. I can't go. You want these? Go.
Soon, I'll go on a Tuesday. I have no life. I'll go on a Tuesday.
Oh, we know that we know. That we know.
Give me some free tickets. I want to go to the Bruins game, and I can't afford it, and it kills me.
You haven't been to the Bruins box yet?
No, that's what I'm saying. I keep asking my buddy Glenn to take me, and he doesn't even want to go.
Come on.
Did you ask him like this? Hey, Glenn.
Not yet.
I got an idea.
Doesn't Phil just go, hey, take the kid? No?
So Colin here. Good evening, Colin.
I got to talk to Phil.
Used to be cheaper to fly to a Florida Panthers game than to go to a Leafs game. It's a fact. Right? It would be cheaper to get a plane ticket, fly down, go into the building, and you could probably eat and get a beer, and it would still be cheaper.
Do you remember last year's playoff? Do you remember last year's playoffs?
When, how could I forget?
Well, shut up. Where they said that I forget who they
were trying to ban Leafs fans from.
They were trying to ban Leafs fans from going to away games.
I know. Yeah.
Because they wanted, actual fans of the home team to fill the stadium.
They couldn't do it.
And those goddamn Leaf fans were flying down and it's like, no, we can't have the place filled with Leaf. It's an away game for them.
Because the whole
the thing is, the Leafs
every time
fans,
Toronto gets a goal,
and the Leafs fans would have had no problem ponying up. They would have ponied up to go down there and be like, "Yeah, we'll fill your building. Don't worry."
It's like, wait a minute, isn't this a moneymaker? The person who shows up first and says, "I want to pay for that ticket," should get the damn ticket.
Yeah.
But they were saying we want to, for everyone who tried to purchase a ticket, they were like, "Well, we need to see a driver's license."
Yes. A passport or driver's license.
Driver's license. Well, we need to see where you're from. That's none of your effing business. I just thought that was complete garbage. I just, whoever shows up first with the money and says, "I'd like to purchase that," is the one who should get it.
Yeah, pretty simple.
If your fans aren't going to show up, don't stop the other fans from coming.
Damn straight.
Yep.
What? You had empty seats because your fans didn't show? Oh God, that was ridiculous.
Yep. Sounds like he'd have been the one that Eric stalked, allegedly. Bob Jackson says,
you don't have to read every comment that loser puts on the screen,
Don't read any comment that who says.
I'm not saying his name.
Bob Jackson says, radio station in the Bay Area can't even give away A's tickets. Yeah. Now, the A's are a different situation now because now the fans are actively being like, we hate this owner, because that's a different situation. If you hate the owner to the point that you're like, we want you gone, I have no issue then with then it's like, it's not even like, oh, the tickets are like free. We don't want to even deal with this guy. I refuse to patronize you in any way, shape, or form. That's a different conversation. And unfortunately, there are situations like that. And the A's situation is a mess. Like the whole thing's, I think now they're going to Sacramento, I believe. I think that was the idea. Now they're going to Sacramento temporarily, and then presumably eventually get into Vegas. Like, again, talking about all these different teams relocating, it's like, it's stupid. It's stupid. A lot of silliness. That is a level of Fisher hate now, which I get. I understand. International Board, sorry, Eric. PK was locker room cancer. They did have a lot of folks that didn't like him very much.
Now, all right. So educate me. Hold on, just for a quick second.
International Borders, go ahead. Yeah.
Educate me. Was this while he was in Montreal at the height of his career as a younger player, or was this later? I think when he played for the Devils and played for like the Predators, and at the end of his career. I'm just curious. I honestly don't know. I don't know everything about him. I just saw I only know what I saw on the ice, and I loved what I saw this guy in Montreal. So I'm curious about what his behavior was like or reported to be like in Montreal early in his career, because that's the PK I wanted on the Bruins. So
I will leave it to International Borders to fill in the blanks on that one.
And again, I'm not being sarcastic. This is an honest to God, please educate me question.
Sure. Colin here says, I lived in Florida for 10 years. In 2010, parking was free, and the team would walk around outside like a scalper and sell tickets for $5. Upper mezzanine was closed. And here, ridiculous how other fans are not realizing what fans know about this, about the team for a decade plus. Yep. I get you. Sean here says, in 2004, Panther season tickets sold for $5 and change for 41 games combined. Empty seats don't buy food and drinks and pay for parking. Now, I will go back to what I said before. As a longtime Jays fan, and as someone who attended at least 20 games every year for years, it's tough for me to do it now because honestly, the dome is a pain in the ass. And I'm really over the dome, a lot of it. But I kind of want to check out the new configuration. If I find the right day and the right time, now that I'm back working a couple of days a week downtown, when we get into the better weather, Eric, I might just be like, all right, today is the day. I'm going to go pop in at least for 6 or 7 innings and then head home. And if the right situation happens, I might be able to give that a shot. But the point is this: at a certain point in time, they had, and I've told the story before, so I'll do it quick. They had what was called the Toronto Star Season Ticket Pass. It was something you could buy from the Toronto Star, and it was a little card, and you could present it at the box office on game day. And there's certain conditions you have to follow. But on game day, you could walk in, and if they hadn't sold out the section, which they never did, they never sold it out, you would get a ticket to the 500 level. And most of the time, the tickets in 500 level they had were decent. Again, it's 500 level. You're up the top section. But if you're in the right spot, you're over the top of the field, so the view is fine. You can see the whole game. It's perfectly fine. But the season ticket pass, Eric, when I first got it, was $81 for 81 games. You cannot beat it. Like it. But the point of it was, we'd rather have some people there who want to be there, and you buy a hot dog and a drink, and we still make money.
I told you before in 1999, I paid $3 Canadian from a guy on the street that was begging me to go. $3 Canadian. I bought 2 tickets, so it's $6 Canadian. That's maths. That's as far as I'm going to go. And I went to the Blue Jays game against the Orioles and saw Cal Ripken play, which was cool. I didn't hate baseball as much as I do now, and I knew the importance of watching Cal Ripken play. So $3 Canadian, a guy is basically begging me to take this ticket and go watch the game. And I went, okay. And I was just walking by. I had no interest in going to a baseball game, but I was on vacation, so I had nothing else to do. And I'm like, $3? Sure. My buddy and I, $3 each. And we went. And we got the upper level was completely empty.
Yep.
That's what our tickets were for. It was completely empty, the entire upper level. And we just snuck down, and I sat on the first baseline. Three rows up from the first baseline with $3 Canadian tickets. And I watched Cal Ripken play from 3 rows up.
That was the glory days. But the key was, and this is for me, this is just for me nostalgically. There was obviously the years where the team was great and they were drawing big time. And then there were those years that we became lean in the early 2000s. The team, they had talented players, but they just weren't getting anything done. They just were not getting anything done. And what happened with it is that as time went on and on and on, a lot of people got frustrated. And the thing is, as a baseball fan, it was great for me because I could get the tickets dirt cheap. And I enjoyed sitting down and having all this space around me in the section to be able to just kind of lean back and watch the game and enjoy the game. The kind of the problem I have with, as soon as they started doing it, it became a little bit trendier. The team attendance, they are drawing better these days, which is good. That's a good thing. But the ticket prices are higher. And the problem is you end up surrounded by casuals, which is in and of itself not a big deal. But at a certain point, I'm sitting there and I get irritated listening to inane conversations within earshot. Like I'm sitting here trying to enjoy this game, and I'm listening to people, and then they jump up a fly ball, and I'm sitting there knowing the dome, having attended as many games as I have. I literally will hear the crack of a bat. I look at it and go, yeah, that's not even warning track. And they're like, oh my God, it's a home run. And I'm sitting there, And after a while, that gets frustrating. And I'm like, I don't even want to deal with it. That's why, Eric, I said 2 scenarios. I do want to check out the update. They have done an update to the area. But Eric, I got to be honest. I'm almost at the point where it's like, in order to attend the game, I got to go to the ridiculously expensive seats because then at least I got more room between me and the peasants. I like, get them away from me.
Yeah. No,
I want some room.
I hear you.
Give me some breathing space.
Here in Boston at the Red Sox games, those what did you call them? The
casuals.
The casuals. We call them pink hats.
We call them peasants.
And you don't want to be anywhere near a pink hat at a Red Sox game. But unfortunately, over the years, you're seeing more and more of those people coming because the product's been so bad. And now going to a game in the middle of the week is more of an event for people in Boston. And, it's something to go do. And the prices that have, are pretty cheap now because nobody wants to go and watch this crap. We started the show off tonight with me saying I was forced to watch some of the Red Sox Angels game. And the Red Sox are horrible. They're just horrible. Well, no one's paying a lot for that. So it's filled with pink hats going, oh, let's go to the game tonight. It's a nice night. It's a place to be. And you take selfies and put it on Instagram and all that.
What's pink hat have to do with this? Like Pinko?
No, it's actually pink Red Sox hats. That a lot of all women wear. And then there's, the sports station will go up to them after the game and say, can we interview you through radio? And of course they're all bubbly and is maybe a little drunk. And oh yeah, sure. And they'll start asking them basic questions like, who did the Red Sox play tonight? And they're like, the Yankees? And it's like, no, it was Anaheim. Okay, can you name one player on the Red Sox? And they're like, Big Papi? No, he's been retired for 10 years. You know, and it's hysterical. And they don't have a clue. They just went there to take selfies and sit in the sun and say, I went to Fenway for a Red Sox game. And that's what's filling the stadium now because no one wants to go and watch that crap.
Just awful.
If I remove that, is the lifetime warranty void?
The life has ended.
Yeah.
The life has ended.
Okay.
Yeah. See if you can stick it back. See if you can stick it back on. No, don't throw it away. Stick it back on.
So for your question earlier, Eric, Sean says it was when he was in Montreal, speaking of PK Subban, and international borders followed throughout. So the reputation of being he did get a reputation in Montreal of being a cancer. Like I'm not there, so but I definitely remember that conversation being had.
There was something online and
because as much as I hate Montreal, from a fan's point of view, they have this long storied history that you would think veterans from way out and the veterans on the team and guys who retired over the last couple of years that before we got there would straighten that shit out. And it's like, son, this is the fucking Montreal Canadiens. All right. This ain't, the Minnesota
Boston Bruins.
Okay. I mean, whatever. Yeah. It's not the Boston Bruins. That shit show. You'd think that would get straightened out. So if he couldn't be straightened out in Montreal, such a storied franchise with leadership going back 100 years, he probably wouldn't have been successful here either. But
that's where the issue. He could have been your second favorite Boston Bruin after Joe Thornton. Yeah. Jeff here says 2 years in Sacramento, 14,000 seat stadium starting next year. That's unfortunate, but that probably makes sense given where the A's are sitting at right now. Stuke says in the early 1990s, the North Stars had a $20 special for 4 tickets, which would have been pretty awesome. Took my daughter several times. The daughters came out of the bathroom giggling one time, laughing a Norm is a pig on the wall. Sounds about right.
It's Minnesota.
Yep. Assuming they can get something done in Vegas, knowing Jeff Fisher won't. Yeah, that's still the question is like Vegas doesn't exactly want them either.
Norm means something. Am I missing something? Or
Norm was Norm. I think it was Norm Green. He was the one who had Minnesota at the tail end, and he's the one who ended up moving them to Dallas.
Okay,
that was nice.
Yeah. So there was a whole lead up.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a whole lead up leading to. I want to say Norm Green. Please correct me, Stuke, and anybody else. Please correct me. I believe it was Norm Green, but he was the one who owned the team and ended up moving them to Dallas. And obviously, he's not beloved.
No, I can't imagine. Because
Alaska's not beloved.
Because how many years now has the Wild been there? I mean, they filled that spot, and I don't know what their fan base is like, and I don't know what the ticket prices are or what their attendance is, their yearly, but you don't hear anything about them losing their franchise or that franchise moving. Okay.
No, still have a solid base from Minnesota. So
Minnesota's hockey crazy, so I would assume it's still doing well.
Yep.
So if the Minnesota Wild are doing well, there is no reason that team should have moved. It's not like Atlanta. Let's keep sending to Atlanta. Nobody wants it here. No,
Carlisle already made the pitch for the Flames to be moved back to Atlanta. He already made a pitch. So the Wild, from what I can see, have very, very strong attendance. Very strong attendance.
Yep.
And then as far as ticket prices are concerned, I'm actually going to look into that here. And I'll read a couple more of the comments here in a second. Bear with me a moment.
And that just proves that North Stars shouldn't have left. The attendance was there. The fan base is there. It's hockey crazed.
Well, I got to remember, Eric, and I don't remember the entire specifics, so forgive me. It's been a while. I remember at one point I did know it better, but a lot of it was the situation. Remember, and this is where right now there's a lot of struggle with a lot of sports teams. A lot of sports teams.
I know where you're going with this. Go ahead.
And it is that the owner says, we need a new arena or we leave. We need a new stadium or we leave. We need a new this or we leave. And you got to pay for it.
Yeah.
Or we leave. And basically, a lot of places for a long time would be like, yeah, sure, we'll pay for it. And I'm like, you're idiots. You're bidding against yourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what Robert Kraft did in New England. It's like it's the New England Patriots. I don't have to change a thing with the team. And if you won't pay for a stadium, I'm going to move it to Rhode Island. And it's nothing will change. It's still the New England Patriots. We don't have to change a damn thing. Just where we park our cars.
Basically,
Massachusetts it bit, and they got their stadium.
Okay, so I'm looking at. Let me take a look here. That one is. I want one that's actually in Minnesota. So I'm going to try to find a Minnesota one here.
Billionaires asking hardworking people to pay for their buildings are it's sickening.
Pay for their outrageous
I
salaries.
still summarily reject the premise. I'm like, if you're one of those places, seriously, guys, you got to be saying no. The answer is no, and everybody's got to start saying no, and then we'll move on.
If everyone said no, they wouldn't be able to pull that crap.
Okay, so
out.
Minnesota right now. I'm just looking at Ticketmaster. You know, however you get your tickets. I'm just looking at Ticketmaster for simplicity.
Yep.
XL Energy Center in St. Paul, Minnesota, $50.
Wow,
Not terrible. Not terrible. I think it's not bad.
That's the cheapest, $50.
Yeah,
That's what I see here. Yeah, that's the cheapest I see.
I'm old, as we know, and I live in the past, as we know. And yes, I would like the cheapest ticket on the top row, up in the ceiling with the birds that sneak in, to be $20. But yeah, with everything the way it is, and comparison, $50. Okay,
It's not heinous. It's not heinous.
I could spend $150 on 3 tickets. Okay, I can't do that. I can't do that all the time, but I might be able to go with my family once or twice a year.
Yeah. And I think that helps. I think that's a situation where and by the way, I'm not counting ticket passes or season tickets where you would get a volume discount or be able to trade off some tickets with other fans and stuff like that. I'm just talking about straight up just going to Ticketmaster right now with Ticketmaster fees. Yeah. Because there's a lot of fees with Ticketmaster. I'm just saying straight up, if I was to click buy it now, it would cost me $50. I'd be able to buy a ticket.
See, I want to pay the price when I was a kid. My first game was $6. So,
Ham here says during the first season, Lightning won the Stanley Cup. You could get upper level tickets for free with a $20 tank of gas, and you would get that ticket and then upgrade it to 100 level for $10. There you go.
Phew.
Unbelievable.
There was an article basically saying Sacramento is letting the A's play there for free, knowing Fisher's an idiot and betting on the Vegas deal falling through with them being stuck there. I love that. That'd be amazing.
Actually, I got
Yannick correctly pronouncing Fenway Park.
If Yannick comes back down this summer, maybe we can get in to see a baseball game.
Fenway Park.
Yeah, maybe.
You should go to a minor league game. Seriously, you should go to a minor league game. It'd be way better. It'd be way better. Seriously, it would probably be way better.
Yeah.
Look, again, I am a baseball fan long time.
Yeah.
The Jays, like I said, I've lost interest, but I have no problem going to Coca-Cola Field in Buffalo. That's fun. It's a good stadium. It's a good atmosphere. They got a craft brew pavilion. They got a craft beer pavilion. You can just go there, get a nice craft beer, sit down, have your hot dog, and just watch the game. And all the seats are good, and they're not expensive.
Yeah,
it's a good deal. If the weather's cooperating, it's a good deal.
Yeah, Worcester for the minor league Red Sox is about an hour, 15 minutes away. And, with no traffic, the Fenway Park is 25 minutes from my house. But you add the traffic, it's 3 hours.
That's like me for the Expo. Yep.
Your story would have been better. It's like, but with traffic, 17 days.
Yeah, that's pretty much the way it is. It's freaking brutal. If I go on Sunday morning at 3 a.m., I could get to Fenway in like 25 minutes.
Yep.
That's fair. So Bob Jackson here. Carlos, did you do a video on AEW showing the backstage footage? So I did a on them announcing it, and people loved it. The commenters especially. Man of peace. Now, I might have trolled a little bit in that video. I know this is shocking coming from me, totally out of character. Man of peace. But I might have been poking a little bit on that one. But yes, I did do a video on the first part and on the box break on the Wrasslin channel. Link is in the description. On that channel, I did actually a box break. On the first two.
Proud of you.
Yeah. So on the channel, I did do a box break earlier that I recorded earlier today, uploaded right away, pulled a couple of good cards in it. Very good. I was actually very pleased. And out of it, I spent like the first 5 or 6 minutes talking specifically about the follow-up on it. I'll do the quick synopsis. The synopsis was AEW had pitched that they were going to show surveillance footage of the scuffle that CM Punk got with Jack Perry during the All In show in London, the infamous one that effectively got him fired from the company. And they promoted the hell out of this thing for a couple of days in WrestleMania weekend. And literally, as they made that, my statement at the time, I made a video and I just literally the title of the video says, "What the hell are they thinking?" Because I sat there and I'm like, this isn't difficult. There's a million permutations, a million alternate realities. And in it, maybe there's like one or two where this works. Every other reality, it dies a horrible death in some way. It's like, it's either, a meh, it's kind of like whatever, or it's a Hindenburg-like ending. Like all that's the spectrum you're looking at. It's like, which level of horrible is this going to be? So I watched the show. I was shocked they actually aired the security footage. I thought they were going to allude to it and then play something else.
Yeah.
Or have sock puppets or something stupid. I thought they were just going to screw around and like, do a little bait and switch and be like, eh. But no, they actually did air the footage. And what happened was, and I'll give you the quick play-by-play. It was backstage footage. It showed Jack Perry being there. It showed CM Punk walking up to them. It showed them talking for about 30 seconds. Jack Perry said something. CM Punk shoved him. They started the scuffle. CM Punk put him in a choke, and then they were separated. And the whole thing was over in about a minute.
Wow.
And then he lunged at Tony Khan because he was just off screen there on the side. And then that whole sequence was basically what ended up prompting him getting fired. Which, you assault a coworker at work, getting fired is pretty reasonable. But at the same time, it's been 8 months.
Yeah.
It was basically only done because Tony Khan was pissed off that the CM Punk gave an interview in which he basically said that he's not running a real business because he's not concerned with making money. He's doing all these other stupid things. The problem is he is doing those other stupid things. CM Punk is in no position to be saying it, given that he took the money. Like at the end of the day, he made a lot of money. I don't give a crap if the guy's running a good business or not. You made money on this. So you should just be thrilled. You get to work at WWE, you get to have them pay you money, and you got these other guys to pay you money. And now you've got this whole other thing going on and you get to do other stuff. You should be happy. Your life is great. So there's no reason for you to complain about anything. But it's CM Punk, so he always has to complain about something. But Tony Khan is very soft. And as soon as somebody says something mean about him, he gets very sad in his feeling, much like Eric gets sad in his feeling. And then it's a valley of sadness from there.
Does CM Punk still wrestle?
Allegedly, he's injured again, but in theory, he will wrestle again.
Isn't he like my age? He's gray.
No,
right?
He's like 45. He's younger than you. Not by a lot, but he's younger.
Well, he obviously does from that 1 minute clip.
I mean, he looks old.
Here's the problem, though. Like Jack Perry is like CM Punk made indirectly when he was doing the interview that I'm referring to. He likes to make it sound like he's tough and everything, but I'm sitting there like, I watch your UFC fights. You got your ass kicked, and Jack Perry is like inches shorter than you, and you probably have like 35 pounds on him. So the reality is like you fought a guy who's smaller than you. So like I'm not impressed that you beat up Jack Perry. Luke Perry's kid. Congratulations.
Is
you
it
beat up smaller kid? He's Luke Perry's kid, yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, it really is. And he's actually a decent wrestler. Now, unfortunately, he seems to have an attitude problem. So here's the short version synopsis of this whole thing. Jack Perry, from what has been alleged and everything, that kid has a serious ego and attitude problem. He shouldn't be mouthing off to anybody. But other side of the equation, in that video, what it shows is that CM Punk is the first person to shove and start the scuffle. And basically, Jack Perry said something to him, presumably. The point is, though, in the same conversation, CM Punk is talking about being professional and all. And say, well, the problem is you weren't, literally in that tape, you weren't a professional. I don't care what he said to you. His words hurt you so much, you needed to react to them. You're supposedly the adult. You're a 45-year-old man. And effectively, a kid was mouthing off to you. It sounded to me like a guy who wanted to get fired and just used that excuse. And that was just an excuse for him to do it in front of the guy so that he would get fired. And that's fine. If that's what he wanted to do, that's okay. But that's the issue here. So let me quickly scroll through. I'll get caught up on a couple comments as well. Oklahoma City Thunder just approved $900 million arena. From what I understand, owners paying $60 million. The rest is taxpayer money. Yeah, unfortunately, that's a trend. Yep. Shivani was like, oh, what the fuck is this? This WCW 2.0 nonsense. So in the description of my video, I put WCW-esque. And this is before they actually showed it. Even though we didn't know what it was going to show beforehand, I said WCW-esque. So I had that one called pretty much exactly. So Bob Jackson says, what happens pretty much what CM Punk said happened. For the most part, yeah. For the most part, yes. Fun Twisting might have violated some UK law by playing it. Punk's lawyer is looking into it because he himself isn't sure. Yeah, apparently you're not allowed to show security footage in the UK.
Oh, yeah?
Which goes back to what I said earlier. Tony Khan was more concerned about reacting to something than doing his due diligence. Serve him right if he did something that then gets him in trouble with it. It was a silly stunt, and it was a very much a blatant ratings grab, is what it was. And guess what? In the end, I think it got them 70,000 more viewers, which is not much. Bobby, in the video, I literally said, in the video, almost verbatim, quoting myself here, I said, "What if you do all this, and it barely does anything?
It didn't go viral.
You basically shot your own credibility completely, and you accomplished next to nothing. Why? That's where you need somebody that unfortunately, Tony Khan is the son of a billionaire. He doesn't know what the word no is, and there's nobody there who can check him and be like, this is a really stupid idea. I need you to throw it away in the garbage can and never speak of it again." Unfortunately, there's nobody in the building who can do that. And because of that, then it aired. And in the box break that I did, I literally talked about it for a couple of minutes at the beginning. There is a timestamp on there if people want to skip straight to the box break, but I do talk about it as I'm opening the box, as I'm doing all that, so that I chat about it for a couple of minutes. But my bottom line, well, Bobby, I may have pulled a CM Punk card in the box.
You'll probably get 70,000 viewers more now. There we go. See?
It is a fancy purple diamond out of 10.
Out of 10. Hey, did you sell your other card? You're out of 5?
I did.
Yep. How
well, the one, you mean the 1 of 1?
Oh, sorry, the 1-on-1. Yes.
Yeah,
sorry.
I did sell. Yep. I got the princely sum. I got $300 US for it.
$1 million.
For what they're going for today, it's not bad. I think it's decent. And at that point, I had already made my money back on the whole case. Anyway,
I understand.
Like I was already in the black.
Be a little bit more.
Well, I did actually in the same video, in the beginning piece where I was giving my final take on it, because like I said, the first video was before they aired it. It was when they had announced it, and I'm basically saying this is a fucking stupid idea. The upshot of the video is I'm saying it's a fucking stupid idea. Yeah. And I'm explaining why. And I'm also making fun of WWE, which made the WWE people angry. Very angry.
Are you sure?
But, 100%. But the point is that the rest of what I said, I literally went back and listened to it. I'm like, yep, almost everything I said, bang on, exactly as I stated it would occur. It has played as I have foreseen, exactly. But then my follow-up was, now I have seen it. I watched the episode in its entirety, including that piece. And my point was that it was a stupid idea before. We all knew it was a stupid idea. And then you did it, and it was really lame. And then on top of it, the rest of the show wasn't very good. So even if you had drawn additional eyeballs, let's say you had succeeded in drawing additional eyeballs, I would have made sure I put my best foot forward. The rest of the show should have been flawless. That would have been the play. Because then, even if it falls flat, at least you were able, the rest of the show was pretty good, though. You could have actually made up for it. You could have been like, even if this one segment doesn't work, there was a great match here, a great promo here, and actually this was pretty fun, and I enjoyed this. Give people something to walk away with that's actually good. But in this case, it was like, it was okay. And then you had this junk in the middle of it, and then it's okay. That is not getting people back next week.
No.
That's a bad. So funny thing, it may be a tougher sell to sell AEW product going forward. I'm like, there's an AEW Black Diamond coming down the pipeline. That's a more expensive product.
Yeah. I think
Eric.
so.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
You might have wanted to have released that one already.
Yeah.
Yep. Ariel Hanley shared that CM Punk backstage scene on his Instagram. I have no doubt. Yep.
Wait, hold on.
I got copyrights there.
Hold on. Back up. Back up.
Your personal hero name? Indigenous Rookie Cards? Go on.
This asshat really just show up now?
I think he's been here.
No, he was here earlier. He was here earlier.
I hope he saw the first, 15 minutes of the show.
No, he didn't see that. But a little after that.
When you were going full Stabby McStabberson?
Yes.
When I offered for charity. For the purposes of charity.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see if what kind of guy he really is. All right.
Mm-hmm.
For the purposes of charity, I would take the time out of my day to stab him anywhere the chat wanted, as long as they donated money to my favorite charity.
Now, follow-up question.
What is your favorite charity?
Me.
Oh,
I have a follow-up question. What if the chat votes on this?
Yes.
And their place that they would like you to stab him is in your own eye.
Nice one, Carlos.
No, that doesn't work. See, stab him.
You said stab where the chat wants you to.
Stab him in whatever body part that they vote on.
Eric, we know that Name is very much a fan of yours, and it would hurt Name. He would hurt his soul.
No,
to see you suffer. It
would
hurt him deeply.
Has no soul.
Name. Stand. Join me on this. Rectify the situation. Make clear. It would hurt you inside to see Eric suffer.
Has no inside. Has no soul. He's
in the name of Name.
In the name of Name.
Respond.
He's the devil incarnate. He has no soul. He's evil, evil, evil. And but for charity, I'm willing to stab him for money.
So I'm gonna need remember, folks, Eric does pay when you hit the like button, and I know there's more of you watching that could be hitting the like button. Do it.
Mm-hmm.
Do it now.
Please. Let's see it go up. Bang.
Couldn't solve the
bang,
chat,
bang,
Erica.
bang,
You've been
bang.
warned. I was warning you. And also I'll finish off on this one here. Jack Perry did a great job. Jack Perry did a great job costing AEW the biggest legitimate star. So the only counterpoint that I have here, Bob, is that by the time it got to this, I actually think Jack Perry was just an excuse for CM Punk to get fired anyway. Even in the interview, he talked about it. He already wanted to leave prior to the entire second phase of the whole extravaganza. What happened? He shouldn't have even been there. After the initial incident, which had nothing to do with Jack Perry, he should have been fired the first time. And here's the problem. The biggest legitimate star, I get to a degree, yes. He draws big numbers in Chicago, and WWE has done very well with him. But here's the truth. I could take him off WWE television right now and no one gives a shit. Mm-hmm. Like, he doesn't matter that much. It was beneficial to AEW to a degree, temporarily. But, and this is accurate, this is 100% true, they actually drew better ratings more consistently before CM Punk showed up. They had a good run with him. Obviously, they had a good run with him. But if you produce a decent show, people are watching. People will watch it. It's not one guy. One guy can help if the rest of it falls into place. It's what I said a moment ago about the stunt. You can do the stunt. If the rest of the show is good, you get away with having a bad segment.
Yep.
You can get away with it. I'll give you a good example. Classic WWE example. The most historic WWE example of all. The Katie Vick angle. Now, have I mentioned the Katie Vick angle? I don't know if Bobby, you or Eric know what this is. Okay. So I'll give you the short version. The short version is back, I want to say this was still in the Attitude Era. Maybe it was just after, but I feel like it was right around that time today. Kane was doing an arc where he had a girlfriend. And a girlfriend was Katie Vick. And I'm going basically from memory, so I may not have it exactly, but the context is right.
That is. I know Kane, obviously, but Katie.
Yeah, well, Katie Vick wasn't a real person. The point is that he had a girlfriend, Katie Vick. And so you go, 2002 was Katie Vick. So this would have been just post Attitude Era. So it would have been Ruthless Aggression Era. So thank you, Paul. So anyway, point is this. Triple H got back at him by dating Katie Vick. I forget how they phrased it. Basically, it was necrophilia. It was a necrophilia angle.
Oh.
That's basically the best way I can explain it.
At that point, if
but it was. That was the point. The point is that Triple H, who is now the COO of the company today, the greatest WrestleMania of all time, that guy, he was involved in an angle where he was committing necrophilia. Which should tell you that if the rest of the show is good enough, you can get past almost anything.
That's almost anything.
I don't think I
can get my point now.
No, I don't.
Eric, it's been 24 years, 22 years actually, 22 years, and they just had the greatest WrestleMania of all time.
but I'm just hearing about it now, and I don't see myself getting past this ever.
Well, alas, other people did.
Wow.
Yep. They filmed it in a real nursing home, and the legit funeral was going on the other side of the wall. I have no doubt. It was in good taste, of course. Good taste. And people to this day say this company is the best company in the industry. They're the biggest player in the industry.
Yeah,
they're the most profitable.
Biggest player doesn't mean best.
Yeah. There you go.
Listen, McDonald's is the biggest player in the fast food industry. Are they the best?
Yeah. But Eric and Bobby, I would submit to you. This is my point that I'm making with this.
Go.
It is hard to argue that an entertainment property that in years following this would cater itself predominantly to children. Because in this point, the Ruthless Aggression Attitude Era is not catering to children specifically. But in the years that would follow, they would go PG and do cater to children and talk about Connor's Cure and all these other things. Katie Vick. That is my answer to you. And all the times, my answer to you is Katie Vick.
Got it. Understood.
And this company would go on to make billions of dollars. So, Eric, the point is, you can overcome almost anything if the rest of the show is good enough.
I am so sick, and I'm putting my name hatchet away. I'm sick.
Hey, name stabbing back. Don't worry.
No, I don't even want to play with my name hatchet. No, I'm sickened.
Yep.
So taking all the fun out of the idea of chopping name up into little tiny pieces.
Alas, this is tragic. But yes, but that was the gag. I'm sitting there like, it's the same company. So the point is, you can get away with a bullshit segment that everyone pans forever. You can get away with it. You can. It has been done. Like, but the problem is, the key.
That's an extreme example.
It is the most extreme example I can offer you. But the key
There's a couple more,
is that the rest of it has to work. You have to have other things that eventually can wash away the bad taste of the really dumb thing that you shouldn't have done in the first place. Get my point? You have to. Because if the rest of it's also trash, well, then you're done.
Yes.
So you can get away with one big miscue and move on from it, but you got to make sure the rest of it is at least solid. Yes. And in this situation, I can't even say it was solid. It was all bad. So it's like, well, then there's nowhere. Reset, forget it ever. You need to use the neuralizer from Men in Black on yourselves and pretend it never happened and move on the following week as if it never even occurred. Just pretend it never happened. Move on.
You almost have to. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, you have to do like a full reset. Vince wanted to have a storyline that was Steph got pregnant. Vince would be the father. I remember that all. That was Vince McMahon idea.
God damn it. No wonder that guy lost.
Steph said no, Dad, and the storyline was dropped.
Listen, I couldn't even joke about that. All right.
Vince can.
No, that's why he's a utter garbage, and I'm glad he doesn't have his company anymore. I can't wish that man worse things.
Yep.
Oh.
But I want to remind everybody. For many years, Vince McMahon, it was thank you, Vince. How many thank you, Vince? All the time. That's why I sat there like, how many things do we? How many? It's a whole stack of percent. So in part, Eric, over time, I have this accumulation of things where I'm like, I can't support this shit. I really can't. Like, I can't. There's been many indefensible things along the way. Like, here's the thing. The Katie Vick angle didn't really bother me. I thought it was stupid. I thought, like, why even bother? Like, this is a really stupid idea. At the time, I thought it was a stupid idea. In retrospect, I think it's a stupid idea. But it's whatever. But, like, it's like one bad idea after another. But here's the thing. Other people are like, oh, they're the best. It's like, I can't help you. There's nothing I can do. Nothing. I can't convince you at this point. Bob Ozel says, how many storylines did Vince get from Emmanuel in space? Legend. Mae Young gives birth to a hand. True.
Oh, I remember when they had her running around, but and I shook my head pretty much every time. But I can't say I recall that, but I know
she basically had a torrid love affair with Mark Henry.
I gave birth to a hand. I remember
and gave birth to a hand.
I don't remember that, and I'm glad.
And later on, they paid that off. Years later, they paid that off, and the hand was grown up.
Huh?
Yeah, they actually brought the hand. They actually brought a dude in a hand costume back as the hand.
Wow.
Did I mention the WWE is considered the apex of the business?
Yes.
Did I mention that?
Here's an interesting shot.
Doesn't mean the best.
Bobby the Brain is wrestling. That's
Yes, he did. He did wrestle for a time.
Yeah,
he has a little Andre the Giant singlet thing going on there.
Yeah, who's the other guy?
Okay, so let me see here. Oh, shoot. I could almost guess from like the kind of the facial hair. I don't know, man. Like that's a tough one. I want to say Haku.
Yeah, that's what I'm going with.
The pants are
Yep.
yeah.
I would bet anything.
Oh, Bob Jackson's on it, man. Haku, yeah.
I'm all about
Nice.
the Haku.
Oh, Bob's good.
Legitimately one, by the way, back at the story was legitimately one of the toughest dudes in the business. Like you do not mess with Haku.
Oh,
He kick your ass. Like you apparently he was a chill dude for the most part, but he was a legit tough guy. And if somebody crossed him the wrong way, he'd take care of him. That was not the dude you wanted to mess with.
who said Ming?
Ming was what he went by in WCW.
Oh, and he changed his. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah. The many names of.
Yeah, I've
wrestlers.
heard of the stories. I've heard rumors and stories.
Yep.
And
The rumor is he's one of the legit tough guys in the business, and you don't want to mess with him.
Everybody was scared to death of him. And
you show the man his respect. You show the man his respect.
Not want to get him mad or on his bad side because he could kill you.
This one was really good. The Honky Tonk Man is looking back at the guy taking the picture.
Nice.
That guy can't be a good guy in real life.
Honky Tonk?
Oh no, he's an asshole. He's an asshole.
Really?
He's an asshole. Yeah, he a lot of guys have moments, but he's had more than a few incidents where he's a bit of an asshole.
Come on.
You got macho in hockey. There you go.
Yeah.
There's no way that guy's a good.
And guess who's with him?
Yeah, the mouth of South, Jimmy Hart. Yep.
Yeah. Like I got a lot of Honky Tonk Man. It's awesome. Actually,
Bobby, you're talking. Bobby, like I said, I was a student of the game for a lot of the 80s stuff because I watched a lot of the tapes.
I'm pretty sure that's upside down.
Oh, he's getting slammed, I think.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, I thought what's his name was slamming.
Oh, there you go. He's doing the slamming. There you go. The other one is Defying Gravity. That'd be awesome. All right, I'll read a couple of comments here.
Yeah.
Billy T says, Will Ospreay is the best thing that happened to AEW. They should have to use him correctly. The second sentence, I agree. I enjoy Will Ospreay. I think he's fantastic. The second line is the key to almost everybody. So I only touched on it briefly in the video. I'll touch on it here briefly. For all the mistakes AEW made, I just described how they made a nearly catastrophic mistake. But even in the thing, I just gave you the Katie Vick thing as an example of you could do one of the most unnecessary, perplexing, why would you even go there things. And guess what? People remember it, but at the same time, the train moved to the next station. You moved on. You just kept going. So you can get past a bad angle. You can get past a terrible idea. If you don't then compound it with another terrible idea and another terrible idea and another terrible. If you start stacking them, that's when you're dead. That's when the game ends. You have to move on. Everybody has to agree. It's like, we all got duped. Agreed?
Well, agreed.
Move on. Agreed? We will never speak of it again. Leave it be.
Seems.
Don't mention it again. People who were there can mention it because I remember it. That's why, Bobby, when I critique wrestling and some of the folks got mad, I go, I've been watching wrestling for decades. I can literally recall these angles and these situations. So then I have context. When they say this is the greatest WrestleMania of all time, I go, well, I've seen all 40 WrestleManias. It's a lot easier for me to put it in context compared to other ones that I've seen. As opposed to, it has to be. It's like, it's the most recent one. It's the one you remember the clearest because it just happened.
Yes.
So that doesn't mean it's the best. That's not how that works.
No.
What about the one dog angle? I think there was an angle that you're referring to. Yeah, with Boss Man, and I forget who. Yeah, there was like an angle where the Boss Man fed, I want to say Al Snow something. And the idea was that it was his dog.
No.
Yep. And that was later after the Katie Vick thing. That was a different angle.
That's lovely.
Yep. Did I mention Highbrow Entertainment? WWE is the best, the number one.
Yep. This is my favorite one.
Oh, that's
Billy Graham.
animal. George the Animal Steel.
Oh, that's not Billy Graham. I can't tell.
The one on the left is George the Animal Steel.
All right, that's George.
The other one, George the Animal Steel as well, right?
What's that?
It's the same
So
shirt.
it's George the Animal
He's
Steel.
dressed
Yeah,
up in,
and with a wig. Yeah. Okay, I see it.
Well, he's wearing the same kind of clothing underneath, as you see,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I got you. Yep.
There's some good ones in here.
Wrestling
These
move
are-
where you stick your butt in your opponent's face and wiggle seems to be a throwback. Yeah, that was the Rikishi. That was the stink face.
Yeah, Andre did that. Yokozuna did that.
Yokozuna. I don't have any of Yokozuna.
Who else
That would have been not like 93. It would have been right around 92, 93.
Oh,
King
none of
Kong.
these
It would have
are-
been a little after that run.
I think
a little
Bundy
after that
did
one.
that. All the big fat guys did that.
It was a gimmick, man.
There's him in the snake bag.
Oh,
These are
Jake was iconic with the run with the snake.
Oh yeah.
how about the fact that he's scared of snakes?
Yeah.
And hates-
No, he
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah, Jake actually has a bit of a phobia of it.
He
He
hates-
made it work because he kind of grit his teeth and worked through it, but he actually didn't like snakes, which is ironic given his
Yeah.
gimmick.
He's scared of snakes.
And I wanted to know who this guy is. He's fighting. I've seen him before. He looks very, very familiar. I think this is the same dude.
Oh, I feel like I've seen the face.
He's got a deep voice. He's
Is that all right?
Hmm?
Is that the other?
Is that Bob Orton? No.
Yeah, I was going. Is it either Orton or is it?
Bob Boozle is saying Ken Patera. I remember that. I don't remember his
and
face.
Patera.
Maybe that's.
That could be.
I remember the name, but
But
then
the-
I can't place his face.
You know, Ken Patera had that physique, and
He
and
wasn't
the hair.
special. He didn't have anything super
I was
special.
going with Cowboy first, but
Mm.
it could be Patera also.
I'm looking at a couple of images of Patera and the hair jives.
Yeah,
Yeah, he's got that like 80s kind of perm hair.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, so certain guys have a like. So here, so Bob Boozle says Ken Patera. Willie T says Cowboy Bob Orton. Sean Red says Cowboy Bob Orton. So I was feeling Bob Orton was my first guess.
yeah.
That was my first initial guess.
That's where I was going.
Weird.
So that's what I was thinking of. Look, I don't recognize Bob Orton without his arm cast.
Yeah, no kidding, right? And the
Without
vest,
the arm cast, like I don't know if I can recognize the guy.
right?
And
Also, this looks like Terry Gordy. Okay, we're gonna have a lot of guesses here. Oh, what's his name? Is that Volkov?
It looks like Nikolai,
Um,
doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm thinking Nikolai Volkov.
or is this Nikolai Volkov?
That's definitely Nikolai.
Yeah, that one looks more right.
I think they
Yeah,
both.
I'm guessing it's the same. I'm guessing it's the going from color to black and white. Was it the same show or different shows?
I think it's different because there is this is black and white. He's shaved his head on one, and obviously they weren't done in the same years or the same.
I think
Right.
they're all around the same era and stuff like that. Now that's a lot of tattoos for anybody.
Right.
Who's anybody?
I don't know who that is.
I feel like I've seen him, but I couldn't place your name on that one. That one doesn't ring a bell to me.
Look at the tattoos on the leg. How can we miss that?
Yeah, full leg sleeves.
Oh yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's right. He's probably
In fairness,
Hawaiian
so
or
Eric,
Samoan.
if you call like a full arm tattoo a sleeve,
Yeah,
what do you call the leg?
a leg sleeve,
Like tattoo pants? Like
right?
what is
The sleeve
pants.
of
like
the
this
arm.
is a sleeve. If you
An
do
arm
like a full
sleeve,
thing, it's a sleeve.
Arm sleeve.
It's a sleeve.
and leg pants. I don't know.
I don't know. Like I don't know. Yeah, what color trucks? Yeah, is that Snuka? I
No.
didn't think Snuka had tattoos like that. I don't feel like that's right.
That's not Superfly.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I'm
No,
pretty
it's
sure it's not.
Definitely not.
There's a lot of them here. I don't know the names of. Nope.
I have to see a different angle.
Oh no, that's.
You
Is
know
it Tito?
I think it's Tito Santana. Yeah,
Santana? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, so Bob Jackson's in the same boat. I'm thinking Tito Santana. The problem is like the side profile like that is a little hard for me to see.
Is that him again?
No, not in this one.
Aren't those the Canadian French guys?
The
Oh,
Rougeaus?
they could be. They could be. You're right. You're right.
Those
Yeah,
are the
so Willie T's
ones
saying yep on that one. Yeah, that's ravishing.
Oh, is that
Yep.
Rick Rude?
Yeah.
Oh, it is.
Yep, that's Rick Rude.
That
You
guy
should
had
rub
so
on
many
the
hair.
back.
The physique and the mustache was very consistent. The hair would change a little bit, but the mustache was consistent and the physique was very consistent. Yep. Willie T saying the Rougeos. Yep.
What?
Sounds about right. For the previous one that you were talking about. Yeah, we're on a time delay. So
Oh,
we haven't
yes,
we haven't got any answers on that one.
That's
Yep.
the announcer
Yeah,
guy.
it's a stack. That's a stack of photos though, man. By the way, if you're the person who likes to collect autographs, that'd be some pretty fun candid photos to get some
Yeah,
autographs. on.
right?
Well, whoever did it did a good job of taking the photos, anyways, because they're really good shots on most of them. Oh yeah,
Bob Jackson says, "Can we see Mr. Tattoo again?"
Oh yeah, sure.
It's 100% not Snuka. So
Oh, I pulled him
yeah,
right out of
it
the
is.
sack.
Yeah, the physique's wrong. And I don't remember him having tattoos anywhere near that, so that's not
That's a
not him.
lot of leg tattoos.
No.
There's a lot going on there, but I don't know. Like with the necklace and everything, and all the gimmicks basically he's wearing. That's the one that I'm not sure about. I feel like
a
I've seen it before.
Samoan guy or
Yeah.
Everybody in wrestling is a Samoan guy.
Yeah, fair enough. Yes. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Here you go. Bob Jackson says it might be Peter Maivia. So the Rock's dad is Rocky Johnson, but if it's Peter Maivia, that's the High Chief Peter Maivia, which is part of Rock's family extended family tree. That
don't-
would make sense.
know about that. Yeah, I don't think that's him, but I maybe I'm wrong. And Rock's dad is, like you said, Rocky Johnson, who's a black guy.
Yeah. And this guy's another one that I know. I know a lot of these guys. I know what they look
Jim
like.
the Anvil.
Yeah, Jim the Anvil.
Jim
the
the
Anvil.
Neidhart.
Oh, is that Reinhardt? Oh my God, that's why. Oh yeah, he's got the heart. Oh,
Jim the Anvil.
I should put him with Bret Hart. Okay, because they were tag team partners, were they not?
Yes. Hart
Yeah,
Foundation.
they were the Hart Foundation.
There they are, Mr. Hart.
There he is.
I got lots of him.
Yeah, I think we might have a winner here with Peter Maivia on that one, Bobby.
All
It
right.
is Peter Maivia.
I think so because I just basically started Googling Peter Maivia and check out this.
Okay.
You got the leg tattoos thing going on up into the
Yeah,
belly.
it's a little later or earlier.
This is
Yeah.
later in his career, yes. But,
Oh,
but what I'm saying is the leg tattoos into his body.
And
Like
he's
it's
wearing
pretty distinctive. It's
and
pretty
he's wearing-
distinctive.
Those
the
are
yellow-
real.
the yellow bottom is still.
That would have been later in his career, but obviously the tattoos, permanent. So it still would fit conceptually.
These autographs go for these guys' autographs go for huge.
Oh,
The
Animal
Road Warriors.
Road
Yeah,
Warriors.
Road Warriors.
Yeah.
And that's like old school Road Warriors. I feel like that's is that still part of the WWE collection? Because I feel like they were the Legion of
that's
Doom in
AWA.
WWE for the most part. Yeah,
That's-
that's what I'm saying. I feel like it would have been pre.
Well,
Yeah.
these are more of them. So.
That's AWA Road Warriors.
Oh, is
Yeah,
it?
because they were the Road Warriors. Yeah,
What
because in WWE they were predominantly the Legion of Doom, so they wanted to sell them. So here you go, Warlord and Barbarian. Okay, yeah. You know what? Yeah. Wait, Bobby, go back one.
Oh, sure.
Go back one.
They're saying that's not the Warriors.
Yeah. Just pan down a little bit lower because it literally has like his name on his pants. That's the Barbarian. Yep. There it is.
Okay.
It's the Barbarian.
And
Yep.
it's not the Road Warriors.
Hang on. Good eye, folks. Chat's got a good eye, man.
Barbarian was who? The Barbarian?
Yeah, he was the Barbarian. Yep.
Who's this He's got a tag team that's dressed the same as him.
Presumably the Warlord.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't understand how the Road Warriors and these guys.
Yeah, the Road Warriors' face was a little different.
So here's the thing. The reason why I knew it wasn't the Road Warriors in that sense was because in WWE they were never the Road Warriors. In WWE they were the Legion of Doom, so the branding was different. They had a different color scheme and different. They were still the same tag team, but with the Legion of Doom, the shoulder pads were red, and they did it a certain way. So regardless, I knew that branding wouldn't make any sense. Not for WWE.
Damn.
Okay, so but those aren't the same guys though.
They're not. They're two different people. Yeah.
Right. So who stole whose act?
I think the Road Warriors and AWA would have predated that slightly. I think.
So maybe these guys are the Road Warriors. Oh, there's a nice one.
It's a one-man gang.
Oh, I'm thinking this guy.
That's demolition.
Oh, is it
Yeah.
demolition?
Mhm,
All right.
mhm.
But there's two other guys in here who have the red. Well, who's this?
The Ultimate Warrior.
I don't know him.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some really weird ones in here. Who's got the mask? Who had, like, very few of them had the.
Oh, there were a
Luchador.
couple of guys that would run around with masks.
No, that's Tito.
Sometimes, yeah, and sometimes there'd be guys that would run around in masks in order to get a second booking on the same show. So they'd wrestle a match, and then they put on a mask, and they'd be another guy for the second match under a mask just to get the second booking.
This gentleman?
No, that's the Rockers.
Is
Sean
it Jannetty you're thinking?
And Marty Jannetty. That's Marty Jannetty.
He looks Italian.
Yeah.
This is the guy I was thinking of. Okay, here he is.
Yeah, it's Demolition. Yep.
That's one of the guys in Demolition.
Well, the other
Yeah,
guy.
the names always escape me, the two guys, but there's two of them. Yep. Demolition,
Yeah.
Demolition.
I think it was an Axe and Smash or something. I don't know.
Yeah. And they also threw in Crush for a little while there as well, but it's really Axe and Smash are the two guys.
And then here's the other dude.
Yeah.
And I forget which one, but one of them is the Repo Man later on.
Oh, I did want to know who this was. Sorry. Yeah.
Corporal Kirshner.
Really?
I don't
never
know.
Kirshner or something like that.
I don't know that one.
And did we get the ladies on this?
Some of them I would know. I can't. That one I can't help you with that one. No. Of my
Don't.
age.
And then? No? Come on, guys. Oh, Corporal.
So here, Bobby. So just to help you out. So this is Corporal Kirshner or whatever it was, the one I was just talking about.
Yep.
Second.
Oh, there. Yeah.
Yeah, with the beret and the whole
Totally
bit. Yeah.
him.
No idea
Yep.
who that is.
That's a good shot.
He was very short lived. Like so Eric.
Now
So
that's a good
remember what I said a
shot.
little earlier? Remember what I said a little earlier? I was basically my wrestling fandom starts in the 1990, basically 89, 90, and towards the end of the Hulkamania era, latter portion of it, and then
Bruce
through
Lee.
all the way through.
Oh, there's
Ricky
my
the Dragon
favorite.
Steamboat.
That's my favorite right there.
Only one Ricky. That's the unfortunate part.
But when it comes to the 80s, Eric, old
My
syndicated WWF, you got the Iron Cheek.
You know,
Phil-
Phil was friends with him, Bobby.
Oh, yeah?
Yep. He'd call him all the time. He'd
Did he
call
call
him,
him Cheeky Baby?
and that's what Phil called him, right? So
You might as well. Yeah.
call him and he'd put him on speakerphone and I'd listen to it, and he's always in character and he's always
Yes.
yelling, right?
All the
He's
time.
always in character. He's always
It's the
yelling.
language.
So-
They all sound like they're yelling.
Yeah.
It's like Greeks. They never speak.
By the way, Willie T here says Danny Davis for one of them. So
Oh, okay.
that name rings a bell. So
Well, he
Oh,
was
was that the guy with the red?
referee that turned into a wrestler? Remember?
Oh, that guy. And then we got
Blackjack Mulligan.
that'd be my guess. Yeah.
Hmm.
I have to think about it, but that one. So anyway, so the point I'm making, Eric, is that even though some of these guys predate that, the old tapes. I watched a lot of the old tapes, so I watched a lot of the syndicated WWF. So even though these guys are 80s, technically they slightly predate my watching and fandom. It's like, no, I remember some of these dudes, and I remember the LJN figures, and I remember some of the other ones. Here you go, Billy Jack Hayes.
Oh,
Billy Jack.
That one
Hayes.
might be a better call for that one, Billy Jack Hayes.
Well,
Jack.
that'll help a lot better.
That's Arn Anderson, right?
That's Arn, yeah.
Well, that's the same dude.
And if it's WWF, that'd be him as probably as part of the Brainbusters.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because so in the NWA, he's part of the Four Horsemen. And then in WWE, he was teaming up with I want to say Blanchard. And
Oh,
they
he was
did the
around then,
Brainbusters, I
too?
think. Yeah.
Is that the big
It's King Kong Bundy.
King Kong Bundy? Oh, here's
Yep.
that other guy again. This might give you a better picture of him. I think it's that same guy as
I've seen the
before.
face. I'm not sure. I've seen the face, but I'm not sure.
All right. Okay. That's pretty much all of them.
Yeah.
A lot of
It's a pretty good stack, man. That's a pretty damn good stack of pictures.
Well, good shots, aren't they?
Yeah, there's more
Yeah.
Demolition.
Who? Oh, is it really with this
Yeah.
beard? Is that
That's
a beard?
Demolition.
I don't think that one was demolition.
You
I'm trying to
know,
look at him.
I think so.
His beard shape.
I think the face paint is what's weird for me. I don't know. I maybe they did, but that face paint is weird.
That's what it looks like to me, but I don't know.
And who's this guy? He looks like nothing.
Perfect.
Mr. Perfect, Kurt Hennig.
Is it really?
Kurt Hennig. Yep. He would
Not
in that
very
image. In that image, he's Kurt Hennig because that's before he adopted the Mr. Perfect. Because you can tell when he's Mr. Perfect, his gear is a little different, but that's Kurt Hennig. It's the same dude.
So a lot of these guys predate a lot of their later names that they're known by.
Yeah, because again, depending on that era, we were talking about it, and we want to say late 80s. A lot of those photos. So
Yes.
Kurt Hennig really started taking off as like Mr. Perfect right around 1990. So that's right in my sweet spot. I know Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig more so than Kurt Hennig.
So here's
But-
that guy again. And I'm just
Oh, now I'm thinking almost Terry Funk.
is it Terry Funk?
Like I'm looking at his face, and I keep thinking,
Yeah, it's
No, I'm sticking with Orton or Ken Patera.
it's not it might be Ken Patera. That guy's he looks familiar, but I can't figure him out. Like these shots are fucking awesome.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, it's like there's a lot of guys who were probably nobodies. Oh, this guy too.
oh, is that like Mr. Wrestling or something? Like there was like a gimmick.
Yeah.
I remember a certain gimmick with something like that.
that
It might
Paul-
be different.
Is that Paul Orndorff who did that?
So here, Bob Boozle says I'm leaning towards Orton with the last two photos. So let me actually show you.
Orton.
Let me actually show you what's throwing me off. So I'll show you what's throwing me off. We can look at it again. So here's Terry Funk in the NWA championship days when he's clean shaven. So with the hair and everything.
That's later, right?
But Orton would have totally make sense to me as well. That's what's throwing me. So could be totally wrong. That's
Yeah,
like-
maybe you're right. I don't know.
like again that's the only thing. It's the face that's throwing me because
Okay.
Terry Funk was clean shaven as a wrestler for a while as well, and when he was doing that, he looked different, obviously. So
And the
I don't-
last one.
Oh,
Umbrella.
he's the Russian before Nikolai.
yeah, he's a different one.
Yeah.
Because Nikolai Volkov was a different guy.
Yeah, I think he kind of did that Russian bad guy thing before Nikolai
Here you
did
go,
it.
Russian. Here you go, Sean saying blue
There's my
blazer.
favorite guy. These guys were the best when they came in their intro. The Bushwhackers.
Oh, the Bushwhackers. Yeah, the Bushwhackers.
God.
Yeah, and it's a flag. So Willie T is saying Zoloff.
Hey, that sounds
So
about
for
right.
like the Russian one. Yeah, Blue Blazer was Owen Hart though. Ivan Zolkov.
Oh, and
something
this
like
guy
that.
too.
Something
The
like that.
blonde-haired dude.
That's Kurt Hennig.
Kurt
Oh,
Hennig.
that's him again. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Now obviously he's got a different look, different hair, different gear, but it's still him. That's why I say guys can change up their look. If they change up their gear or change the hair or something, like
Who's got the
completely
H
threw you
on
off.
this?
Yeah, that's Hercules.
Well, that was
Oh,
Hercules. eh?
I remember him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He used to have
did
a
couple.
chain. He used to come in with a
Mhm.
chain and do all these
Yep.
feats of strength and everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
there you
Hercules.
go. There's a classic.
Yeah, British
Oh, my
Bulldog. No,
favorite.
sorry, that's a Dynamite Kid. Dynamite Kid.
My
It's not
favorite
the-
tag team.
Isn't that the British Bulldogs? One of the two?
Yep.
No?
So
Oh,
that's the Dynamite Kid. British Bulldog is a little bit bigger. They're part of the British Bulldogs,
Yeah,
but I think it was Dynamite Kid.
that's Dynamite Kid. He's dead. I
And
think
then
they're both
there's
dead.
this dude. I don't even know.
They're
who
both
the
dead,
hell
yes.
that is.
Kurt Hennig.
Kurt Hennig. And
Boy, this guy's hair's changed.
looks like-
Bobby, he changes his hair and it completely changes his look. You got to look at his face. His face is the key. You can tell his face.
I think I know who this is, but
that's Tito.
all right. And there's the last guy.
I want to say that's one of the Killer Bees.
Familiar.
Like, am I wrong? Like, I don't know.
No, I think it's that referee again.
How am I going to sell them if I can't get the names of these people?
Well,
Who's
Bobby,
that? I don't know.
Bobby, you got to admit, considering they predate my watching by almost a decade, that's a pretty good list that I was able to reel off on.
No, I watched
No, you
guys,
yes.
I
you did,
watched
yeah.
all of them.
But we had 6 names for one guy. I was like, no, that's the.
But some of them are tougher than others, man. Some of them are tougher than others. They're not like straightforward.
150 photos. Oh, there's still, Greg Valentine and Dino Bravo. I got a whole.
There's a lot of classic guys.
And he's got
Zach here says, super off topic, but I wanted to ask Carlos, did you see Geoff's video about trade nights? He's going to do lives where he can vote if he's going to do a trade with a customer.
Oh, no.
I did hear about this. Yes. I can comment to say this been done before. Came back messaging. He'd never heard of it. Of course, he never heard of it. Okay. So this is actually a very good point. I actually want to thank you for bringing that up, because I actually think, Eric, I know this is shocking. We may actually have a card related conversation here for a second, because this is actually a valid point.
Stop it.
It's a valid.
They might have.
So Geoff did a video where he was talking about, oh, by the way, they're finally going to get their stupid website going. So now they're going to have a trade night. They're actually going to initiate more of the live things and actually activate the damn website with the inventory. I know.
Well, they beat the Atlanta Flames coming back, so
exactly. So the point is, though, is that good? But my honest response is good. That's a good thing. By the way, they're going to do a live stream from their trade night, which is something that I'm going to keep working at it. I want to get that for AMG. I want to make it happen. I really think it would be good. I think so. In this case, good on them. They've obviously got cameras in the damn place already, so it's not like whatever. It's a little trickier if you're not already set up for it. I still think it's a good idea. I think doing a trade night live where you can get the vibes, the atmosphere, and everything. I think you can have somebody host, talk to the chat, show things off as things, make it into like an interactive thing. I think that's a smart play, and it is a good way. You can make business during that. That is totally a thing you can do, especially if you can direct them to your website, to your eBay store, whatever. Totally something that can be done. From Cage Match, got you. Thank you. So Bob Jackson was saying Danny Davis as far as the one there.
That's the referee who.
Was that the referee? Okay,
yeah.
Danny Davis.
So here we go. Bob Jackson says, September 89, World Wrestling Entertainment, Mr. Perfect defeats Hercules in WWF House Show, Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto.
Mr. Perfect.
Yeah, so you can 100%, like, depending on what the image shows, you can work out what was on the card and usually figure out what card it was, and that kind of lets you date it. The image can be then downright dated to the specific show sometimes.
These look like they're over the course of about 3 to 4, 5 years, maybe.
Probably, yeah. Given the gimmick changes, different hair on some of the guys, and
yeah, some look older too, like a few years, right? Well, this was one fan. He obviously had great seats or tickets, like right in the front row.
And he also had a lot of film, a lot of rolls.
Well, look at the clarity. Look at the clarity on these. Well, that's it's hard to see.
At least he's taking a clean shot. Yeah.
Just most of them are good. He's got more ravishing Rick Rude. There's like a stack of he was a Rick Rude fan, obviously.
He's the ravishing one.
He was really
popular. But Rick Rude changes like holy crap.
He was really popular. I thought he was a really good bad guy.
I actually think Rick Rude was supremely underrated. Like, he probably should have had more opportunities than he was. They finally, towards the latter portion of his career, finally started to give him some. He should have been a multi-time world champion in WWE as well. That dude was just good at what he did.
Yeah,
he was good at what he did.
So, a lot of people would like to get these for autographs. They'd be great.
I think because they're more unique images, they're more candid images. They're not available everywhere.
You always want something you don't have, right? Of somebody. So, because I looked online and I couldn't find any private pictures for sale. It was like, really? Because a lot of them were postcards or 8x10s, and where are the private pictures? I guess they all sell if they ever come up. And I don't think a lot of people took good close-ups like those. I've seen other pictures where they're just far away. They're 6 rows back, and it. So anyway, interesting.
Yep. Bubbles says interaction is admirable, but if I'm some kid with a crap card, I'm bringing it in my favor about the voting thing, because as part of the interactive trade night thing, Geoff was pitching the idea of letting the chat vote on whether he should do a deal or not, and I'm like, so you want the chat to get you to buy? It's like, so here's the 1991
fleet source.
It's like $1 million.
Yes.
The chat says yes.
Yes. And then we'll slide Eric some money and say, yeah, there you go, Eric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bob Jackson found the card. Bushwhackers, Bush and Luke defeat the Brainbusters, Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard. There you go.
Oh,
Come up with brain busters. It's so stupid.
it's so stupid. It was so good.
And a sad part is for two really top quality wrestlers.
Right.
Like that tag team is two like two really
Right.
good wrestlers.
Right. So you have these two legends, and that's what they get, the brain busters. I mean, come on. Was Bobby the Brain Heenan their manager? Is that where it came from, maybe?
I actually think he was. Like I'm trying to remember. Like
You know, I mean, maybe that's why, but oh my God, that is stupid.
But these are great shots with a lot of great stars, so I'm gonna have to go over these. I got a friend who's really good. He can just
Bobby the Brain Heenan.
Yep.
That,
Of course.
yeah.
I do remember that.
Yeah. So that thematically, Eric, that makes sense.
Yeah, but it's still stupid. But yes,
Yeah, it's 100% stupid.
less stupid than it was a minute ago.
How many stupid ones are in here? Come on.
But it's funny though, is now you're talking about a combination of three basically Hall of Fame caliber guys
Yeah.
with a
Right.
Hall of Fame manager on top of
Is
it.
there a Hall of Fame for these guys?
Oh yeah.
W has a made up one. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Sort of
Yeah.
like the internet one that we have. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Basically yes.
Similar.
Except they go through the trouble of having a whole award ceremony, speeches, and everybody gets in. It's like the Emmys for WWE, and everybody's walking the red carpet. The whole thing is like the pomp and circumstance. I'm like, okay,
like the Oscars. Yep.
Oh, gotcha.
They do
Exactly.
it.
No,
Says
they just
there's-
made that Hall of Fame. Remember they did the videos and they were doing that? Mm-hmm.
well,
the
they started
archive.
the WWE actually started that Hall of Fame. I want to say in the early '90s
Mm-hmm. There was
because
something.
they had I want to say Andre was the first inductee,
Probably.
and it would have been not long after he passed away, and then they continued it in years later with additional legends and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it just continued from there. So Zach says there's a card store in Washington State that used to do almost exactly what he's describing. It was pretty fun. Oh, talking about, I guess, the live streams and the interactivity. So fair enough. Other names on that card: Tim Horner, Iron Mike Sharp, The Genius, Paul Roma, Warlord, Kopico Beware, Brutus Beefcake, Randy Savage, Hillbilly Jim, Hacksaw Jim Duggan. I'm assuming you mean Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Yeah.
And Andre and Haku.
Nice.
For that period, pretty good card. It's a pretty
I
solid
remember
card.
Greg Valentine more than anything because he was really the Ric Flair Valentine, but they were back in the 70s, right? I just can't believe what's his name? Dino Bravo, how muscular he was. No, it's not him, it's somebody else.
Yep. A lot of those guys. It's a bit tough to figure out, kind of work your way around them.
Is he giving the headlock to what's his name? The war no.
I'm just taking a look there.
That's Savage.
Yeah.
I want to say it is. I guess so.
it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah, no doubt. That hair, that hair is in
And it's covering the beard, so you can't really see.
Yeah, that hair is unique.
That's what I mean. Most of these photos are unique.
Yeah, Bob Jackson's right. It looks Andre kind of, but the thing is the arms are too lean. Like Andre was a powerful dude, but he didn't have like Jack looking arms.
No.
And that guy has Jack looking arms.
The one,
Which is why it feels like Savage makes more sense.
oh, I wasn't even paying attention to who had Savage in the hold. Can you put it up again?
Which one?
The one you just did again.
Same picture for just 1 second.
Yeah. I was only looking at Savage. I didn't even see who had him in the camel clutch.
Oh, it was Dino Bravo, I think.
I think that's right. Looks to me
Um,
like
when did Dino Bravo? Yeah, I think it is too. Trying to remember, Dino Bravo had like two different hair.
There's
hair
Bravo.
colors, right?
he
Yeah,
did stretches of blonde hair. He did stretches of blonde.
Yeah, he had
Dino
blonde.
Bravo's only in blonde hair.
The funny thing about it is that if you keep going, that Bobby and I were having some fun with it when he was showing some pictures the other day, was that I said, yeah, some of these guys would change their hair and immediately you're like, oh, it's not the same guy. Yes, it is. It's just a tweak to the haircut. And all of a sudden you're trying to figure it out.
Dino's
When did Randy wear
blonde
blue?
hair.
Savage in the 80s had a bunch of different gear. He changed it up a little bit and it kind of started to standardize it at a certain point. So it's kind of tricky.
But
So
no,
Willie T has got maybe Lanny Poffo.
Oh,
Later
Legion
known as
Lanny
Genius.
Poffo.
That
not
could be
Randy.
that's not a bad call out. I don't know.
No, they had different hair. No, that's
Yeah,
Randy.
but don't forget, some of these guys changed their hair multiple times throughout.
Ra-
Short hair, long hair.
No. I'm talking about
Obviously, Rick
Randy's
Rude is like
skin,
every hair.
like
Yes, but Savage
His
wasn't.
was
But there was a
thin.
time period there where some of these guys would have similar type hair.
okay.
And maybe they went to the same hairdresser, whatever it was. But it was like
I am dying on the hill that says that's Randy Savage in the camel clutch,
Could
and
be.
that is Dino Bravo putting it on him.
Yeah,
could be.
yeah. I think.
So,
it's,
can I pose a question here? I enjoy. By the way, I enjoyed
Oh,
that segment very
shit.
much. Going,
See,
See?
Bobby died.
Bobby's in the
Power went
darkness.
out.
I can see because I can actually see a little bit of a glare there. It's like
Well,
Bobby's
from the-
literally in the darkness. Bobby,
Yep.
say hello to Aaron Rodgers for us.
Clap on, clap off.
It's pretty windy out, so something went.
I guess so. Yeah.
Damn. Let me go see if
where
it's
you
out
are.
throughout the house or just this bulb went out.
Yeah.
All right.
Check
I'll
it
be
out,
back.
Bobby. Focus on that first, and then we'll catch you in a little bit.
Okay.
Do that. So anyway, that was fun. I did actually enjoy. It was actually a fun little challenge there, Eric. Given that, like I said, some of those guys predate my time, I did enjoy their going in. So let me ask a question. I'm gonna refill my drink, but let me pose you a question from a little earlier tonight and open up. We spent a lot of time talking about Phoenix. We spent a lot of time talking about Winnipeg. We spent a lot of time talking about a lot of that stuff.
Stabbing.
But let me
me.
ask the question. Yes, that as well.
Yes.
But let me ask the question. So the NHL finishes, it becomes a thing. They go to Utah and all that stuff. What do you think about the prospects then of that team? Does it become solidified? Because it's kind of an interesting market. I haven't, other than the Jazz, I don't know of any other real major teams that have ever been down that way. I'm not too familiar with it. So could the NHL work there? Obviously, they've got it. They've got an arena. They have the facility available to them. They've got an owner that really seems keen on doing it. So how do you feel about Utah or Salt Lake City as a market? So let me open-ended question, and I'll be back in a second.
I think it would do well. I think Utah has a cold climate. We know they have a passionate sports fan base because of the Jazz have been successful for so long. I honestly think that a hockey team, especially in the beginning, because it would be new and exciting and something to do, would probably be very successful right off the bat. And then it would have to be deciding whether or not it then built hockey fans instead of just being the new fun thing to do. For example, Vegas. Vegas was instantly successful. The product on the ice was successful, but also the attendance was successful. But most of that attendance are tourists in Vegas going, all right, so we're seeing Britney Spears at 2. And then we're going over to see the Elton John tribute at 5. Oh, look, there's a hockey game at 7:30. And most of that is filled with tourists saying, what are we going to do tonight? Oh, let's go to a hockey game. But I think because of the product is good, I think it is building an actual fan base there in Vegas. So I don't see why Utah can't do the same thing. That in the beginning, it's, hey, this is new and fun, and let's go try it and check it out. And it's the new, it's the new hot thing to do. You get them in the door, and then if you have a good product, you can then build hockey fans.
Okay, now let me ask a question. You talked about Las Vegas.
Yeah.
One other thing that Las Vegas also had going for it is that, so remember when we talked about Winnipeg, and we said that because Winnipeg's season ticket holder base was so reliant on the rank and file individuals, since it was so dependent on individual people instead of corporations buying large swaths of tickets. Vegas has casinos. Yes. Casinos have an entertainment budget to buy tickets to all kinds of stuff, to comp And so
Perfect.
they could buy
yeah.
thousands of tickets to be like, hey, want to check out Vegas? We got tickets right beside the glass.
Yeah.
Thank you for spending $150,000 on blackjack. Here's some free hockey tickets.
Thank you.
Done.
Yep. We
Done.
got your money. See ya. Have
Yep.
fun.
You can have that, and then tomorrow will be the UFC. You can like literally stack all kinds of different giveaways to your big high rollers and hand them. But then that means the casino is buying thousands of tickets.
Mhm.
Automatically, you're selling tickets just without having to do anything because they just want to. They're going to give them away, and they're happy to do it because it's good business.
You are correct.
Yep.
And Utah obviously is not Vegas. Vegas is only Vegas.
Yes.
So on that level, you're correct. You can't compare. I am not educated enough to know what corporate structure they have and wherever they're going to put this in Utah. So, they let the whole league down with Arizona. So I would hope that trying to fix this ongoing Arizona mess, they have factored that in and have already talked to whatever businesses that are there and saying we need to work together here to make this successful. What are you able to do? Is there enough interest? Is there enough local homegrown potential hockey fans that are going to come? Is corporate going to buy out seats and luxury boxes? Hopefully they did a poll beforehand and got that information. And is it, hey, let's move the team and then figure it out? I mean, like you said, Vegas was easy, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm sure they did a little market research on it.
I would hope so. They did
just
none
move
in Arizona.
Yeah. Well, it's Salt Lake City, right? Is it not? You said?
I'm not 100%
So
sure.
it's Salt Lake City. Salt Lake City is where they're going to be moving that team. That's the proposed.
And they had a past team and a past history, which helps.
Yeah.
It does. So we'll see what happens. Anyways, I'm going to cut out because this light's out, and the other one, every time I move, it's just.
Yeah, no worries, Bobby. Thanks for hopping in.
It was good. It was a good show tonight. Wow, we got a lot of shit.
Wow, Bobby, it's see how much easier it is when we actually have topics. We were still able to have an extended of name that wrestler, but we also had the eBay Goldin thing, and I'll touch on a couple of things here at the end. We were able to talk about some other stuff. We had plenty of stuff. Plenty of stuff tonight. The content gods have provided. We thank the content gods. We give praise.
Stabbing name for charity. Don't you keep
forgetting. We got Stabby McStabberson.
Yeah.
We covered a gamut tonight. We did.
Yeah, it was very good. All right, guys.
Bobby. Have yourself a good night.
Take it easy. Well, seeing you, buddy.
Yep. Bye.
That was the Burrell from the Garage of Knowledge. And I actually see one of the cards that I need for the dentist PC, so I'm just bookmarking it as we speak. Just making sure I got that covered. I'm getting down to nitty gritty, Eric. I've already got a lot of the stuff that I need. It's like I'm trying to scratch a couple off the checklist. The good news is that the prices might get a little bit lower if AEW continues to run itself down the toilet. I might be able to get it for the cheap. Get it for the cheap price.
Yeah,
yikes!
I didn't even bother going after those ridiculous Reggie Lemlin cards for my PC because I really just don't want them. I don't care if they're 1 of 1s. I don't care if they're 3s of 8s. I don't care. They're stupid, and I don't want them. So I did not chase them. I didn't, try to outbid people for them, and I didn't watch them to the last second. And I just went, hey, if someone wants this crap, good for them.
That's a rough thing to say about Reggie Lemon cards.
No, it's Leaf, who I now hate.
You have a lot of hate in your heart.
Well, yeah, I have plenty to go around. And Leaf is now on the list, where before I would make excuses for them and say, well, they got some good points and they're not that bad. And now, after seeing, an angry leprechaun, a kraken, and what the hell was the other third stupid thing? I don't even.
I actually think it was just a troll.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, it's just like, go pound sand. You guys suck, and I am not buying this. I don't care if they're 1 of 1s. I'm glad they're 1 of 1s. Hopefully, they'll get destroyed, and we'll never have to see them again.
So much anger in his heart, he has. So much.
Oh,
Bubbles says, I think I saw Medina printing plate comedy for $10. Yeah, printing plates haven't done too much. I kind of chuckled because I saw one of the printing plates that was like a 99 2000 Stadium Club printing plate. And I was thinking about it the other day and I was like, something like that would actually be interesting to me. Not because I care about printing plates. I actually don't like printing plates very much. However, the early ones, the more OG ones, before it was in every other product every 15 seconds, that's a little bit more interesting because at that time it was still a tough to come by one. It's still part of that late 90s section that I've devoted a lot of attention to. That's a little bit more interesting to me. So it's one of those things where I could find it in me to go after that under the right circumstances. But the rest of them is like, whatever. I'm not that interested.
yeah.
But that's the thing. Everybody has to figure out what interests them. From a collecting perspective, that late 90s area is the one that I really care about and really I like because I was collecting a lot during that time. Those ones I'll go after. I'll try to hunt them down. But the rest of the stuff, don't really care. Printing plates not released in packs are way cooler than pack pulled. The ones not released in packs, Pacific gave those away like in stacks. You could buy like a set of them. And then people would disperse them. They'd separate them out just to like make more money. And that's why the Pacific ones are all over the place for a while.
Is that the ones that you can get the yellow one, the red one, the blue one? Because there's the different inks and stuff. And
yeah.
I don't own any printing plate ones. I just and a couple have come up with, for different players I collect or, Reggie or something. I'm just like, nah, I'm good. They don't do anything for me.
Yep. Let me actually share this. I picked this up the other day on ComC, but it'll kind of showcase something that talks about kind of what I'm talking about. Okay. So this was from 97, 98. This was one of the Donruss, I believe. And it was insert set called Line to Line.
Okay.
It's a die cut. It's got a couple things going for it. That's all well and dandy. This is a pretty common card. Even the die cut one isn't that difficult to come by. I've had my copy for years. However, this, if you take a look down here, it's 4 X's. That's the promo version.
Yeah.
That's the reason I wanted to pick this one up. Because it's a promo version. I don't know how many they made. Not a lot, to be honest, because they don't come up all the time. This is one of the few ones that I've got in that late 90s period as I'm scratching them off. As soon as this came up, I'm constantly like,
yeah.
because I was like, the regular one, I think it's like 1,500 or 2,500 or whatever. Like it's fairly available. The die cut one I think is a little tougher, but this is the die cut promo version. And I was like, what? Promo? Oh my God. As soon as I see the X's, I know. Yep. Line to line. That's right. The ComC realized promo. Yeah. They actually labeled it appropriately. They did label it correctly. So they knew what they had there. They called it line to line promo die cut. So they did label it correctly. Carlos poked the holder's mouse, clicking the button to buy it. Worth it. You can buy a new mouse. But that's the player collecting in a nutshell. It's something like that where somebody else would be like, it's a promo card. You don't understand. My checklist is getting small on that side, man. That checklist is getting tiny. For years, if you started off, it was like 800 cards in that checklist. Today, it's like 70. That list gets shorter and shorter and shorter all the time. It gets tougher and tougher and tougher. At this point, it's harder for me to find anything that I need. It's like, nope, I got that one. And I got that one. And I got that one. So all the time, it'll be something. So I look for 2 things. I look for ones that are tough or fun novelties. So I'll give a little credit. I haven't done the pickup video yet, but I'll do it probably this weekend. So we got this one from Club Bougie. So I had that one come in. So that's an ultimate memorabilia. We got 6 memorabilia pieces, one of the many. And this one is Robitaille, Solani, Doug Gilmore, Pat LaFontaine, Medano, and Lanny McDonald. But this is one of those things where, like, do I need this necessarily? No. Is it a neat card? Yes. If it's reasonably priced and it's neat, why not? Stuff like that is fun for me to have, as long as it's not too much. But if you're telling me I have to have one or the other, or I'm going to, hey, Carlos, but if you put some money aside, you can chase after one of these grail ones. Well, then yes, we're going to focus on that. Even if it's 20, 30 bucks, whatever, like, well, add up enough 20, 30 bucks. It could be money you could use towards a really big piece that maybe you're chasing down. It's a lot tougher. So pick and choose your battles. It's fun to have mail. It's fun to have mail.
The same
guy.
guy.
Pick and choose your spots.
The same guy who sold you that is the guy that had that Belfour card today. I showed you. It's the same guy. He just bought a bunch of Leaf stuff, and now he's trying to move some of it.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Like I said, despite your point, I do think Leaf has some cards that I think are decent. And I think for player collectors, some of it can be decent, but I think you have to buy it at the correct price.
Yeah.
So remember what I said earlier tonight about the box thing?
Mm-hmm.
I like opening boxes. I like opening packs. You're seeing me open a bunch now because I've been able to negotiate and get price points that make sense for me. If I did not have that, I would not do it. Because if it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. You can't do it. And I'm not doing it to hang on to every single card. If I hung on to every single cool card that I pulled out of it, well, then I'm just throwing money in. Literally all that's happening is I'm just taking my money and throwing it in, I have to extract something out. I have to extract some value. Otherwise, it's like, yeah, then it's a money pit. And unfortunately, I'm not made of money. I cannot do that. I have to be able to extract value.
So I'm just curious, do you think this guy's going to accept my charity challenge?
Of letting people vote that they can stab you?
No, stab him.
You say stab him.
Yes.
Like I said, I think it's open to interpretation.
Listen, the guy pops in, he pops out, he's not around for an hour, then he pops back in. I was just wondering, the people want to know if he is willing to partake in the charity challenge. I'm in. I'm 100% in.
Name, I think what Eric's actually trying to say, like I sort of half listened to what he said. I think he was challenging you to a Highlander battle that can only be won.
I'd be into that too.
I'm just saying, I think that would be exciting. Player collectors shooting alligators, yes. Paid with the like button money.
See,
hit the like button.
Told you guys, he's a jerk. You guys don't listen.
Paul says, feel you. I'm at the point of spending $200 minimum for autographs of coaches and executives of the Football Hall of Fame. The completionist gene sucks. Yes. But I guess, so there's a downside and a downside to this. There's an upside and a downside to this. And we can kind of have this be one of our last topics for tonight, but we'll start winding her down. But this can be a little quick topic here at the very end. And I appreciate everybody that's been hanging out, and the chat's been really good. We obviously had a lot of fun with the wrestling topic. By the way, great job on identifying some of the pictures. Like, some of those are a little bit tougher, and you were able to like nail a couple of the names. So congrats on that. Good job. But one of the things that's a plus and a minus about this specific thing we're talking about here. On the one hand, it means less mail days, Eric. On that hand, it means I love mail days. It's kind of fun. It's like Christmas. Not every Friday Christmas, but still pretty regular Christmas. You get stuff in the mail, you get to open the package, you get your cool new stuff, and you get to check it out.
I love that. Love mail day.
Yeah, it's fun. But on the other hand, it is kind of cool, even though it's less frequent when you reach that point where now it's tougher stuff. Well, yes, you get less mail days, but when you get a mail day, it isn't a stocking stuffer. No, this is a quality primo piece. This is not just a little thing. No, this one is like, actually, that's pretty sweet. That's a good one. So you're elevating the quality. The quantity of mail days drops, but the quality is taken up. Again, that card I showed you is not exciting to anybody but a player collector who's looking to scratch those off the check. Because the checklist has gotten so light now, that was exciting for me. It's more exciting for me than a lot of stuff in the cup. Even though the stuff in the cup is really cool. But like that late 90s one, that's a tough one to scratch off my checklist at this point. With a lot of the cup stuff, I just have to throw money at it. If I got enough money, I can get my hands on one. I know that. Player I collect when overseas. I don't know if I care enough anymore to buy foreign language league cards of him at some point. Yep. Totally fair. I get it. Just buy some Jägermeister bottles instead. There you go. We hashtag solutions. If Jeff Wilson lets people vote on trades, Carlos should let us vote in stabbings. That's right.
That's
democracy. Do it for the people. Right. Eric is giving us ideas for Expo. Keep talking, Eric. That's right. Have a good night, Zach. Hit the like. That's right. Hit the like.
Don't hit the like. There's nothing to like.
Oh, so much to like.
So much to like. There's nothing to like.
So much. So just kind of as a final thought, as I mentioned to that, I'm curious for any of the folks that are left that do have a kind of collecting thing. Are you still picking up a bunch of stuff, or are you trying to like be a little bit more picky? Are you trying to be picky and choosy? Is that? That's what I'm kind of curious. If that's what I said for me, I'm being a little bit pickier in some categories. I'm trying to find certain things. I'm looking for value. I think it's important for me to look for value. That's what I'm seeking, and I'm seeing some stuff that are like, ooh, it'd be pretty cool. I might be interested in that. That might be kind of fun. But I got to make sure I set aside a little bit of a war chest to be able to chase after a few of those pieces. So we'll see. We'll see. Bob Jackson says, Eric, what was in that binder earlier?
Oh, I completed it. It's not that exciting, but just it was a silly, fun goal. I just wanted to complete the 1990 OPC Premier set, Yager's rookie. And, I wasn't going to go out and spend any money on it. So basically, I've been pulling OPC Premier cards out of our giveaway bin, and I finally had the last couple I needed, and now I got the whole set. And it's got tons of rookies in it, as we know. I mean, they're all worthless except for the Yager, but you have to have like a, PSA 10 for it to be actually worth anything. But, there's tons of Hall of Fame rookies in that set. So, yeah, now it's done.
There are indeed. That is true. So Will here, good evening. Late entry, good question. Always been picky, maybe slightly more now with prices being more reasonable. I think it's fair. Actually, a kind of side question to my first question, because it leaves a little more room to discuss. Here's the side question, Eric, and everybody else as well. So if prices are up, we're more selective. But if prices are down and we can see bargains, does that also kind of make us more selective? Because wait, there are some bargains. I could get some really sweet stuff if I hunt a little bit closer, because it's nice when the prices are more reasonable, because now it's less pain on my wallet. But at the same time, I still now I'm spoiled for choice. Now I almost want to be more selective just to really be able to key in on some opportunities and really max out my opportunity that I have with the lower prices. Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So it's almost the opposite. Like when it's expensive, I have to be picky. But when it's cheap, I almost prefer to be picky because I really want to take advantage of the opportunity that's just been presented.
People as a whole, no matter what their economics are, no matter what the current financial situation is in your preferred country, no one likes spending money. And you get a little bit excited, a little bit of a high if you know you got a deal. If you can come home and say, yeah, I got this, but I got it for a deal. Now, if the guy wanted 10 and you paid 5, you're excited because you got a deal. If it's 100 and you paid 50, you got a deal, right? So, if it's 3 million and you only paid 1, you got a deal. So it doesn't matter. We like deals. And in this hobby, we're always looking for a deal. We're always looking to, take a little bit out of the seller's pocket and keep it in ours. So that's part of the hobby. So I think no matter what the financial situation is, in the country or your own personal wallet, you're always looking for a deal. That's part of the sport that we're in, I guess.
I think that's fair. I think it's reasonable.
And I have a crazy thing. I don't. It's not really related to this, but it popped in my head. The crazy thing that happened today at work. And you guys can help me with the name, because we know that this NFL football player who just won the Super Bowl with the Chiefs, got caught drag racing, ran from the scene, turned himself in yesterday, right? We had a guy, and I totally forget the guy's name right now. So we had a guy come in today, late in the day, and wanted to sell this guy's rookie card, patch auto, super duper limited, super duper card, right? Guy probably paid stupid money for it at some point. I don't know how old this kid is. I don't know how long he's been in the league. I don't know when his rookie year is. But from what I could tell, this guy probably spent a lot on this card. And
does the name on there ring a bell?
Not to me. I don't pay all that much of attention, but if Paul says that's it, then I'm sure that's it. So,
Okay.
This guy came in. Now, this guy, this kid, this Rice kid, may never play football again. You don't know what the future holds with him and his legal issues right now, and what team wants him or doesn't want him or whatever. Okay. This guy comes in and he's looking to get his money back, and scoffed and laughed when we said, well, for us, it's only worth about $50. Scoffed out loud. And we're like, and we kind of pushed back a little on him, saying, you realize that this guy may never play football again. He's a criminal, and people aren't going to want to collect him. He's not in the hot column right now. Okay, if you go to Beckett, the up arrows and down arrows and cold and hot, he's cold. You're not getting $1,000 for this. Yeah, but this is the super duper blue sparkly rainbow out of one and blah blah crap, and it's like $50. And he literally scoffed out loud and kind of left in a huff. And it's like, no, you got caught with the hot potato, and you tried to run in here after this guy turned himself into the cops and try to make us hopefully, like, we don't know what the hell's going on with him, and stick us with the hot potato. And they get mad when we said, no, it's not for us at that price. We're good for $50.
Yeah.
And it's just like, how stupid, one, are you paying that much money for cards anyway? And two, trying to come to a well-known, again, I'm not trying to sell us, because the company I work for is not the sponsor of this channel, but
even though you're wearing the hat,
I came right from work, and the shirt. I just came
and the shirt. Yeah, it's true. You got the hat and the shirt.
So
it's all right, AMG. It's all right. Sports World will allow it.
We're the largest shop in all of New England, and you're going to walk in and think that we're morons, and that we're going to give you this outrageous price for this card for the kid might be in jail for the next 5 years. I was just blown away by the guy's balls and his attitude and his hubris. I was just
bring in the hubris.
I was just like, are you friggin' kidding me? I just shocked. I actually had to sit down after, and I was laughing. Like, that guy really wanted to stick us with the hot potato.
Now, real quick point there as well is, for a lot of businesses, the next area that happens is, I should say, let me phrase it this way. For a lot of businesses, there is a price point at which you will absorb the risk. Like business is business. Shops make money by acquiring inventory and turning it over.
Yeah.
So that's why. And I'll give you a quick analogy, just a realistic one. And by the way, some great comments. So thank you all. People really need to be. Bob Woozle says people really need to be more realistic when selling dealers. That's true.
Oh,
you do need to understand what it is you have and where we're actually at the time. It's the orange orangutan disco sparkle parallel.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
Hell yes. Should have told them yesterday's price is not today's price, which is valid. That's true. Well, says, calm down, Eric. More proof that the hobby's getting smarter. Rule number one. Paul says, I'd be floored if he sits out more than half the season, but it's also not investable right now, regardless of price. So I disagree on the last point. That's what I was trying to get at. There is almost a price point for everything. And this is important because I think a lot of people forget this. And this is not investment advice. It's just realistic. It's just reality. Almost everything that someone would buy is potentially sellable if you get it cheap enough. Now, the price might end up being super low. Like, it might be the lowest of low. I made the joke. I have my little mini adventures in purchasing lots and purchasing things. I'm not doing that on the regular. I don't have time. I don't have the energy and I don't have the time. I've got other stuff I'd rather be focusing on. But I know just from the time that I do have that stuff is out there. It is possible. I bought a lot a while back. I remember talking about it on the live stream. It was a lot of various hockey cards. It had a Medano in it that I wanted. It was a nice one, but I had to buy the whole lot. A bunch of it was honestly garbage. It was stuff I didn't even give a crap about. One of them was a like a card show giveaway, like a patch there of Nail Yakupov. And at the time I remember showing it, and it was a bit of a running joke. It was a Nail Yakupov. It was a 1-of-1 super box, patch, whatever. Here's the thing. Effectively, the price of the lot is what I would have paid for just the Medano. So in reality, the rest of the cards in it might as well have been free, because for me, my cost basis, I wanted this one card. That's what I wanted. I wanted that card. But if I have to buy the rest of this shit to take it, fine, I'll take it off your hands. So be it. So, but I was effectively getting the rest of it for free. Fine. I sold the Yakupov for like $15. Oh, but Carlos, you have to pitch it because like you probably only made like 6 or 7. I made $6 on Nail Yakupov on a card that was free.
Yeah.
If it's free, I give a shit. It's $3 in my pocket. Whatever. It'll buy me a Starbucks cold brew coffee. Who cares? Like at that point, it's free money. Just because I listed the card. Yes, I didn't make $1 million on it, but the card was free. So it's like, what do you want from me? Like at that point, like, what's the worst that happens? Oh, no one wants to buy it. Fine. It goes in the garbage can. So be it. Like it's free to me. But stuff like that, you can find a buyer for almost anything. People would be shocked how much stuff there is an end buy, but the price has got to be right. The price has to be right. Otherwise, it doesn't matter.
And for us, it was $50. And I don't know why. And we even talked about it after. And I was, talking to, the owner's son who was making the deal. I'm like, why would you even give him $50? This card might be worth $5 by tomorrow. And he goes, well, I think this, and he had his reasons and stuff. And I'm like, oh, hey man, it's your money. You can do what you want. But yeah, this guy wanted big money for it. And it's just like I said earlier, he just wanted to get someone else stuck with the hot potato. And it's like, no, we're good. Thanks.
Yeah. And that just means you're at the stage now where then he better be ready for it to rot. Because there's a real possibility. So it's catching a falling knife. One of the things that I talked about was AW has the EPAC coming out, and now it has. And as a result, a bunch of the 1-of-1s are coming onto the marketplace. But I'm seeing some folks being like $6,000. I'm like, even the top guy sold for like 4,000 or 5,000 when the product was hotter. When people were more into it and everything. And he's also the top guy. You've got somebody way further down the pecking order. The product is ice cold. The brand product is ice cold. PMG or not, people aren't necessarily willing to pay top dollar for it unless they absolutely have to have it. So you can put whatever price you want on it, but it's just going to sit there and rot. The longer it sits there and collects dust, what do you think the other people are doing? Like, okay. So even if I was interested in bidding X, well, what happens? As the more time goes by, Eric, this is what happens. My offer keeps doing this. It keeps dropping and dropping and dropping and dropping and it just keeps going down until one of two things happens. You get to a price where, all right, at that price, I'll take it. Or you just sit on it so long that at that point, you're basically giving it away. Just like, anybody, please just give me something for it. I don't care what it is. So that's why I say sometimes, and I've had this happen all the time. We talked about it. Sometimes I'll come in, it's early. I know that I'm overpaying because I want to get it out of the way. I want to scratch it off my checklist.
Right.
And I've sometimes even I've even told them flat out, listen, this is the best price I'm ever going to give you for it. I'm overpaying because I'm willing to pay strong. But if we have this conversation again in a couple of months, and you still have it, my offer is going way down. But I'll probably end up buying it. If you still have it in a couple of months, I'll be the high bidder, but my price is going to go way down from what I just offered you. They said, oh, okay, no problem. I'll take my chances. A couple months later, I bought it for a third of what I offered.
Yeah.
What do you want for? I was being honest with you. I was willing to be a strong buyer. I am willing to overpay to get it now because I'm an impatient bastard sometimes.
Yes, you are.
But I am telling you that. I'm literally telling you that I'm an impatient bastard. I go, maybe you should take advantage of it. It is a gift. I am offering you a gift. Instead, you got to sell it for a third of the price. To me. Anyway. Okay. Fine. Be that way. I tried to do you a favor, bro. It wasn't even Friday, and I treated it like it was Christmas. I was trying to give you a freebie here. Trying to help you out. Yep. Home ec sales means back away from falling.
Yeah, is that the same home ec teacher that taught him how to make hot dogs and boil water?
Maybe.
Because
maybe
you really need to go back and demand your money back.
Yep. Falling off with has no handle. Yes. But that's the thing. Like, being serious, it happens all the time, Eric. Sometimes I'll be sitting there like, but people will get greedy. Rule number 1 is in effect. And I'm sitting there like, now's not the time to be greedy, my man. Take your profit. Take it. It's there. And I have that. Sometimes I've pulled some nice cards out of some of the boxes that I opened. I could probably have tried to squeeze for a little bit more money, but I'd rather set it up for a quick sale, take my profit, and move on. I'm in the business, when it comes to that, Eric, I'm in the business of getting my money back. Number 1, I'm in the business of breaking even as soon as I can, reasonably. Number 1. And number 2, I'm in the business then of getting into the black. I want to get into the black as soon as possible, and then I want to get as deep into the black as I can. But goal number 1 is let's get to break even. And if I'm still sitting with a bunch of cardboard, then I'll start offloading some of it in little pieces. Oh, but why are you selling for a couple bucks at a time? Who cares? Because now I'm already in the black. The extra $5 I just made is another $5, and another $5, another $6, another $5. I've got, when I go to work, there's a post office box right there. I can literally just drop off the mailbox, scan the things, and they take them, and we're done. I literally go to work, make money in my day job, and then literally hand off the packages at the post office. They scan them for me, and we're done. I don't have to go out of my way. Just at work. It's easy, man. My career explorations teacher made us comb hair on a dummy, but everyone wanted to cut wood. Interesting. I think it was related to the one teacher thing there, but it was kind of interesting how we ended up there. The greed in this hobby is ridiculous at times. I offered a Tony Baselli auto tonight at trade night. I offered for a Tony Baselli auto at trade night, $5 to $10, and the guy says $50. I'm like, yep, it's an offensive lineman auto. Good luck. Yeah, some people are weird about that. Guy on eBay that had a card I want for maybe 2 years now. Card has a few offers from me years ago. No offers since. Won't budge. That just means he likes running a museum.
Yeah, I love people who don't want to sell.
By the way, you get this one?
Yeah, I got that one, and Bob can go screw.
Here we go. Sorry we missed it, but we're talking about the guy who won the OPC case. We did.
Yeah,
and in the description, I will include the link to cbc.ca, the article for it.
Why don't you show up and pay attention? All right, instead of screwing around and popping in and popping out and all that. Why don't you show up? Whatever.
There you go. All right, folks. Any last thoughts then before we head out? Sidney Crosby got to 1,000 assists. The McDavid 100 assist watch is still on, but he's not playing right now. Any other thoughts before we call it an evening? We did have some newsworthy topics tonight. That was good. And then we'll have to see how some of it kind of plays out as we get into it. And I think it's going to be interesting. And again, I do praise the content gods for providing some solid material for us this time around. Eric, have you wrenched this week? Valid question.
3-4 times.
Name says I got crumble cookies to eat. That's why.
Well, rub it in. You're the worst.
Paul says at some point the number of items that are truly piss me off for maybe 150% of comps gets real low. I get it on the pre-rookies with a pop under 10 or something. The rest piss off and take the best deal. Sure, fair. Bob Wilson says I'm buying some Wrasslin photos. That's right. Nice. I came back. Hit the like. That's right, Zach.
Yeah. No. Again, there's nothing to like. Stop it.
Oh, so much like. So much like. Bob Jackson says, "Do you know where your cyclocross is?" By the way, this reminds me of, I don't know if you had it. It was in Western New York. I remember it was in the Western New York feed. Did you ever get those little commercials from like the local network where it would be, so Western New York, Buffalo is what would have it. They go, "It's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?"
Yes.
Okay, so they did have those one. I always found that I was like, that sounds ominous.
Yes.
Are you threatening me, sir? Are you threatening me, creepy voice man? I don't even have kids, but are you threatening me, creepy voice man?
Yeah. Yeah.
I always thought that was funny. I was like,
what some crazy commercials or, where they use PSAs, and it's just, yeah, there was some crazy stuff.
It was wild, man. It was wild.
Bob watched the Paris-Roubaix. All right, Bob. Maybe you're not so horrible.
Wow. He said the Bougie Rougeau. Like, that sounds more legit to me. Are you sure it wasn't the Bougie Rougeau?
It was not the Bougie Rougeau.
It's a shame. It would have been funner. Hey, Eric, there's a string hanging from your sleeve.
Yeah, have that string go for you.
Maybe you should cut it off with a knife.
No, see what dipshit said next.
Oh, he seems
Don't make me start going Hulk.
I think you need some more vitamins, brother. A couple more vitamins there, my man.
I hurt myself. Ow.
Yeah, no doubt.
Owie.
Moxley wins the IWGP World Title. Nice. The first Triple Crown, AEW, WWE, and New Japan. Nice, nice. Oh, it's good for him. Hey, at least somebody over there is accomplishing something right now. Bubbles says, sounds like a Frenchie film I watch a lot. Emmanuel in Space.
No.
Yes.
I promise. No jokes. I promise. I do not know what that is. I will not do research on it. And if somehow it crosses my path from here until the time I die, I will not watch it.
It's quality, family-friendly entertainment, Eric, and I will hear no different.
Believe you at all. Nope.
Just saying.
Nope.
Notice Eric's hand when it's the shape of a V. That's how you know he's a massive Vinnie Vincent fan.
Massive. Yeah. That guy has serious brain trauma. His wires are not connected.
Google has logged you saying Emmanuel in Space. Mission accomplished. That's all it would take. The Google will know.
Yeah, right.
Now the Google will.
Yeah.
The Google will know, man. Nice. All right, folks. So, a pleasure chatting with you as always. It's been fun on a Friday night. I'm going to finish off the rest of my beer, but we're not going to extend it any further than we need to. By the way, tonight's beer was from Amsterdam, which is the usual one that I've used in the past. Maybe I should get them to sponsor me. That'd be great. I love free beer. That'd be awesome. This is the seasonal Stiek Ult lagered beer. Pretty good. Pretty solid. And delivery is actually very handy. I do appreciate, I actually buy it directly from the brewery. And they actually have drivers and they will deliver it to you, which is actually very nice.
Wow.
Yes. Be jealous. All the way from Amsterdam. Fly it right in. And then we have all these other businesses in the hobby that can't even bother to do regular shipping. Trash. Unacceptable. Good news to you guys for doing these lives every week and keeping up with the comments. It's a skill to multitask with this many comments. It's been pretty all right. It's better that the comments are good. The comments are fun. A lot of them are pretty clever.
Not his.
Different territory.
His suck.
Bougie. That's right.
All his comments suck.
And as always, Eric, just appreciate the people. Always appreciate the people.
Nope.
Thumbs up on your way out. We appreciate you. And also, thank you to AMG Collectibles and the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel for supporting the channel. I've already started getting the next photos for the next What's in the Shop. Some fun stuff. Pretty good stuff. So that'll be on the next one.
There's going to be a wrestling superstar coming to AMG to do a signing. I believe it's the Brooklyn Brawler, but time will tell. That's disgusting. Mayonnaise is gross. No, see, he's the worst.
The people have spoken.
No,
the tribe has spoken.
You're all
folks.
disgusting.
Have yourself a great evening. West Coast name. You still got a lot of time on Friday, so still Friday for you. Everybody else, East Coast. It is now Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Have yourself a great one. Longest running episodic, whatever the hell this is. That's episode 184. Next one, 185. Couple more till the Spring Expo. It's coming. It's coming soon. Spring Expo coverage forthcoming. And we'll talk about Strongsville just because. Coming up soon. Have yourselves a great night. We'll catch you next time.
Bye, guys.